So I did say so long and farewell before, so now it's time for hello and welcome to at least part 2 of the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans, the season finale of season 12 here, and you can just tell by looking at the gaps, looking at the racing, and by looking at the standings, it is going to be an absolute cracker. You've just got to think we've got 16 hours left of this. Joining me now after saying goodbye to both Ewan O'Leary and Chris Buxton, we have David O'Reilly, an absolute font of knowledge in terms of everything involving sim racing and indeed real life cars. And joining us for the first time here in the VEC, we have Elliot Bishop.
Well, thanks for the big welcome. It's an O'Reilly in to replace an O'Leary. And I don't feel like I've started the shift because I've been watching since the very first lap and it's been riveting. So yeah, awesome to be on board, and thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy that David's here as well because I have a bunch of experience in motorsports and in racing in the past, but my first time commentating on an endurance race, so it'll be a bit interesting. I'm guessing it's going to be more of a pace of a podcast than doing some play-by-play. So I'm happy that I'm involved in this.
And for those of us who may not have seen or heard of you in action before, Elliot, just give us a little synopsis, if you like, of your what you do and what your sim racing career is so far.
Yeah, I think as far as sim racing is concerned, the most that I've done is mostly in the Skip Barber series. So I've commentated on that, and then in the past I've done some stuff in go-karting in the real world, and then over into the Rock Cup series as well with Torque Esports. So I've done a little bit of commentary, and then in the sim world, and then outside of it, it's mostly like Rainbow Six and in first-person shooter games. So I've been involved in esports and racing separately, and now this kind of crossover that's going on is obviously awesome to see. So always happy to lend my voice and my opinion.
Well, it's brilliant to have you along for the ride, Elliot, and I'm sure between the three of us there will be tons to talk about. And I've got to confess, I normally come into these broadcasts with sort of a bit of a crib sheet of things that I find fascinating, like the cars, the sim itself, sim racing, the track details, the engineering side. But so far, I don't think there'd have been time to fit much of that in because there has been so much good racing. I can't quite believe that at 140 laps in, we've got essentially the top three of every class separated by less than 60 seconds. And every time somebody pits from the lead, they lose the lead. So it is an absolutely fabulous race to be part of.
Indeed,
yeah, no
as
kidding.
we are as we're marching down the time now, just having a quick look at roughly what the gaps are. You've always got the ticker going along the top between the classes, but roughly, at least for the hypercars at the moment, Resto Kappa has got pretty much the biggest gap that we've seen in the hypercar class so far at 77 seconds at the last timing line over Yuri Kavstarp. But Yuri Kavstarp is only about 11 seconds ahead of Arne Schoonvliet in the number 9 Ajira car. And we did have Mattei Licata
I think you've inadvertently muted there, Neil.
the cable fell out of my microphone. I'll try not to do that. We had Mattei Licata earlier on for a little bit of an interview, the race engineer, if you like, of the Ajira racing team, and he's been saying that they've only got 3 drivers for this 24-hour race, and this is something that you've always got to be careful. Perhaps certainly between, say, 1100 and 0700 Central European time during a race, is that going through the night, you've always got to make sure that your driver is fresh, or at least awake enough to be able to drive at an incredibly competitive pace.
Yeah, I think the best part about me being here, just in general, is the fact that I don't know too much about the high level sim stuff that's been going on. So I know how this format ultimately works in the real world. So maybe, with you, talking about just the drivers in general and how they transition from seat to seat. That was one thing that was just kind of in the back of my mind, because that in Le Mans and in endurance racing in the real world, you have a place for these guys to sleep, and then when it's their turn, they get woken up physically by by the garage team that's there, and then they get thrown into the physical car. But how does that really compare, in this sim racing in general? Like, how do they know when it's time to go? Are there any like on the fly decisions that need to be made? And then also, how is their sleep schedule being altered by this? Because I know a lot of these teams have drivers in different places.
I might have a go at that one if you like, Neil. I think if a team's got the luxury of drivers in different time zones, they will be sometimes tempted to sort of follow the sun and have people drive at the most civil hours possible. And also there's consideration given to pace. I mean, even at this incredibly high level, you've still got sort of your quickest guy. And, when you look at the heavy lifting that people like Devin Braun and Erhan Yoyoski and people like that have been doing over the first 6 hours, the teams try to keep the quick guy in for as long as possible, I think. And so then, but you'll have a rota, you'll have a schedule, and barring technical problems, and we've heard about a couple already tonight, Dennis Lind hadn't allocated a key to select a tyre change, so he had to stop after one lap and attend to that, and his principal driver had to go back out on worn tyres. So technical stuff happens. But to the second part of your question, what happens when you finish your shift? And obviously you don't need to go and walk to a caravan and get a massage and have a little sleep. You might go leave the room you're in and go and lie on the couch in the TV room. But the problem is that you're absolutely wired. You get out of the car and you are totally buzzing. You need food, you need drink, and you need to try to get to sleep. And in the best case scenario, you've probably only got 3 hours before you're back at the wheel again. So it is an endurance event in the very physical sense of the word.
It's super interesting. Go ahead.
And also with not only that, you've also got should we say human error as well, such as sleeping through alarms should you decide to take a nap as well, and that can also have a massive effect on a team's strategy throughout a race as well.
Yeah, I feel like that's the one preventative thing for me getting into endurance racing, just at all, like in the physical world or in sim racing, is just the fact that my sleep schedule is honestly the worst schedule you could imagine. So I don't think that I would be the person that would wake up on the alarm. I typically miss that. So I wonder, like in the real world and in sim racing, especially when you're talking about the real Le Mans, if you sleep through the first shift while someone else is driving and you're the driver that runs second, and you have your alarm set and everything, you're all prepared to drive, and then maybe 10 minutes before it's your shift, the driver that's in the car, the first stint driver, ends up creating a yard sale and crashing the car. I wonder what that's like, waking up, obviously you're stressed out, like, oh man, I have to, it's like the feeling like you have to catch a flight, and then all of a sudden you wake up to finding out that you're not in the car and you don't have an opportunity to drive.
Well, I think most of the time you would arrive at least half an hour before and get on TeamSpeak and start to perhaps do a bit of backup, do a bit of engineering work, which is a subject we can talk a little bit about when there's time. And you'll be kind of getting yourself immersed in what's going on, getting your feet wet and starting to feel the track and feel the car. And you would aim to be in the car at least 2 laps before you're due to take control. So you're probably got a half an hour to acclimatise, if that's the word, rather than a 10-minute thing of waking up and starting racing, getting the coffee on board and getting going.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, go ahead.
And speaking of, the 24-hour races and what happens in real life, we happen to have a real-life racing driver joining us at the moment from the Team Singularity, Hydra, stepsister teams, cars, etc. organisation. We now have Dennis Lind.
Hello.
Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you. And good job so far on the commentary. Not so many commentary curses going on so far, that's good.
We're trying to avoid them.
So far,
plenty of time ahead
in that sentence.
Yeah.
But yes, we were just talking about things that one goes through when doing a 24-hour race and comparing it between, for example, a real-life race and a sim race. As you've done both of them in real life and indeed in sim racing, perhaps you can give us a little bit of an insight on the difference between the 24-hour races and the two different disciplines, if you like.
It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I think it's two things you can't really compare too much. I mean, obviously, your brain is working as hard in the game as it is in real life, I believe. But you have the whole physical aspect in real life too that makes it a little bit more demanding, I would say. Obviously, looking at a screen for 20 or so hours is quite hard. But yeah.
Dennis, when you get out of the car after a stint driving in the sim, how do you feel? Are you sort of buzzing a little bit? Are you a little bit wired? Would you be able to get to sleep quite quickly if you needed to?
I think the difficulty really is the blue light you get from the screen. So I'm not immediately able to go and just lay down and sleep like when I jump out of the race car. Because I believe it was Barcelona where I had to drive every other hour and do a double stint back to back basically. So 1 hour sleep as soon as I got out the car. And there was not really a problem to just lay down and then go to sleep immediately basically. But for this it's a little bit more different because you don't really expire the calories that you take in during a sim race, or like if you drink coffee or something like that, you don't really expire those energies. So if you find it hard to sleep after you've had 4 Red Bulls during a sim race, that's probably why.
Yeah, right. Can I switch up the questioning for a moment to talk about gaming peripherals for a moment? My first question is, what's more important, the steering wheel or the pedals?
Oh, I'm a peddler, I would say.
Yeah.
So I think the pedals are most important, but they both have a significant role. But I think you can get quite far with a entry wheel and good pedals. A little bit different to do it the other way around.
Yeah, interesting comment. And I won't ask you to name the brand, but you're very welcome to if you want to. Do you run with a direct drive wheel, or do you run with a belt or gear driven wheel?
So until about last year, I was still running a Logitech G27. At the moment, I'm running a SimiCube, the first version with the strongest engine.
The OSW with a 26 Newton meter.
Yes, right. I think it's with the that engine, the motor, the one.
Direct drive servo wheel.
SimiCube, yeah.
Yeah, I have a similar one.
Yeah, no, it's a good wheel. It's a really good wheel, and honestly, like I've already had a few injuries. I have scars on both of my thumbs from it when they kick back.
I know what you mean. There's something strangely, perversely gratifying about wrestling with something that's used to run escalators and used to run CNC machines.
Yeah, you can tell sometimes when it really wants to go in a direction, you're a passenger, so it's pretty good that I have a pretty good bucket seat here, otherwise I'd just be spinning around with my wheel basically.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, and I think a lot of our audience find these questions about gaming peripherals really, really interesting. And you're more of an expert than I am on going really fast, but I just found it fascinating that, for example, Jurnej Simoncic, who's also a fabulous racing driver and definitely one of the top open wheeler guys on planet Earth in terms of sim racing, he was racing 2 years ago with an old Driveforce GT where he'd had to reassign buttons and resolder wires, and his problem each race was whether the wheel would survive the race, but he was still winning in FSR. So it's amazing what you can do with tools when you need. But
then again, Jane is a special case, I would say. He is a fantastic driver and a huge talent. So that he is now on, I would say, on par equipment with the people that he's driving against is. I mean, it probably require some getting used to for him, but I mean, already now he's pretty much on pace. If you've watched the other series that he participates in, I mean, he's already there.
He's been a phenomena, hasn't he? And he's even better than he was 2 years ago. So if he's still improving, that's a scary thought for other people.
Yeah, and I think personally, so it's pretty recent that I went from belt to drive. I would say the raw speed is not exactly changed or improved that much, but the consistency is much better. With the Logitech wheel that I had, it would not overheat, but the reactions from it would be a little bit softer, and you wouldn't have this sort of direct feeling that you have in the beginning of a stint, and it would sort of gradually get worse throughout. And especially also with my Husing pedals, it's been a huge game changer, because now it's not so much playing a game for me, it's more like a working tool to get better at racing as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you very much.
So can you tell at least how your race at the moment is going in that number 30 Singularity car, currently second in LMP2, and of course we heard earlier how you had a little bit of a mishap, shall we say, with your hardware when trying to assign tires.
I wouldn't give the fault to the hardware. It was more like a code 40, I would say. At the moment, we're doing pretty well. I actually don't know how it looks when the race is finished. Like 15 hours and 37 minutes from now, we know in which position we are, because right now it looks like 14 seconds, but we are off pit cycle with the Hypercar. So all depending on which hour we finish, we'll either be 15 seconds in front or 15 seconds behind currently. I think more interestingly is probably hearing a bit about the GTE car, which we're also trying to get up there, but Sancho is just being super strong this race, and I think we're going to have some issues beating him.
I'm not so sure about that. Hello, Dennis. I saw you on here. I just thought, I know how you like being wound up about our little rivalry, so just come and just push that button a little further.
Well, the Singularity car is the only one really that's been getting in amongst the Sanchos, and occasionally when the pit stop cycles overlap, the Singularity car's in front, so certainly up there keeping them very, very honest.
Yeah, I had a small chat with Ed just before, and I said that the BMW probably looked the strongest in terms of pace, but strategy-wise I think the Porsche has the edge. So come the end of the race, I mean, the BMW can probably win the race in outright pace, but...
Sorry to interrupt, but speaking of which, your Singularity is pitting right this second.
Right, but if they make mistakes, there will be...
the back channel strategy. Ed is in here to keep track of that.
I want to get this stuff fresh off the press, from the source.
Sorry, Dennis, we keep interrupting you.
That's okay. I actually lost the touch completely. Yeah.
You're saying that the Porsche had a bit more strategic potential.
It seems like it, but I'm not exactly sure, because they're keeping their cards really close to the body in the GT team from our side, because they are mostly Danish, so most of the agreements they do is verbally, and I'm not part of those, even though I am the manager of the team. I'm not allowed to take part in these meetings because they have completely control over it themselves. So honestly, like it's with the utmost pride I can say this, that it's completely on themselves, and I haven't actually lifted a finger to put them in the position they are right now.
Fantastic dynamic, like the ancient Chinese kung fu master. Apparently when the master does his work well, the team themselves think they've done it.
Yeah. Probably. I don't know.
So I have a quick question for you here, Dennis. When you're getting into a new sim, because I know that there's rFactor, which we're playing on today, iRacing. There's a dozen different sims that you can get into. Is it more important to like get into the sim, learn the simulation, learn how the cars, the physics and all of that work, and then upgrade your peripherals, or would you suggest getting in with a decent set of peripherals first, and then eventually you adjusting both things and learning the sim at the same time?
Do you think like a product itself, or just changing software, or options settings?
Well, I would think either way, right? Because certain steering wheels, pedals, things like that have different varying levels of control, right? And obviously, like a different brand steering wheel is just physically going to feel a bit different, right? Just how it reacts. Obviously, you can fine tune that. But just from like your own experience, is it better to start with something that is more sophisticated, or is it better just to learn how the sim itself reacts? Because ultimately, you would have to be balancing and juggling the just whether or not it's the steering wheel giving you some sort of weird feedback if you're having an issue, or if it would be just the sim itself and just how it behaves, because we know that with a lot of sims they have quirky little behaviors, right?
Okay, yeah, that's actually a good question. I think there are some sims that definitely where you benefit from having better equipment, as in better feedback from the brakes. Like I said before, I think the steering wheel is not super important, but like certainly with iRacing, if you don't have proper pedals, it's really, really difficult, because you can't really just brake fully or adjust the brake pressure to your preferences, so you can use full brake. And with the G27 wheel that I had before, it was really hard to modulate that brake properly for iRacing. So I think obviously if you have the money and it's your first thing, the only problem you can say about these sort of expensive or more high-end quality products like Hissing Weld and SimiCube is that it requires some space. You can't really just clamp it to your desk, because your desk will be in pieces relatively quick.
Right.
It's up for preference. I think if you're new and getting into it, and you're very enthusiastic about racing in generally, I don't think there's a more immersive feeling than having a good sim setup. Like, it's really, really easy to live yourself into if you have a triple screen setup, and it's relatively, it's not cheap, but it's becoming more accessible as of late, I think, because more secondhand of the good stuff is starting to come out. And these direct drive engines, they are meant to run escalators and whatnot. So even though they've upgraded to the new SimiCube 2 or whatever, they can still run fine for another couple of years. They're made to run forever, basically. So entry wise, I think if you're looking at about 3,000-4,000 euro, then you're really well set up for everything, with a nice rig and wheels and steering wheel and pedals.
Which is the same, ultimately the same cost as getting kind of a crappy a cart, right? So if you wanted to go and drive something physically, you can hop into a high level sim instead. I know that David was talking about this a little bit earlier, and I guess this is a bit of a story time, but I have from when I used to race quite a bit, I had an Xbox force feedback steering wheel from the Xbox 360. I think it was made by Mad Cats, I think. And I've had that wheel for a really long time, but you guys were talking about how sometimes these steering wheels like whip back and like chop your hands off, which I know when I was playing Forza, they were doing some there's some like light level esports stuff way back. This is probably 4 or 5 years ago now. But I remember whenever they would go into the menu or anything like that or start the race, the steering wheel would like chop left or right, and I have a few battle scars of when when I took that to the hand, because damn, those things are strong.
I take pictures every time I start bleeding from my wheel, so I have a good 5-10 pictures of it at the moment, from my thumbs nearly being chopped off. But thankfully they're quite thick, so they don't really come off that easy.
Right,
but
you
I can
have the
certainly
bone
feel
in
it.
there. Yeah.
Big boned.
Yep. Yeah, so I guess the story is, I mean, we're going to a bit of a replay here, but yeah, you typically think that in sim racing, we're seeing a bit of a spin of the 8 car there.
Pardon me 1 second,
yep.
Elliot, that was a radical pit entry. That was a 360 on the gravel, and then back into the pits. And I hope that he's taking on tyres in this pit stop.
Yeah.
Back over to you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you spin, I actually hadn't realized, just because it was a bit dark, I didn't recognize just where he was on the track. But yeah, that was actually, just as you mentioned, him coming into the pit, which is Probably, I would probably say the best place to spin if you're going to do it, especially if you're planning on getting a set of tires. It might not be the best decision if that wasn't a part of the pit strategy there. But yeah, what we were talking about just prior to that is that, in sim racing, something that I brought up in the past is that, drivers are typically, a lot more aggressive than they would be in the real world, just because there isn't that risk of injury. But as you heard just previously by Dennis, there is still potentially a potential for injury if that wheel snaps back and forth. So that is one thing that I don't think a lot of people that are watching sim racing for the first time that they don't potentially understand. The risk factor is still there to some certain extent. You're not going to flip upside down as long as you don't have that much travel in your sim if you're using motion actuation. But yeah, there is still small bits of potential to nick your fingers. So
yeah, imagine that call to my employer to tell them about that certain situation if I had to miss a race at some point.
That would be a tough phone call.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, it would be difficult for sure. Probably just crawl under a rock and hide for a while.
Now, I was listening to a fascinating interview recently, and I'm just checking the live timing to make sure we're not missing any really close battles while we talk about philosophy and life and times. But I think they're interesting topics for our viewers. But people talk about simulations, and I think one of the brilliant thing, actually, I think it might have been George Russell who talked about it. The difference between us coming on here and simulating a race on the PC is that we've got the only simulation that uses the same input device as the real thing. Like if you're playing Tiger Woods golf, or if you're using a first-person shooter, or riding a horse, or any other simulation you might like to name, except perhaps an aircraft, you're not using the same input device as the real-life driver. You've got a wheel that's giving significant kickback, pedals that are giving significant resistance, and probably a pretty similar seat if you've got any choice in the matter. So we're running the same input devices, and I think that's where a lot of us get passionate about sim racing, because we can think that a lot of the skills that you acquire in controlling the car, getting to the apex, focusing on exit speed, etc., will translate very, very well into real life speed. Apart from the fitness, the heat, and the danger, and the money, the rest of it's pretty similar.
Yeah, you don't have the, when you're talking about physicalities, you still have to steer, you have to steer for, 200 laps or for 24 hours here. So there is that physical element to it. Obviously, you're not sitting in a 200-degree hot box that's, cooking you while you're driving it around. But yeah, there's definitely still a physical, feeling here. And maybe, one last question that I have for Dennis is, typically when you're driving in a real kart or a car or in the real world, you have these physical things like heat, smell, that keep you, the feeling of G-force keeps you, knowledgeable in the moment, right? Like you're focused. And is it tough when you translate over to sim racing, not having those just extra elements, those things that you would notice? Does it ultimately, is it harder to keep your focus over a long term when you're running one of these stints?
I would say for me it's a little bit more difficult to focus in sim racing, because you have to do a lot of the inputs yourself, and you have to hold the steering wheel in place. Otherwise it starts going from side to side due to some restrictions in most simulators. And yeah, I think the whole element that you're not enclosed in a object that goes from a relatively slow, varying between fast and slow speeds, sort of, there's some things that can take your attention in your room, and that makes it a little bit more easier to lose concentration, I would think. Right. I've been sim racing for probably 16, 17 years now, and I'm quite used to it. But yeah, sure. Like if I find myself in a race where it's not the most interesting thing I could do at the time, then I would lose my concentration pretty easily. Yeah.
Right, and there's no one to tell you not to put your phone next to you, so...
Exactly.
While your Twitter's blowing up, you might be like, I'm on the back straight away. I have an opportunity here to maybe peek at that, and then that removes a little bit of that concentration when you're, ultimately when you're in the physical car, you would you would be locked into that position, so it's a bit more difficult to step away from it. And then also, just the level of risk that you're facing, your body, your adrenaline would be pumping, so your body's going to be reacting differently. I think to go back to David's point, ultimately with sim racing, it is the one esport, is the one part of gaming, right? Because even though this is sim racing and it's a little bit more sophisticated than just your typical racing game, it is gaming at the end of the day, and it is the one thing that has real world potential to cross over. I know that Brian Hydecotter, he was able to come up and go from the digital world to the physical world and actually do pretty good or pretty well in the Pirelli World Challenge. So that's I think that we're going to see more and more of that going forward. Lando Norris probably spends more time in a sim than he does in a physical car. There's a lot of drivers that are coming up through that, and obviously having the peripheral that is very similar. A steering wheel in a car is very similar to a steering wheel in a sim. But I think with that being said, I am going to put up $100 bounty, $100 of my own money, for anyone that can compete in a 24-hour race on a Dance Dance Revolution pad and Wii sticks. But you have to film it.
Yeah, just to end off here before I go, I think also the reason why you see a lot of this new generation of drivers using the simulator or quote unquote games to quote unquote have fun with, like these quote unquote games are becoming so good that it's more of a preparation tool than just having fun. It's a good way to interact with your friends across the world, sitting here on TeamSpeak and racing with the people from this kind of world. But it's also a very, very good experience, and very, I still learn. I learn a lot of my overtaking sort of experiments happened on the simulator before I put them out in real world. So I would probably say 50% of my racecraft comes from knowing where to go on the sim, and I can, relate to many situations that I see in real life. Them I've already seen in the sim before. So I use a lot from the sim to real world to sort of, make it all come together in the end.
Dennis, I reckon a lot of our really, really keen sim racing drivers and sim racing teams and viewers would find those remarks from you heartwarming, because to know how helpful it can be in a professional sense just gives us that little bit more meaning when we strap into the sim for a practice session.
Yeah, exactly, and I absolutely think that anyone that strives to do it, even if you have just a go-kart or whatever and you want to get good in racing, there is nothing stopping you from doing well on the sim. I think it's getting so close nowadays that you can translate most of it. If you can get used to the speed and the G-forces, then you pretty much have the basics already of inputs from your feet and hands.
Excellent.
That's all very well and good, Dennis. But when are we having this mud wrestle then?
We're not having it, Ed. I already told you. I don't want it.
I planned the pub to open during your driving stint, so I'm afraid you might not be able to drive then. But
yeah, okay.
Sorry.
I'll tell the team.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thanks.
We'll all just park now and join the pub in say half an hour, showers, and then we go.
I mean, if Martin could, I'd love to see Martin.
So,
All right.
believe it or not, guys, I have been assiduously since the first hour taking notes of what the standings were for the top three in every class and what the action involved in each hour. So here at the bottom half of the hour, if Neil wants me to, I can give a little bit of a recap on the first 8 hours of the race if you'd like me to.
That would be fantastic, yes.
Awesome. Well, as we know, we had Erhan Jajoski was on pole, but Schoenwild gave him the slip on the opening laps, and we ended the first hour with Schoenwild, Kasdorp and De Silva in the top three positions. And it's stabilised over the remaining hours. We've had the same protagonists really fighting for the podium in the LMHC class. We had Brewer, unfortunately, had a backer grid due to a communication breakdown, and he had to start behind all the other classes, but cleared them after one lap, but that put him 130 seconds behind, and his race hasn't actually recovered from that. Jos Araneda had a big DNF on lap 1 due to damage. The 3 Zancho cars dived into the lead in GTE. Very annoyingly not in numerical order, but I think they've corrected that. Now, no, they're out of numerical order again. They're 77, 97 and 87, which is quite inconvenient for us. But we had some fantastic fights in the opening laps, as you would expect. The second hour, end of the second hour, we had 4 LMP2s within 10 seconds of each other. So we had a massive fight going on in LMP2, and we had 4 GTE teams covered by the same 10 seconds. Most of them are pitting at 13 lap intervals, but in LMP2 we had multiple position changes and some fantastic overtakes down into the Mulsanne corner in the second hour. My highlight of hour 4, however, was the great Jackie X story related by Jonathan Green. I thought that itself was worth the price of admission. Hour 3, massive battle. We had 4 cars in the Hypercar class. Barclay, Burt, Philippikis and Jordan all within 4 seconds of one another from P4 to P7 in the Le Mans Hypercar class. So there's just a few of the little fights we've had, a few of the amazing battles we've had in each hour. So it's been an amazing race to date. Long may it continue.
Yeah, no kidding. It's actually good to have a bit of a recap, because I know for myself, I think when the race kicked off, I was still sleeping. I think I woke up, if I remember right, around like hour 5 or so. And then on our caster schedule, we I think PST, the calculation was just a little bit behind. But what's interesting is we actually have you notice in the race that they have driver switches. We actually have caster switches, which I'm sure you guys are aware of at this point. We have a bit of a schedule to work off of, which is cool. So yeah, I think just definitely having a bit of a recap, even for myself, is good to hear, because I know that, just even looking from the split times, it's rare to ever see in an endurance race where the top 3 drivers in any class are within 30, or let's say a minute of each other, and one small mistake can ultimately drive one of those higher sitting drivers a little bit further back in the row. The thing that I'm interested in, just from obviously not having all of the answers myself, is what happens when a driver makes a mistake. Can they go back to the garage and make the alterations and drive back on the track? Is there a certain limit to where the car is no longer drivable and they can't come back out onto track?
Yes, you've got a couple of choices, and it depends really on how severe the damage is. If the car is drivable, you can drive back, and we saw earlier tonight one of the hypercars lost his rear wing, and he hobbled back at quite slow speed.
Philippakis in the speeding by 18. Yeah, exactly.
So he drove back to the pits. If your car is totally destroyed and there's wheels torn off and blown engine, and the car, we've just seen a bump there. That was Temenik in an LMP2.
Yeah, it looks like he just got into the back of the, I think that's a GTE car just ahead of him. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, just coming into Indianapolis, it looks like he'd misjudged his braking distance and given a bit of a love tap for that GTE, which would not have been appreciated. But if the car is completely totaled, your option then is you've got to trick the sim into believing you've had an internet disconnect. So you literally pull out the Ethernet cable, shut the game down, using Task Manager. You can, if you press escape, everything's over. So you use the Task Manager, shut the sim down, fire everything up again, and the sim, thinking you've had a disconnect, will let you rejoin, and you'll find yourself back in the garage in a brand new car. Select your setup, and off you go. But of course, that's going to cost you, even if you're clever, 6 or 8 minutes.
Right.
So,
and depending where you are on the track, does it put you back into the garage on the current lap? So you're basically exiting the pit. No, say you're on lap 10, you would go ahead.
It doesn't recognize that you completed the lap you were on, and it also doesn't recognize your out lap either.
Ah.
So that's
okay.
That's depending on where you are on the track. That could essentially be a full lap then plus your out lap. So you've essentially lost 2 laps plus the time that it took for you to rejoin as well. So,
which in terms of a real life experience, that's pretty lenient, because normally if you've torn your car apart and only
It's gonna be
lost 10
30
minutes, it's a pretty good deal, really.
Yeah, I think ultimately we see with this pandemic a lot of real world drivers that have played around a little bit with sim racing. Now they're taking the dive a little bit further, and you see a lot of series swapping over and doing sim racing. But that's probably one of the biggest things, right, for these drivers that are native to the real world. Swapping over to sim racing, there's little tiny quirky things like that you would never know the answer to if you crash your car. Those are things that you don't know, that they're not written in a textbook somewhere that you can read up on. It's just ultimately something that you're going to have to do a little bit of studying yourself, or join a team that can help you with that. But even for myself, I don't know all of the ins and outs of rFactor. And as I say that, is that going to be the Zan Show 77 going inside for the race lead?
Yes, Tyne and Derlin making the way up towards Indianapolis, and Tyne does make that move, and Derlin coming towards Indianapolis corner, so-called because it's left-handed and banked, as we're coming towards Arnage. And something that Arnage here is something that's fairly interesting, is that Arnage is the slowest corner on the circuit. You may think it is Mulsanne corner, for example, or the Dunlop chicane. It's actually Arnage's slowest corner on the circuit, just because it is slightly off camber as well. You don't really see that, but you certainly feel it when you're going through, because you can just get an extraordinary amount of understeer if you get the throttle on at the wrong moment.
Yeah, 100%. It's a corner that I don't think it ever feels that you've got it right, because it is so slow. There's no aero at all. And coming out of Indianapolis, it's just that little bit tempting to... I usually count the painted white lines on the left to get a braking marker, and the broken white lines, and you're so tempted to always go one line further, but it is just a stupid decision, because you're gaining potentially half a tenth of a second, and potentially, that corner is all about exit, like so many of the tight corners here at Le Mans. It is all about exit coming out of Arnage, because if you get a good exit from there, you just see your pace build all the way up to the Porsche curves. So it's a frustrating corner, never feels right. Or it's always tempting to brake a little late and just make it even harder. So yeah, one of the most simplest and slowest, but one of the most frustrating corners on the whole track, in my opinion.
You've got many corners like that in real life, where there's like 100 lines through it, but none of them are the correct one. Like the second last corner at Sepang, for example, as well. There's no correct line through that corner.
Actually, funny enough,
wrong, it feels fast, right? Like when you feel like you're messing it up, that's when it actually starts to feel fast. And you're like, wait, this didn't feel good, but it actually is way faster, and maybe I should make an adjustment. So it's always a matter of figuring out what that exact line is going to be, and then trying to convince your mind to allow you to do it the next time by.
You mentioned Indianapolis being banked, and I think that's an interesting one. I was trying to improve my performance around this track a couple of weeks ago. I did a 24-hour race for a smaller league, and I was looking at a replay of one of the quicker drivers' laps, and coming into Indianapolis, the right-hand kink, I was just making such an effort to get over to the right to make a perfect line through the bank left-hand corner, but there was this bloke going so much quicker than me. His apex speed on that right-hander was about 15 kilometers an hour faster than me, and he just wasn't bothering. He was just entering the tight left-hand section lower down, further to the left, and of course, because it was banked, it hardly mattered, and the exit speed hardly mattered as well, because it's such a short little straight there. So I adopted that, and being a banked corner, there's more than one line, and whereas you get a completely flat corner, that's not the case. So it's an interesting spot, and some of the quicker guys utilize that to their advantage when they're looking for an overtake.
Yeah, I think you had previously mentioned that it is one of the slowest. The Arnage is one of the slowest corners on the track, and I think with this track especially, you are relying on your aerodynamics of your car, right? Because a majority of the corners are fast sweeping corners. You have a straightaway that leads into it, so you have a lot of downforce into your braking. And I think that Indianapolis really breaks up the, your speed right before Arnage. You're accelerating up into the point that you get to Arnage while you're exiting out of Indianapolis, but you're not ultimately at the same the same speed that you would be, when you're entering Mulsanne.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the entry speed to that right-hand kink just before Indianapolis, the cars are only 5 kilometers slower than their absolute top speed on Mulsanne. And in real life, I believe that's the actual fastest part of the track.
Wow.
So the hypercars, which are doing, I think, maybe 335. Even the LMP2s are doing 335, I think. On the straight, they're doing 330 into that kink. So it's incredibly quick.
Yeah, and let's talk about the hypercars, because I think for anyone that is watching, that typically watches the 24 hour of Le Mans in the real world, the hypercars aren't something that have been instituted yet into the WEC series. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think it's a very interesting conversation, because it in my opinion, reading between the lines and seeing which way the wind's blowing, it's far from a done deal. The ACO, the Automobile Club West, which is the organising body for Le Mans and then by virtue the World Endurance Championship, they basically had to replace the LMP1 category, because the LMP1 category, a little bit like Formula One, the engineering challenges had become so huge because the restriction of fuel flow, the requirement to have certain level of fuel economy, the requirement to have energy regeneration, and the prestige of winning the event meant that companies like, Porsche and Audi, of course, the same family company, but Toyota, Porsche, Audi were spending 150 to 180 million euros a season running their LMP1s. So it becomes a very big corporate decision whether you keep doing that. So that support fell away, and they need a new class. So they proposed the Hypercar class, which has fairly open spec allowances in terms of engine size, and with a target of being able to run the car for 25 million euros for a season. But the manufacturers pushed back and said, well, no, that's too much. We want to be able to do it for 20. So the ACO tweaked the rules to make it doable for 20 million. But one of the initial most interested teams was Aston Martin. Well, of course, their share price has tanked, gone from £18 when the company was floated 2 or 3 years ago to 35p per share. They're in diabolical financial straits. So Lance Stroll has just bought a controlling interest in Aston Martin, and he's a businessman, and he said, guys, you can forget about going racing hypercars. Let's see if we can make some money. Porsche aren't interested. Ferrari's not interested. McLaren are holding a watching brief, and the only company that has said, look, we're in with our ears pinned back, count us in for sure, is Toyota. So, it's still a pretty big spend, and, you've got to ask yourself as a manufacturer, where's the payback? Is the person going to walk into the showroom and say, oh, is this the same company that won Le Mans with a car that I can't even understand?
Right.
Because their other option is to just soup up the LMP2s a bit, because they're artificially slowed down by,
right,
power and air restrictors, etc. So that's their other option.
Yeah, I think you raise a good point, right? Like the race on Sunday and going to the showroom on Monday is something that in the US, obviously with NASCAR, it's not the most interesting of racing, but it's been successful in the fact that the cars and the chassis and the bodies look exactly like, or relatively like, something that someone could go over to the showroom and buy. And I think that, with a hypercar, obviously it's not something that you could buy, but it's something that you could, you could, like, at some point, if you become a multi-millionaire, you could buy a McLaren Senna, but you couldn't buy like an LMP2 or LMP1 car and drive it around.
No, yes, and I think, if memory serves me correctly, I think there's a rule in the regulations where say they have to manufacture 50 cars equivalent to what they're.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Neil. Cars. I did my homework a week or two ago, and I'm not sure what the exact number was. But
But also, with the new hypercar regulations, you've got private manufacturers coming as well. For example, Bicolis and Glickenhaus
Yeah,
are
exactly.
both doing it, and that Glickenhaus is going to look fantastic because all Glickenhaus cars do. But something else that they've done to help bolster the numbers is that they're bringing in LMDH as well. So what they're doing is the the Daytona prototypes from the IMSA series, the WeatherTech series now, I believe it is. I believe they're going to try and make that some sort of parity with the hypercars, so at least those two classes can run together at Le Mans and indeed through the WECs, and indeed the hypercars can go across to America and run the IMSA series as well.
Well, that's interesting to know. But and also, if you look at companies like Bicolis and was it Koenigsegg, the other one that you mentioned?
Glickenhaus.
Okay. It almost, to me, makes more commercial sense for those guys to say, okay, for 25 million, we can build a car and go racing. Let's find a sponsor, get a big corporate logo on the car, and let's go racing. And I think that's an easier decision than a manufacturer saying, well, look, we're going to go down the route of producing these cars, because it just takes their eye off the ball of making the cars that make money for them. And just a really interesting little anecdote in terms of the cost of going racing. So if it was 100+ million to do LMP1 for a season, LMP2 4 to 5 million euros for a season, and you can buy the chassis for 483,000 euros. That's the maximum they can charge you. And the engines have to last 50 hours. And LMP3, you can buy one of them secondhand at the moment for £85,000. That's about 100,000 euro, complete with engine, and go racing. So you're probably talking $500,000 for a season in P3.
Yeah, that's just incredible that you can buy a race car that is in an international series, such as the European Le Mans series.
Exactly.
For such a little amount of money. I think they use the LMP3 in the Creventic series as well.
Yep, and they have a 1 hour race on the Le Mans weekend on the Saturday morning. So you can go to Le Mans, race an LMP car. So interesting when you start thinking about what the numbers really are. I'm just looking here for close battles, and we've got Paul Holt in the Fair Racing Team car 39 is 0.7 of a second off P7, the Butler Powell Motorsport car of Nicholas Hillebrand. So they're in a close gap, but we're watching a close gap here as well on the Sky. We're with Paul Holt now. So these two guys have been duking it out for quite a few laps.
Yeah, I think going back to your LMP 1, 2, and 3 situation that we're looking at right now, I think the one thing that has to be stated is that LMP1 cars are probably the most beautiful cars ever made. They are so badass looking. But I'm definitely open to the idea that we're going to see, a little bit of a mix up in just in the type of cars that we're seeing compete. Seeing GT3 is fantastic. GTE is just, I love seeing. I've always loved watching those cars drive around. And even going back into the past, into the 70s, when Oldsmobiles were a thing that were racing on the track. It's always cool to see different manufacturers showing up. But I think you were mentioning that you have to, for these manufacturers to be able to be involved in GT racing or in like a higher level competition, they have to manufacture at least 50 of the cars, right, for it to be competitive. And I remember, I can't remember the exact brand. I think it was Ferrari back in the 1960s. When the FIA showed up to their factory, they didn't have enough of the cars. So what they did is they just kept rotating them through the factory to make it seem that like there was 100 cars. Which is it's just I love the little meta games that go on. It's fantastic.
Only in Italy. And a funny thing happened with Alfa Romeo in the British touring cars. They wanted to have a car that had a nice aerodynamic profile. So what they did, they made available a kit of spare parts that if somebody ordered the car, the bits were in the boot, and that was how they homologated the car for the British touring cars. So it was like a 150-pound kit in a plastic bag in the boot that you would stick on yourself. But it made their car legal, and they won that season of British touring cars.
Wow.
So yeah, Well, we've got some nice close battles on at the moment. Chris Severth and Andrew Kirley. 3.4 second gap. We've got them on screen now. One other little thing, having driven a GTE in a race on this track a couple of weeks ago, there's a lot of aero wash off the LMP2 cars, which you might not think looking at the size of them, because they're not big cars, but they run a lot of aero. And if you've been lapped by an LMP2 and you're coming into a corner, you lose a lot of downforce in the GTEs, a significant amount. You really do feel it. So,
right, and especially when you're sitting in traffic, right? If you're in a battle and you have a guy that's, you know, in this battle we're seeing right now, it's about a 4-second gap, but if you end up getting washed out and make a small mistake, ultimately that guy behind has a much better opportunity to catch you. But not only that, you know, if you're in this traffic, if the guy behind can slip in behind one of those LMP1 cars, you know, or a higher class car, he might be able to actually get a bit of an advantage on some draft as well.
Yeah, get a little bit of a tow. In fact, Cameron Roger, who I think might be racing or somehow involved this weekend in this event, from over in Formula Sim Racing, a good commentator and a good driver himself, he made the very accurate observation. It's funny, we call it a slipstream or a draft when we like it, and we call it dirty air when we don't like it, but it's actually the same thing.
Yep.
So
yeah, it's just a matter of the perspective, right? It's just it changes. Yes. It's the exact same thing, but it changes depending on whether or not it's helping you out. I know that there's a few things like that in motorsports that it's really nice when it's helping you. Like DRS is great when you're trying to catch up, but it sucks when you're in the lead and someone's dropping his rear wing to catch you.
Now, one thing I'll mention about this sim, that some of our viewers, I know we've got a lot of expert people watching at the moment, because a lot of the teams are watching the live stream to keep up to date, but some people watching may not be aware, and in the future other people looking at this replay may not be aware, but there's a feature within rFactor 2 where we can use a live weather plugin. So there's no scripted weather. We're plugged into a weather station nearby the track at Le Mans, and it regularly updates with the actual weather. So I'm on the weather site here at the moment, and the temperature has dropped down from 18 degrees to currently 12 degrees. The track surface temperature stays the same. It's always the same. It's 29 degrees, but the ambient temperature drops. And teams that are really on the ball and on the money will take notice of that, and you can actually increase the radiator tape. You can reduce the cooling a little bit and get a little bit more top speed through a bit less wind resistance through the cool night air, and then take a bit of radiator tape off in the morning. And if you're doing a full service, so fuel and tyres, there's no time lost for adding a bit of tape onto the radiator, and you will get a touch more top speed, which is why that facility exists.
Right. I think that just those little tiny details, right? When you're sitting here, you know, from my perspective, being someone that, you know, has raced in the real world, has raced in sim racing to a certain extent, right? Nothing super competitive, but when you're sitting here from our perspective, you know, ultimately you can look at this and be like, oh, okay, hey, this is just a sim, right? Like, this is a sim, you know, it's cars, that it's close to real life, but it's not, you know, you don't know the extent of what detail goes into this, right? And I think that those small little tidbits, like the weather reacts like it does in real life, right? That's something that's completely uncontrolled by man. So ultimately your strategy, you know, ends up changing, and then you have to use the tools that the teams would use in the real world, right? Monitoring, you know, if you're Zano, you're going to be sitting there monitoring the weather and paying attention and seeing if, you know, all of a sudden there might be, you know, rain in the next few hours, because that can alter what's happening in the game. Right?
Absolutely. And if you're going to go racing, if you're, you know, about to sit in your room and get into your sim and go racing, the very fact that you've got to check the weather forecast, it just adds an edge to the whole weekend. It just adds an element of unpredictability, an element of realism. I think the big word that a lot of people use is immersion, that you're fully immersed. If you're checking the real world weather before you jump into the sim, it's quite amazing. One other little tidbit I'll throw out there for people that aren't aware is that rFactor 2 runs a system called Railroad, and what it is the track rubbers in. And it doesn't rubber in any sort of pre-programmed saturation level. It's every car that goes over the track leaves rubber. So as the rubber builds up on the track surface, grip increases, Tyre temps actually reduce a little because there's more rubber on the road. Tyre wear decreases a little bit, and you can. Whoop, we've had.
Oh no.
Rick Temenick has had a bit of an offer that looked like Indianapolis to me. Yep, very easy spot to overdo it. So he's now coming up to Arnage, the corner we looked at before. He might have had a very minor touch on the wall there, but that is.
I think that's Alexei Kutsak, not Rick. I think that's the Team RGPL car.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think.
okay.
Yeah, I think that was the number 27 car, and it's just past midnight here in Central Europe. It is now officially Sunday, so I think it is time for another rundown of at least what the classes look like as it stands. And at the moment, it is Risto Capit in the lead of the race in that number 7 AAA Esports, and second is Yuri Kastorp in the 10 Singularity Racing, and it's Ernst Grunfleet in number 9 Nigeria Racing, Alex Siebel in 4th in the Edge Esports, ringing out top 5 number 3 Wanako car, currently being driven by Nico Barclay. And now if we move on towards the LMP2 field, in the lead at the moment, I make that, if I find the right tab, is Alan Terzic at the moment in the lead of the LMP2 field. Hydra Racing number 40, then it's Enzo Fazzi in the number 30 Singularity Racing, Matthew Beavis in the number 26 Waveframe Esports, number 33 of Roman Jakobovic in the VRC1, then it is the second Waveframe Esports, number 36 of Danilo Smereglio, and then moving down towards the GTEs, is number 77, Jarl Tain in the Zano. Second is the number 60, Martin Dearland in the Singularity Racing car. Third is the 97 of Joran Djordjevic in the Zano. Fourth is the number 87 of Olivier Fortin. And then rounding at the top 5 is number 74, Daniel Pastor, currently driving for Juices Motorsport Club. With that, it being midnight, that means at least, for now, my stint is over, and we will welcome back Lewis McGlade for the next hours.
It's I think it's 5, something like that. I don't know. I'm here until 4. Yeah, 4 o'clock in the morning.
This is
I'm so
terrible
sorry.
news.
It is horrible.
I'm so
news
sorry.
for everyone sat behind the scenes. Well, thank you, Neil.
Thanks,
We'll
babe.
see you in the morning.
Yes, I'm 9 a.m. Central European time, so you can work out what that is in your regional time zone.
Yeah, as long as it's correct on the spreadsheet, which Elliot's wasn't earlier. Thanks, Ed. Nice shout.
No.
Good shout.
Oh,
Good shout, Ed.
He's trying to sabotage us, Lewis. He's trying to put he's trying to mess with the ranks. You know what I mean? People
Yeah,
are.
It's hashtag blame Ed.
Exactly. It's
Exactly.
always hashtag blame Ed. Bless him. He's trying to make a spreadsheet now on a 13-inch laptop monitor. So power to him. You go, girl.
The Google Sheets strategy is really helping. Luckily for my schedule, when I was looking at that to join in and casting, it was lucky that the time on the sheet was an hour early and not an hour late. Because
yeah.
I think people would be like, "All right, where's this guy? Where is he?"
That's a 5-minute nap.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Oh, he's late. Sorry, we've already had one person late today, so you know, might as well make it a second. I can't rip into Ewan that much about it. He's a good lad.
Yeah, I think I was probably most worried that I was going to be late, just because like my timing just in general is always awful. So I was relieved to have an extra hour to sit and figure things out, because I hadn't done any research, and I hadn't even realized what application that we were using. I did go through the track, and I did some studying. I have driven on Le Mans in a few different sims and games, but as we've seen in a few other series that Lewis and I have casted, I typically screw up the specific names of the corners.
You do, Les Com.
Yeah, Les Com
is a real standout there, mate.
yeah. So I think the longer we go on, the one strategy I was thinking of implementing was just adding in more, basically adding on to the French pronunciation. I think I keep saying pronunciation. Pronouncing it a little more French and a little more French. The funny thing is that I took French for a few years, but
I can do that for you if you like, as the cars run down the ligne à droite Hunandiers at full speed.
Goodness me, let's
into the Deuxième ralentissement.
Ooh. Okay.
Muy bien.
It's a very rare opportunity for an Australian for cultural one-upmanship.
That's very good. I will give you a 10 out of 10 on that.
Yep.
That's very nice. I will just tell you
Professional commentation.
one interesting thing that's just happened on the previous rotation of the 13.6 mile circuit. Arne Scainvliet set the fastest lap of the race, a 3:19.916. I did hear you saying earlier that the track temperature doesn't change. That's different this year because the track temperature is live as well. But it follows with the ambient temperature, so it's not live per se. Just it keeps up to date. So currently in game, it is 9 degrees ambient temperature. It means the track is also 9 degrees. So both actually do change this year. It's not locked to the 29 like we're all known for in RF2 in the classic days. So we're okay.
That's good. That's interesting news.
It's why the track is I mean a 3:19.9 this late in the race. He's just done a 21.0 with traffic as well. That's some pretty credible pace from the Azura driver. Not to be not really surprising. He's a quick boy, is the Belgian.
Well, he was unbelievable over the first hour or two, and I think he's been having a break. And now that he's back in the car, he was the one that I definitely earmarked to keep an eye out on. And when I first looked at him, when I got involved, he was about 106 behind Kasdorp, and he's now about 101 behind Kasdorp. So, yeah, Arne is absolutely flying. And the guy in front of him, Yuri Kasdorp, of course, is no stranger to this race, and there's actually won it, I think, on 1 or 2 occasions.
Twice, I think it is. It's not he didn't win the last time. Hold on. Give me a moment. He won it in season 10, along with Christian, who is his teammate in this one, Christian Michel. And
I know Christian.
Those two were also teammates in the season 9 24 Hours of Mon, which they also won. So fun fact. Those two have won it the previous in season 10 and season 9. They didn't win it last year, but Team Singularity did win it. Jordi Zvaz, who's behind the wheel of that car as well, was part of the outfit that won it last season. So pretty handy behind the wheel of this car, and that Team Singularity looking pretty strong. Of course, the only outfit to have a car in all 3 classes that won in all 3 classes back in Interlagos. Another cheeky fun fact about that race: that was the smallest margin of victory of any race this season, at 0.34 of a second after 8 hours.
Wow. That is a
margin.
little baby. Yeah, that is a tight margin to end a race, and potentially we're going to see some of that as well in the GTE class, because the gap is. I actually haven't been paying attention too much to the pitting, like in what stint each one of these cars and teams are on in the current stage, but having like a 30-second gap between each car in a class is going to come down to one small mistake can really just close that in, right? And by the time that these guys are floating this for the next 12 hours, they ultimately just want to hang on to that distance, right? Because you don't want to put yourself in a position where you can't compete at the end of the race. But yeah, maybe in 12, if you guys keep watching in chat, if you just keep watching for the next 12 to 15 hours, you'll see what happens ultimately. So just literally do not stop watching for 12 hours.
Just sit here. The only time you should stop watching is when we change stream at the 16-hour mark before we go to the 3rd and final one. That's the only time you should stop watching.
And then you have to yell to your mom for Hot Pockets.
Exactly. I can't do that because for my mum, she's 150 miles away, so I can't really. I'm quite loud. I'm not that loud though.
We got to put her to work,
when I was doing my homework to prepare for this commentary, one thing I had to look at was how many hours the teams have raced this season. And for the viewers who aren't aware, this season started 7 months ago in October at Silverstone with a 4-hour event. And since then, there's been races at Silverstone, Sepang, Nürburgring, Imola, Sao Paulo, Sebring, Virginia, a total of 38 hours of racing, 1,528 laps for the LMPs, for the hypercars, and we still have in all classes 3 teams that can win the title, because being the 24 Hours of Le Mans, it's double points, so it's like 2 rounds, and it's possible for any one of the top 3 teams to win this event after 1,500 laps of racing. It is quite incredible.
You know why I like that? Because I also have the same stat. I did the same thing.
Oh,
it's 1,000. Yeah,
I ran on your parade.
But I also, I'm going to take it that step further. I also have the amount of kilometers completed prior to this.
Well done. Now you have to be aware that a kilometer is not like a mile, because this track is 13.6 kilometers.
It is indeed 13.626 kilometers, and I would do it in miles, but I don't know what it is in miles. And also, sorry, by the way, anyone who is American or whatever.
About 8.5.
It's tough.
Be about 8.5.
You don't.
bad.
You don't. When we're doing motorsport, you don't count in miles.
Is that why F1 does their broadcast in miles?
No, they don't.
They do, don't they? Or is that just on the NBC broadcast?
It's kilometers. Kilometers is the big one. We always talk in kilometers, mate.
I don't even know what a kilometer is.
A kilometer.
So I'm just
You take a mile, you times it by 5, and you divide it by 8.
Listen, this is America, and we make race cars, so we're going to have our own measurements.
To be fair, actually, you could probably work this one out quite quickly.
You know how I said it's about 8.5 miles?
Yeah.
It's 8.51 miles.
Oh, that's nice.
That's annoying, isn't it?
That's close. That's close. By the way, the amount of kilometers completed thus far prior to this round is 7,886.74 kilometers, which is about 5,000 miles.
Wow.
So there's a fun little tidbit. I can actually work out how many kilometers we've done this race.
Well, and for the top 3, because I looked at all the gaps in all the previous races. the top 3 are covered by after all that racing, 378-second gap. So what, 6-minute gap?
Not bad over a season. I think AAA dropped a lap at some point, and obviously they dropped out of. We'll ignore that. I know Edge Esports did drop a lap at Sebring through the red flag. They won't be too happy about that, but it is what it is. We've passed, by the way, 2,000 kilometers of racing today. We've done 2,180, which is already the longest distance we've done in any race this season. Already.
Well, if we're comparing notes as casters and we did our homework, I'll share what I did my homework on. First off, we're at Le Mans, which is in France. Okay, so we're at a track in France.
Yeah, good.
Plenty of corners. So these are cars, 4 wheels, going around the track. Apparently, there's this thing called a kilometer, which I'm not entirely sure what that is. But yeah, news to me. This is exciting as we're going to be coming across the front straightaway. I know that whenever Lewis and I do cast together, I just call everything a straightaway.
It is good. He's on the back straightaway.
Which one? The Dunlop. This is the Dunlop chicane. I know this.
Isn't it called the back stretch?
That's in NASCAR, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
I guess it's the same thing, though, isn't it? I do like how they call.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. I'm American, so everything is a straightaway because ultimately it's just left-hand corners, right? So it's just.
You call it's where it does the dog leg. That's still a straightaway. I'm like, yeah, but there's 2 left-handers in that, mate.
Yeah, but you make the corner and then you're straight again, so it's a straightaway, right? So you're just ultimately always.
The dog leg, mate.
So Lewis, I was wondering, because it's 11:30 here in the UK now, we've got 364 people watching live, whether we could open it up to viewer questions with the hashtag AskVEC, and one of us might know the answer. We won't promise to know everything.
Oh, good Lord, no. I wouldn't know. Oh, I mean, yeah,
but if you've got questions about the cars or the sim or the race, the season, we'll do our best.
Ask questions about the cars. I have no idea.
I could also apply some questions in there too, because I probably have none of the answers, but a majority of the questions. So I'll just, I'll if we don't get a lot of questions, because do you guys know demographic wise what as far as like where the viewers are? Is this mostly like people on your guys' side of the ocean, or is it kind of all over the place?
I would be very much surprised if much of it comes from outside of Europe. I'm sure there'll be little bits that come from Australia, more in like support of like some of the Australian drivers that do it. Same with America. We've got a few Americans in this from the West Coast and the East Coast. So there'll be a little bit from that side, but realistically not very much. It is very much a European sim racing, at least of this kind. I think on rFactor 2. I mean, this is like very much a like an echo chamber kind of thing, because you know what you're around rather than like exploring and whatnot. But realistically, I'd say for the most part on RF2, a lot of it is just European based anyway. iRacing is where you get a lot of the Yanks.
Forgive me for cutting across you for a moment, but we look like we've got a live battle here for P6 in LMP2. Paul Holt versus Nicholas Hillebrand. So that might be worth a little look. Yep, here we are live. Thank you very much, Jimmy. So this is a live fight for position. 1.2 second gap. Sorry to cut across you there.
It's tightening up.
Yeah, I think it's always important to cut off Lewis at a certain point. We'll just continue to do.
I don't think there's many people in the comments that all disagree with you there, mate.
But yeah, absolutely. It's always interesting to see where the races are going on track, and I'm sure you guys are able to keep track of that a little bit better than I am, because I actually don't have live timing. I was scammed. I got no information, but that's totally fine with me. I think the interesting thing with endurance racing in general is that eventually, right, when you go into it, over a few hours at least, the battles are happening all around the track, right? You pretty much have consistent traffic throughout, and then sometimes it stacks up just a little bit. So it's worth jumping around here and there to find these, and definitely keeping your eye on it over there. Able to find this one.
It is indeed tightening up. Paul Holt is coming at a rapid rate of knots to catch the German of Nicholas Hillebrand. There was one question, which was what is the fastest lap of the race so far? That is a 3:19.916, courtesy of Azura Racing's Armour Sconefield. That came in about 20 minutes ago. Fired it in. And in doing so, he is lapping about 2 seconds quicker than Yuri Kasdorf ahead, which is pretty hot right now. I'll give it
Well, Arn was an absolute beast for the first 2 hours. I think he pulled a 12-second gap in the first hour. I think at the end of the first hour, he had pulled a 15-second gap, which he is an absolute beast in that car.
Really, really. I mean, Arnold's a bit of a beast in anything. You stick a wheel in front of him, and he'll drive whatever you've got. He's a monster driver, and it's really no surprise that he's doing that well. Here's another fairly close battle, just a little bit further down the order. This one's between the World of Sim Racing car and which one's the one ahead? It's Talk. What's it called? Oh, how often do you know this? Drive Game Scene. Why do I keep thinking it's Talking Dog? I don't know. That's a completely different team from a very different year. But either way, these two are also pretty close. Porsche versus Corvette. That Corvette, I'm going to say, is about to absolutely blast past on the run down towards the second chicane in the Molson. And here he goes in the slipstream. You can see in the top right, looking backwards from the Drive Game Seat Racing.
Oh, what a picture.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nice going red. There we go. Easy as you like, past, and has the high ground going into the second chicane. Easy move. Nice bit of slipstream.
We're getting some stunning pictures now from Mulsanne Straight. You can almost smell the onions cooking, can't you? Late into the night here on Saturday night in downtown Le Mans.
Making me hungry now. Technically, it's Sunday morning. It's just gone past midnight, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought at some stage tonight we could have a fun discussion about what's the difference between a GT. Oh, what a move!
Nearly what a move. He was thinking about diving it down the inside there into Mulsanne corner.
so much respect for anybody who successfully pulls off a move there without any contact, because that corner is incredibly tricky with no traffic. I find, you get to that kink, and do I lift, do I brake, do I downshift, do I do all three? When do I do it? It is just so tricky, and the Porsche is coming up beside him as they head up from Mulsanne corner up towards the Indianapolis.
Tony went through.
Nicely done. Easily done, realistically. That was a bit of respect from the two, a bit of patience from the two as well. Nice work. And they're all status quo now, and just return to normal. Good move.
A bit of respect on the track creates great racing, doesn't it? You can have you can fight with somebody for hours if on track if you both show each other respect and give racing room. But the moment people get silly, it's all over.
I
So,
do like.
we'll-
I like a
we'll-
bit of spice, though. You know, do you not like a bit of spice on track? You know, a bit of a heated race. We saw that with Henry Drury and Rory McDuff earlier in the race. Different strategies. They had contact in the previous race, which.
Oh yes, I remember that
wasn't pretty.
That was into and out of the second chicane, wasn't it?
No, well, there was a little bit of contact between them, and then
There was a
go
little
down
bit
to
of
Molson corner.
argy-bargy.
But then it was the move that Rory McDuff put on around the outside of. Oh, there you go.
Oh, one's pitting.
Straight in the pit. Around the outside of the Porsche curves.
that was unbelievable.
Absolutely stunning. I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen a few moves there, but that one is absolutely the highlight. It was completely just ridiculous.
Yeah,
Such a good move.
Was that in a previous race or was that in this race?
No, in this one.
Okay,
They had contact in the previous race, and then they had contact in
Ah.
this race as well. So really not getting along. Good lads.
Yeah,
We've got a couple of questions here, lads.
that's good racing. Somebody asking about the Le Mans Hypercar.
It's the new McLaren, completely different class to a 911. That McLaren Senna is the GTR. That's a hypercar class. So that's like the LMP1 of the current VEC regulations. So it is 30
seconds.
31, 32 seconds quicker a lap
No,
than a GTE.
And a bit of interesting trivia for you. There's some of the maths I was doing, Lewis, is that the LMHC, Le Mans Hypercar class driver, can expect to lap any given GTE driver every 7 laps.
Oof. Very nice. Me and Rory were trying to work that out
So,
Rory
yeah,
from the
yeah,
LMP2 side of things. So very nice.
The sort of nerdy things I calculate. So over 400 lap event, that's a lot of times. So
That is.
whereas the hypercars, we've got another fight for position going on here on screen between a beautifully decorated Corvette and the Porsche.
Been racing for Holland
Again.
and the Juicers car. That's the lone Juicers car that's left in the race because the other one's, I think, retired due to aero damage. Bit of a post about that on Juicers Motorsport Club's Facebook.
So they're hot and heavy. The Corvette probably should be able to hold him off with its V8 grunt down the straight, but the Porsche, no one's told the Porsche driver that.
No.
He is fully into it.
The Porsche is still pretty quick on a straight line, but it's not Corvette quick. The Corvette and the Aston are the two quickest on the straight lines. Then I think it's the Porsche and then the BMW. I'm not actually too sure which one's quicker on the. I think the BMW might be. I can't remember. I've not done the research on that. I deal with a lot of BMW drivers and I just don't listen to them. Just talk a load of rubbish. There was another question there, which I actually don't know the answer to fully. We'll see if there's going to be a little change for position here. It's about setup of the car, so we'll get to that in just a moment. That Corvette's going to hang on as the Hydra Esports car rockets by around the outside. Alan Terzic behind the wheel of that one, I believe, still. It's to do with what was the question? How much does the setup from the cars differ from the sim to the real world? Now, personally, from my knowledge, a lot, because there are some things that kind of shouldn't work that do, and there are other things that make actual sense. For the most part, there are bits of information that you can take, but for the most part, you take everything with a pinch of salt and then kind of work with the rest of it. Of course, there's only so much simulation that you can do, and physics from cars differ wildly. So there's only actually so much that you can take from the real world. I mean, thankfully, I've had the pleasure of working with a few real world drivers who have given their feedback. I won't go too much into it though. But there are some positives. There are some drawbacks. So it's sort of, I think that one's pretty 50-50.
Pretty regularly, if you're having an issue with the car, you can feel something going wrong. Most drivers can pretty much attribute it to some of the same adjustments, right? So
Is that
just
Elliot's breaking up a little bit.
I didn't know that was me. Elliot, you're breaking up quite a bit there, pal.
Now,
How
we
about
did-
now? Am I
There
better
we
now?
go.
What
Yeah, you're
happened?
good now.
I turned into a
That was
robot.
quality.
Yeah, I turned into AI for a little bit there, I guess. If that happens, yeah, just yell at me.
No worries.
I
That was
have no
really
way to
quite
monitor
good.
that. Yeah. But yeah, I think in most cases you have adjustments just in feeling of the car that you can usually translate over to the game itself. So if it's something with just like how the car is stiff or the tire pressures, you can typically notice that. But I think with the small details, obviously the sims are trying to be as close to reality as possible, but sometimes the feeling that the driver gets will be a little bit different. And as I say that, it looks like the Porsche might be actually going to the inside here, the Deuce's car, just down the back straightaway. To say that. I think this is the first.
This is
chicane on
called the
straightaway.
main straight, this one.
Yeah.
Main straightaway. Okay.
This is the Ligne à droite Hunundière, otherwise known as the Mulsanne Straight.
The
And
Mulsanne
they're just
yeah.
exiting the Premier Ralentissement.
Can I just note that whenever the Juice's car pulls out the slipstream, it's got nothing. There's not enough horses in that car to pull past the Corvette at the moment, so
it's
nothing's changing there.
It's only a little baby 6-cylinder engine in that Porsche,
She does scream though, doesn't she?
I think you were asking a little bit earlier, Lewis, which car's faster, and I think the answer to that is the one that's behind, the one that's trying to use the slipstream to their advantage. But yeah, you see this. I mean, you see this in the real world as well. The Corvette definitely has a little bit more of the speed from acceleration. As soon as that Porsche sticks its nose out, just like you mentioned, it slows right down. So I guess the question is here: what is it worth it to be consistently battling? Is this Porsche going to be faster if it's if it is behind the Corvette? Is it going to be running faster lap times? Is it maintaining its tires? Driving in a defensive line, or is it worth going to the inside and making a pass as he just did?
I'd say he's going to get past pretty quickly, unless he picks up the slipstream a little bit off of the AAA esports car. He's going to get slipstreamed once again by the Corvette. Sim Racing for Holland being a little bit of a problem here for the number 74 Juice's Motorsports Club car. I'd say it depends on how much speed you're taking through the Porsche curves and on the brakes and stuff. We'll see if the Juice's car can sneak back through on the brakes. I don't think it will be. We've got one of the LMP2s also coming up behind it. Obviously can't tell because the lights. You can barely tell what car it is. I will say, once this is... Oh, it's a singularity. Oh!
Creating a bit of traffic there.
That was not so hot from the Juice's car. A bit of blocking there. I don't think it was anything too major. Maybe trying to focus on the car ahead and the LMP2 just trying to figure its way through.
Edge Esports car?
No, that's the that one that's just gone through there is Singularity, the LMP2.
Singularity. Okay.
Second in class at the moment, I think. Behind the Hydra, so the esports sister teams, Singularity and Hydra, by the way. Oh, I've just got that on replay. That was tight. That was nearly a very, very large crash. So that's great. There was a couple of other questions in the chat that I'm just going to try and flick through very quickly.
There was one asked by somebody called ZE Mike about do we know what LMHC cars will be racing next season, and I guess he means in real life. And we did talk about this maybe an hour and a bit ago, but bottom line is nobody really knows. At the moment, LMHC is a concept that's been put forward by the ACO, which run Le Mans and run the World Endurance Championship spec, to replace LMP1 because it just got too expensive. So they've gone to the manufacturers with this idea, or gone to the teams with this idea of a hypercar. Several teams are interested. Some are interested but don't have the money. And at the moment, the only definite is Toyota. Everybody else is a maybe. So it's still very much up in the air. And I think if Le Mans was going to go ahead on time, it probably would have been resolved sooner, but maybe not resolved to everybody's satisfaction. I.e., companies like Aston Martin have had to pull out because they've got more pressing issues financially. McLaren is still maintaining a watching brief, even though we're using their vehicle tonight. Ferrari are out, Porsche out, but there's a couple of private manufacturers, Coles and another team whose name I keep forgetting.
Yeah, there are a few that are looking at it. As if that question was towards VEC, we actually don't know. I'm assuming we're just sticking with the Senna because I don't think there's anything else in the works. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see. Another question: who are the commentators at the moment? David O'Reilly, then myself, Lewis McGlade, and Elliot Bishop as well. At the moment, of course, that chops and changes all the way throughout. We've got like Justin Sutton, we've got Aidan Millwood, Neil Heatley was on earlier. There's lots of commentators across the run of the 24 race as we look at Olivier Fortin. That's a name you know, Elliot. There you go. Fantastic. Are the lap times in sim racing comparable with real life? That I actually don't know.
I did some homework on this,
Carry
Lewis. On. Yeah, I was having a look at the real life qualifying lap times from Le Mans last year, and the GTE times at least were very, very similar. Sort of 350, 351. So, and I think that's one of the benchmarks when a serious company makes a simulation, is that one of the benchmarks they use is really to try to align the performance of the cars with the real world, because that's what gives them some credibility. So yeah, I think in rFactor 2 it's very, very similar. And we've got a question from Pernilla. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Is it easier to go from real life racing to sim, or from sim to real life? It's a shame you weren't here when we had a fantastic interview with Dennis Lind an hour or so ago, who is a real life endurance race driver and a very successful sim racing driver. And I think the summary of that conversation is that the line between the two is not as defined as it once was. You've got some amazing sim racers who are trying to get across into real racing. The biggest filter is money. And you've got a lot of real racing drivers lately trying their hand at sim racing. And I think, in my view, there's a very, very big correlation between your performance in a sim and your performance in the real world. The filters are, the performance filters are, you've got to be fit in a real car. You've got to be able to deal with the speeds and the G-force and keep your nerve in those conditions. But the biggest filter is money, because what you're seeing here is when you lower the entry point from, say, €1 million and you bring it down to sort of €1,000, which is what you need in equipment at minimum to go sim racing, you get a completely different set of top drivers. And these are the best drivers in the world when you lower the money filter from €1 million to €1,000, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. So a lot of correlation, in my view.
There is obviously, there are some things that you need to sort of be a sim driver to understand, in the sense of, like, there are certain exploits that you have in the sim, in the same way that you have certain exploits that you take on a track, that you take advantage of the sim, of the physics, where like, you kind of know how much you can throw the car into a corner. I know it sounds like it does translate to real life, but there are certain real life elements. I've been speaking to Mike Epps, who's an ex-BTCC driver, races in Ginetta GT4 last year, and does various things, part of Zano Sim Sport. Same with, like, Jensen Button, and I had conversations with them about how you don't drive this exactly like a real car, because there are certain things that you should be doing in a real car that you kind of don't do in this. You really do throw the car in quite a lot in this. And, like, there are certain things that you need to just sort of, like, take when you're coming in as a real driver, to be like, I need to remove that from my head. And obviously, I'm sure that translates both ways. There are certain things you need to get out of your head when you're a sim driver going into the real car. Like you say, at the end of the day, that gap between sim and real is more or less, it's as small as it's ever been. It is about as bridged as it can possibly get at the moment on current technology. As long as once everyone starts racing on direct drive wheels and stuff like that, then it's a different question. So I think it's tough either way, because there are certain issues that plague both scenarios, going one way or the other. I'd say from a sim driver going into a real car, the biggest thing is fear and confidence, but yeah, obviously that depends on who you are. There was also another question which was from Satellite Racing. I'm assuming that's Matt Strand throwing in the question there. Of course, they've got a car on the grid at the moment, which is, what was the record lap mileage in the VEC Le Mans 24-hour? And the answer to that is 427 laps set back in season 7. I don't have the mileage because, again, kilometers, sorry. It's 5,818.302 kilometers. It's 427 laps. Last year we did 397. We're expecting to beat that today. I'd say we're probably going to end up pretty similar to where we were in Season 10, about 410-ish laps on the board once we reach the checkered flag on Sunday afternoon. Of course, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes away from half-time. It's not a football match, though, don't panic. And we've done 166 laps thus far, so I'd say we're on target for that, lads.
Yeah, no kidding. I think going back to your previous point about the games getting closer to the sim and ultimately with your lap times, I think in F1 2011, I think I broke every single track record. So I don't know if that means that I'm just the best driver that's ever lived. Probably. But as I say that, it looks like Marcel Offerman is actually going to drop back. He was battling a little bit earlier with the Deuces Motorsports Porsche, and he ended up doing a pit stop just as we were answering a few of those questions. But it seems that as he exited, they had a bit of a driver change, and then it seems that he's going to lose a position to Team Virtual Racing number 99 car.
Yeah, this is Big Boss. This is
big
boss.
Yeah, for any viewers that aren't aware, Marcel Offermans is the managing director of Studio 397, who is the company that curate and develop and improve and run the simulation. So personally, I think it's awesome that the guy running the company is here on track for this 24-hour race, and that's where Marcel came from. Sim racing for Holland. He's been involved in it for years, and gradually got more and more involved in this project, and ended up with his company owning it. And I think it's fantastic to still see him on track and not just sitting behind a desk somewhere.
It's great to have Sim Racing for Holland out there. It's a team that's been a part of this championship for a long time. They were racing back when I was on the grid in Season 8. So it's great to see the team out there. Another question: why does Lewis run out of fuel so much? Thank you. Throwback to Season 8. Took that one off the list. Thank you. Thanks. I really appreciate that. There was a car that ran out of fuel in this race, and it wasn't me. So that's great.
There was a question from Marcel Kalb, I think it was, who said he wanted to know what kind of equipment most people are using. And again, we had a fascinating chat with Dennis Lind. And Dennis, I asked Dennis which I think two of the biggest questions are, which is more important, the wheel or the pedals? And he thinks the pedals.
Yeah, agree.
And until recently, he was using a Logitech G27, which is a gear-driven 200-pound or 200 euro steering wheel. Jurne Simoncic 2 years ago was using a wheel even cheaper than that and winning races in FSR. But boys love toys, and I think if you can get something that's big and chunky and mechanical and in its other life runs an escalator or runs a CNC machine, it's more fun to have that. And I mean, for one, I've got a direct drive wheel, and I don't think it's made me 1/10 of a second faster, but it's a hell of a lot more fun, and I love it. And you feel more of what's going on, and I think I'm probably more consistent, getting more the same feel all the time, and getting more feedback and making less mistakes with a direct drive wheel.
Yeah, speaking about some mistakes, Rick Temenick was having a few issues. Yeah, he was having a few. I missed pretty much the end of what you were just talking about, as we're probably going to see on the replay. As it seems like, I think this is Indianapolis potentially. It looks like he just got up back behind that pig Porsche, and yeah, he ended up spinning out. But after that point, he had a few more issues as he spun out coming into the pit row. So we'll see if getting a new set of tires or potentially a driver change will put them back on pace. But as I say that, we're going to hop back up with Lars in the 37 Team Rookie Monsters.
Yeah, that was, I think, well, obviously in RF2, once the tires overheat, it does cause an awful lot of issues. By the way, I'm on a Logitech T27 represent. It's kind of, I'd say it depends on what level you're looking at sim racing wise. Obviously, you got your entry level wheels. It's hard to know which ones are the most popular. In my experience, the most common are the likes of like a G27 or a G29. Those are the most common. And the thing is, you can do perfectly well on that. Jarl Tien, who's driving the Zano, the 77 at rapid pace throughout the event, Logitech G29. He also races in the NASCAR eNASCAR Coca-Cola series. So he's a big boy in sim racing. G29. So the wheel will hold you back a little bit, but you can overcome it if you're good enough. Unfortunately, I am not. I'd actually say one thing. One thing that is underestimated with how much of a difference it makes. I know Dan Kell can sort of like attest to this from recent changes. Is moving from a 60 hertz monitor to a 144 hertz monitor. That actually makes quite a bit of difference. Not necessarily to your pace, but just to your comfort and your consistency. It makes it a lot easier to sort of sit at the computer for quite a while because everything's so smooth.
Right, and you can also ultimately make some quick changes when you're seeing more frames, right? Like you see it with FPS players most often. They go to like 144, 164 hertz monitors, but I feel like racing is a little bit behind just as far as the equipment. Obviously you guys are focusing on your wheels and pedals and in peripherals and that respect, but I feel like most sim racers don't really, at least the ones that I know, they're still on like 60 hertz monitors or 100 hertz monitors because you don't need it exactly as much as you would need it in a game that's like FPS, like CS:GO or Rainbow Six or something along those lines. But definitely in a sim, I think as drivers get to a point where they're comfortable with the equipment that they have, right, with their steering wheel and pedals and stuff like that, then it comes down to improving the other pieces of your sim setup. So definitely the having a higher refresh rate monitor is going to give, in most cases, just anything that you do on a computer, it's going to give you an advantage, and you'll definitely feel it.
One person that I do know, so there was a conversation on whether racing in VR makes you quicker or not, because obviously you kind of embeds you more in the car, and you can look around and stuff like that. And I would always believe that realistically you probably would be quicker using it because you can look, or you have better racecraft at least because you can actually look and sort of feel the scenario. However, Rory McDuff, who drives the Hydra Esports car, he has VR, but only races it in sort of casual stuff, right? So fun stuff. He won't in this scenario. He's racing off of his monitor because he is genuine. He's just quicker and more consistent on a monitor, which I think is very interesting.
Yeah, less variables too, right? Anyone that's used a VR headset, you've had certain situations where one of the sensors gets covered up, right, and then all of a sudden your head's clipping to the ceiling of of your race car, and that can disorient you, right? Just leaning forward and backwards and having different positions. So having a monitor the less amount of factors that you have to deal with, the better, especially when you're running 200, 300, 400 laps over a long race like that. You don't want to create more factors for you to have to deal with. Obviously, being in a VR headset is, nowadays, and I think we're in the second or third generation of actual professional VR headsets with the HTC Vives, and in that sense, and I think that as we continue to go down the road, obviously having a VR headset's more realistic, but taking it back to other esports and other competitions that are played in games and in sims, with CS:GO, you never see anyone playing in 1440p at the highest resolution, right? They crush the settings. They're playing in 4:3. It's just the resolution is all the way down. So because it creates more factors, obviously, with racing games, if something's more beautiful, great, right? That's awesome for the viewership, and just so it doesn't look like we're playing a Roblox version of a racing game or a Minecraft version of a racing game, which I'm sure rFactor, if you turn all the settings down, we've all seen what it can look like.
No, we've had a little bit of feedback on the stream chat, and one of it's from Erhan Jujovsky, who says, of course you need 144 hertz. Now,
yeah, but he's not very good, is he?
Well, I just hope he realizes how much money he's caused people to spend by making that comment. When the amount of influence you've got when you're as fast as you are, Erhan, that there could be a lot of unhappy girlfriends and wives around, because there are going to be a lot of blokes doing what you've said and going out and buying faster screens.
But Erhan said it made me quicker. I don't think it makes. I think it's the same. It's the same thing as what you say with the wheel. I don't think it makes you quicker, because you can do those kind of lap times on a rubbish wheel, on a kind of crappy computer, and on a 60 hertz monitor. What makes the difference is it makes everything more comfortable, it makes everything more consistent. You know, like it just allows you to breathe. The whole, I know, oh my goodness me, Eric Strana, obviously very, very quick sim racer, 2-time ITC champions, taken part in this a few times, had a pole position in the series in GTM back in season 8 at Spa. Very, very quick driver, now works for the FIA for their sim side of things. So he's obviously a bit of work to do with the ACO one next week. Busy boy. Was supposed to be behind the 77, but couldn't make it today. I've seen his game, and it is not pretty. It is like as low as you can go, and it looks disgusting. But it doesn't matter because he's really quick. It's really quick, I mean, and it doesn't have frame drops.
And that's the thing, right? Like, the factors. And I was just considering this, right? In a sim racing game, you know, if you're going to compare it to some other, some other esport that, you know, you're ultimately dealing with, you know, high-level computer components and peripherals and stuff like that, like monitors, keyboards, graphics cards, CPU, GPU, all that fun stuff, right? With racing, you can probably figure it out just based on whether or not you end up in the dirt, and then it's a repetitive motion, right? Where like a game like CS:GO, or some like FPS game, you're not going to really like the players are going to be in different positions all the time, and you can't really get into the groove of it being, you know, something that is going to be repetitive in the same motion over and over again. So I think, you know, obviously you want to have the best pieces of equipment when you're competing in anything, right? And motorsports speaks to that. But going back to your comment, Lewis, about significant others and stuff like that being upset with us guys for buying this equipment. Do you know what's good? Is that a lot of these sims have seats that go back or lay back, so we can sleep in the sim. Okay, we're good.
I've slept in. Mine's not quite the same thing, as we see a move happening here between Blackhawk and Satellite. So Satellite's going to be dropped to position. That's a good drive thus far by the 81 Blackhawk racing car, and that's a fresh position gain. We've got a yellow out in sector 3. We'll find out what scores in that in a moment. And yeah, no, I'm absolutely in the same boat. I bought this chair not too long ago. It's not like a proper sim chair or anything, but I did buy it in the knowledge that it reclines. So when I'm done with my stint here, I'm going to slap back and I'm going to sleep in this chair. Well, because if I go to sleep, I'm definitely going for a 5-minute nap, lads, and I'm not waking up.
Well, I bought an FIA homologated race car seat because it was cheaper than the sim seats, and bolted it to a box in my room.
Don't say that though. We don't want everyone to know. That'll ruin their business model.
I found out, by the way, what the car was that's caused the issue. There he goes, left the game. It was the other Blackhawk car. It was the one that was in 35th position. It's retired, coming out of what I think was Corvette. Not actually sure what happened. I just saw the lights of the car and I saw a lot of skid marks over the road. So not so great. Singularity, by the way, is in the pit lane, and Jordi Zviers, there we go, takes over the car. Right, let's have a look on the replay and see what's happened. This is back. This is the other Blackhawk car. This is. Oh, there's going to be contact between that and the Singularity. It was just a little touch, and that's a long way out to the wall and quite a whack. And then basically called it a day there. I think pulled the internet out so he can rejoin. Although curious as to why he does that, considering it killed the engine. I think it ripped the rear left off. And if it takes one of the rear wheels off, that's the engine done.
So where's he going to rejoin the track if he does get that reset? If it does work
in the pit box.
In the pit box. The thing is, though, is you'll restart when you rejoin the game. You'll rejoin the game with the exact same damage that you had. So if his rear wheel was pulled off and the engine was killed, that is it. There is no way that car is going back into the race. But yeah, back in the race anyway. Jordi Zviers has taken over the Singularity car, and he is taking this over for a little while. He did message me whilst I was off air, saying that I think he's in the car for a few stints now. I know when Rory McDuff gets back in, because obviously he's the yank of the team, so he has to take over the car for a good few hours. So. This is the proper graveyard shift, in the sense of when you take over the car now, your entire team leaves you and you're literally just sat there in the car by yourself for hours. It was always my job. I didn't like it. It's horrible.
Now I'm noticing that in the Hypercar class that Arne Schoenvliet is in the lead. Mm-hmm. Is that because we're in a pit stop cycle? It must be. It's 56 seconds ahead of Hani El Sabti. So I'm presuming that's to do with pit strategy.
they're all kind of running slightly different strategies at the moment. So everything's sort of a bit topsy-turvy. So with Yordi coming in and taking over the number 10 car, the Azira takes the lead, and it will hold the lead for a few laps. I'm not actually 100% sure how many laps it will hold the lead, because I don't actually have the data on that. It should be a 19 or so lap stint. When did Arne last come in? On lap 156, and we are on lap 172. So he's got a couple of laps out in the lead, maybe a lap or two more, and then he'll come in and he'll serve his, and then it will relinquish the lead back to briefly Hani Al-Sabti, and then back. So yeah, there you go. Oh, Hani Al-Sabti will actually hold the lead for a bit, because he only pitted like 5 laps ago. So Hani Al-Sabti is looking good. There we go. Current championship standings. If everything finishes exactly as it is, how unlikely is that? Well, we'll have to wait and see. AAA Esports would be crowned your LMHC champion of Season 12 by a single point from Azira, who have done a very good job to recover something from this championship after having a few issues, a few poor results, a few non-scores, and it's not really been their season, despite opening the championship with a victory at Silverstone. A point clear at the top end. Edge Esports. I'm sorry, and I know I've said it a few times, and I'm a big fan of you, Edge Esports, and Dennis Jordan, and Andreas Walters runs a great outfit at Edge, but unfortunately, Edge Esports have not been good today. They've not really been contending for the position they need to, i.e. the race victory, at all through today. Not even briefly.
Shots fired.
Shots
fired.
Yeah, Dennis. Pew, pew, pew. Take that, DJ. Take that.
Well,
it's so
Dennis,
bizarre for me.
FSR World Champion.
certainly by the incredibly high standards they've set over the season, because I'm just looking here at what they've done. Round 1, P2. Round 2, P2. Round 3, victory. Round 4, P2. Round 5, P3. Round 6, P5. Round 7, victory. So podium in 6 out of 7 rounds, and 2 victories. So incredibly high level of performance in the season to date. So not performing at their previously incredibly high level.
Yeah, it is a bit of a surprise. Like I've said before earlier in the broadcast, that Edge may be in a bit of a slight downward spiral, not really being able to hang on to many drivers at the moment, with Peter Berliak and leading. By the way, LMP2 battle for the lead, very, very close. We'll jump to that in a moment, as Enzo Fazzi is currently leading Alan Terzic, and they are very close, about to swap positions, I'm sure, as Alan Terzic is cruised up to the back of the Singularity. A bit of flashing between the lot. Of course, sister teammates here. Enzo, there you go. Enzo just backs out of it. Let's Alan Terzic go. Easily done. And now the Hydra Esports car takes the lead of the race once again in LMP2. Nice, easy little flick. We saw Rory McDuff and Dennis Lynn battling it out earlier in the race. That one a bit easier than most of they move. Nice work. No threat there. Don't hit your teammate, even if it is only your sister mate. You know.
Yeah, and maybe for Enzo
Don't hit
too.
Your sister.
Are they a sister team?
Sister teams, correct.
Ah, okay.
Carry on, Elliot.
Yeah, I was just about to say, for Enzo, maybe for him, not having to run out in front, maybe just for a few laps. It seemed that after the pass had happened, they flicked their lights to let each other. Even the driver that ended up in first, flicked his lights to basically just say thank you. You see that with semis in the freeway a bit when they allow one or another to pass. But I think for Enzo, maybe this opportunity just for him to follow for a little bit and be in a position where he can use that slipstream, especially with a long period of time when you're driving at any rate. I mean, ultimately just having an opportunity to follow for a little bit, to swap up your pace and ultimately just be able to focus on the back of the car ahead.
Just to interrupt for 1 second, sorry, yeah. We're just having a change of lead because Schoenfleet is in the pits, so Hani Al-Sabti has just overtaken him for P1. Sorry to interrupt, Elliot.
So good.
Yeah, no worries. I think just in general, I think we've seen that happen a few times where Deuces back in GTE was battling with one of the Corvettes, if I remember. It was sim racing for Holland, and they ended up battling for a few laps and having a few exchanges, and then you see one dive into the pit it makes you question a little bit whether or not the passing was necessarily worth it, or if they knew that they had to pit, so they had to up the ante at that point.
So, just to give you a bit of an update, those of you sat at home as we pass 14 hours to go, we'll do a rundown of the grid in just a moment. Enzo, who just relinquished that lead, they're on older tyres in LMP2. So, what happened a good few stints ago is there was an issue with Dennis Lind, and then he had to hand over and yada, yada, yada. Basically, what happens is they're running 10-lap stints, effectively, but they're double stinting the tyres. But they are double stinting the tyres off set with each other. So whilst Alan Terzic is now on a brand new set of tyres, he will run that tyres for this set. And then when he pits, he will stay on that tyre and then will run that tyre for another 10-lap stint. Meanwhile, Enzo is on the second stint, the second cycle of that tyre life. So when he comes in, he will take a longer pit stop, yes, but he will change tyres. So as much as they've changed, I would suspect that gap is going to ebb and flow just all the way throughout the run of this race. They're running pretty similar lap times, and Enzo's not a slow boy, especially considering he can hit the back of a hypercar whilst under the brakes. Good shout. There we go. Nice. Throw back to Imola.
Interesting at the front of the grid. We were talking earlier about Arne Schoenvliet and his position. He was in third a while back. He's exited the pits now, and he's only 26 seconds behind Hani El Sabti, and that is on pace because they're both pitted now. So I think Arne is pushing very, very hard to get back on terms for P1. So I think that battle for first place is going to be very intriguing over the next hour or more. And Jordi Zvire is only 8 seconds behind Schoenvliet.
Well, here we go then. We'll do a rundown of the order whilst we're here. Just passing the 10th hour completed of the race. AAA Esports currently heading the field. Azira Racing directly behind that, and Singularity also not that far off. Jordi Zvere's behind the wheel of that car, fresh in. Edge Esports has been sort of not so great today. Still on the lead lap though, realistically, unless it's 171, but they are just about on the lead lap as far as I remember. And Borja Milan rounding out the top 5 for taco time. In LMP2, let's have a look at what we've got there. It will be Hydra Racing, currently leading, Hydra Esports, for Alan Terzic leading the way from Singularity Racing. Waveframe Esports, a little way off the Singularity car there, and obviously those two fighting for a championship, 1 point separating them coming into this. It means whoever finishes ahead of who wins the championship, and Singularity heading that at the moment. Things are looking good for them. VRC1 still in contention for the title, but they really need to win the race if they want to win the championship. Currently sat 9 points off Singularity Racing at the head of the field, and then the other Waveframe Esports last in LMP2, currently running in 5th position. Would be a great performance from them if they can tick that one off. Then in GTE, you'll never guess this, lads. Will be, there we go, a Sancho 1-2-3. It's the 77 leading the 97, leading the 87 for the Zancho bunch, and then Singularity of Matteo Caruso in 60, Wojciech Polesny in 5th position as well. So the top 5 are in the race, in the championship as well. The top 5. One thing to note at the moment, if they were to finish in this order, Matteo Caruso for Singularity in that number 60 would become the series champion. But there is a little bit of obviously, bit of team orders and stuff that could play into the effect. But I have heard from behind the scenes in Sancho, there's a little bit of spice around. Oh well, what if this car drops behind that car, and what if that car drops behind that car? Because there are two. This is the problem. They've got 2 cars that can win the championship. And that actually does cause an issue, because if the 97 goes ahead of the 77, then the 97 wins the championship. But if the 97 drops behind the 87 wins the championship. And it's basically a conversation of who's more deserving. And that is not a nice conversation to be a part of. So feel bad for Ed if this runs as it does and for another 14 hours.
I don't think I can feel bad for Ed. I think that is just a mental ability I do not process. That's a tough.
Yeah, I think in terms of the world's worst problems to have, I don't think that makes the top 10 list.
Yeah,
that's a massive problem.
I think in my experience, just having to deal with like groups in that situation, obviously it's a tough decision to make. But for a lot of the other drivers, obviously they want to be champion. They want to, ultimately walk home with the trophy and be on the top of the podium. But at the end of the day, I think that there's probably a resounding amount of respect that these drivers each have for each other, being a part of the same team. They know the effort level that each one of them puts in, and they. In my experience, I've, you know who deserves it at the end of the day. And, sometimes that doesn't really translate to what happens on track. It really comes down to who wants it more, but also who's willing to, allow team orders to dictate what that result ends up being as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I said this when I was in the Sancho chat, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to stand by this, is that to me, it's not actually as to which car deserves the championship more. There is one other factor at play here that I kind of that makes the team order a little bit harder. Is your orders are a choice between dropping someone from second place to third place, or from taking a win away from one team to if you get where I'm coming from here. Like, I wouldn't want to take the 24 Hour of Le Mans away from the 77. I'd be like, you stay there, we're going to drop the 97 behind the 87, and then the 87 wins the championship. It's not whether the 87 is more deserving of it, and that is not a nice decision to make. It's the fact that the 77 is currently out front, and if you have a decision to keep the win to the car which has been leading most of this race, how do you go? By the way, lads, I know you've been leading for the last sort of like 1,300 minutes. Do you want to drop by the next car? So
do you want to take a break and go get a tea or something?
It's like that's not a nice call. The difference between a first and second is a big deal. The difference between second and third really isn't. I know it's a championship, but the difference on track between second and third, I'm not really that bothered if I finish second or third. It's still a podium, isn't it?
It's not if you're not first, you're last, And in that respect, if you are in second and you can allow your teammate to go through to better his position in the championship, I think that is a pretty easy decision for a team owner to make. But I think when it comes to drivers, they want to be the guy that finishes a little bit further ahead. So I guess that's a story that will unravel as we continue to watch.
And of course, this being the blue ribbon event, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, to some people it's more important than winning the championship.
How do you take that away from someone?
Yeah, exactly. I
wouldn't.
I don't think you can.
Oh, there goes your lag, mate. There goes your lag, Elliot. Here comes RoboCop. Nice one.
Now, guys, we were talking earlier about the crossover from sim racing to real racing, and from real racing to sim racing. I've been doing a little bit of real racing, and the thing that I noticed is without any lag, and with their actual eyeballs having like 1,000 frames per second, and no sort of lag spikes, no screen stutters or micro freezes, God, starts are easy in real life. Other cars behave predictably, physics behaves incredibly predictably, and it is so easy to start a motor race in real life compared with a standing start in a sim. That is one thing I'll say for sure.
Yeah, just the predictability is a bit sporadic, definitely in sims. I think that one of the main differentiators is the diaper factor, right? Like in a real world rolling start, it's a bit spookier than if you were in a sim, right? Just based on you going 60 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour with cars on your door and on your front and back bumper. That always that always scared me enough to be afraid of the first corner. You never know what the other drivers on the tracks are doing. I think one thing that in the future of this format of racing, endurance racing on sims, I mean, we all have had calls with our ISPs over the years, our internet service providers, and been like, hey, our shit's not working. They're like, hey, why don't you turn it on and off again, and it may work out. And that's just that speaks to this sort of racing speaks to how these ISPs have been able to allow just the servers to run for that prolonged amount of time. But not only that, but each one of these drivers is in a different region and a different zone, and is using a different service provider, whether that's CenturyLink in the US or Cox or I don't know what you guys use, Vodafone, who knows, but it really speaks to that. So in the future, I would really love to see some of those ISPs get involved, because if we're speaking merely from the US with CenturyLink in Cox, you'd probably see about 10 laps done by someone with a Cox as their ISP, and then the CenturyLink guys would actually finish the race. So that'd be interesting to see. It would force the ISPs to actually provide service for a prolonged amount of time, because what else is there that a consumer needs to be connected for that long of a period without a disconnection?
I mean, like, this is the thing, is when you're talking, big money and stuff in sim racing, and as much as that grows, you don't want to be having a call from one of your clients, being an internet service provider, being like, okay, now because of that disconnection, I've now lost this much money. I'm definitely not using you anymore. I'm going somewhere else, because that is unacceptable. And that is unacceptable. You shouldn't be disconnecting from that much money. Either way, whilst we are here, we've got a new commentator. So Elliot, you can actually have a breather now. You can go and take an hour break and miss my voice. Don't you worry. But it's okay.
I'm definitely going to go back to our yearbook. I've been collecting photos just of all of our moments together, Lewis. So I might reflect on that a little bit. 2 months full of memories, Lewis. Yeah. So I'll have an opportunity to take a look at that. But yeah, it's I should be back in about an hour or so.
Indeed.
But
well,
I'll miss you, Lewis. I'll miss you. Sure.
I already miss you. So have fun. Replacing you though is an American himself, the man who started the season alongside me, all the way back in October at Silverstone. Justin Stutton, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I hope I sound all right.
You sound delightful.
Fantastic. You do as well, by the way. You sound great.
That's really nice. It's not actually. Is it? No, this is not the same microphone that I started the season with.
Oh, wow. Getting upgrades.
Well, it's because it was actually what happened on the start of the season that made me upgrade microphone, because the day, I think, actually not even the day, it was the hour or a couple of hours prior to the broadcast, my cable broke for the Blue Yeti that I had. And I remember messaging Jimmy being like, mate, I've not got a cable. It's broken. I'm running around trying to find one, and it's like one of the I don't even know, like it's like the old USB cable, right? It's like the big fat one. No one's got one. Of course, no one's got one. And like this has got like the kind of cable that you plug into your printer. So that's pretty common. And so like I was like, right, think clearly. There might be one in the loft. I'll ask my housemate, and he didn't respond. So I was like, right, I need to get on this quick. I'll run into all the shops. So I ran to Tesco. Nope. Nope. Wait, no. None in any shop. Camera shop. No, none in there. I ran into my old place of work. And I literally, I just let myself in the office and started tearing it apart, being like, "There's got to be a cable in here somewhere." No, nothing. And I'm like starting to panic. I'm like, I've got like an hour and 20 minutes until this broadcast starts, and I need to get this cable like ASAP. Came home, and my housemate was like, "Yeah, there's probably one in the box in the loft." I went up into the loft. Literally, the first thing that I found in there. I was like, for goodness sake. All of that panic for all that. But because of that panic, I was like, I'm never going through that again, so I just bought a new microphone.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
It was a choice between buying a couple of £5 cables or spending £100 on a new microphone. The joys of commentating, man.
For sure. Well, I've got about, well, now it's about 2 hours and 15 minutes of commentary before my break. And then I've got another 2.5 hours later on as well. So I am very much looking forward to settling in. I have seen some of the race. I haven't seen all of the race. When I last left it, it was when actually Chris Buxton was just topping on, my old partner in crime, Chris Buxton. So when he was first jumping on, that was when I was last tuning in. And it was pretty non-stop action, actually, at that time. I'm not sure how it's been for the past hour or two.
It's been a bit calmer, but the conversation never stops in the Virtual Endurance Championship, so we've not paid attention either. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Quite a lot has happened. There's obviously different strategies happening up and down the order. At the moment, the guy on screen at the moment, Hani Al-Sabti, AAA Esports, leading the way, and that is a legit lead. That's not on strat, like that is
He's not as close. With pit
that
stops.
Is as close on strategy as possible. Like there's 5 or so laps. They're running slightly differently. 32 seconds separates Arne Skånevliet, Hani Al-Sabti, leader, Arne Skånevliet, who's the car behind, and then Jordi Zwiers, who's the car behind that. Only 32 seconds after 10 hours and 15 minutes. And that is on strategy. That is ridiculous, by the way. Big racing then to come as we rapidly approach halfway in the 12th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship, the grand finale. The 24 Hour of Le Mans, we've got current standings on your screen. AAA Esports will be taking the championship in their current position by 20 points over Edge Esports, who are currently running in 4th position in the race. Azira wouldn't be able to move up into the top 2 if they finish in their current position. They need to win the race if they want to win the championship, and they need a bit of luck to go their way as well. Considering that, of course, we've got Hydra Esports leading in LMP2 pretty much as it's been since the start. It's been chopping and changing between Hydra and Singularity, which is a little bit of a surprise, I will say, considering the pace that Lorenzo Risi had on qualifying day. He looked unstoppable, didn't get pole position. Singularity and Hydra locked out the front row and have not looked back. They have got some seriously epic pace behind the wheel of that car, which is great going into the ACO Le Mans. Bearing in mind that the 2 of the main drivers of that, being Devon Brauner and Rory McDuff, are teaming up in the same LMP2. That's going to be a pretty strong lineup, all things considered. And then in GT, it's everyone's favourite Zano 1, 2, 3 still. Everyone's favourite, even Singularity's favourite.
somehow.
Come on, Dennis.
Nice to hear your voice, Justin.
You as well, David. It's been a while, actually.
Yeah, long time.
It has been.
I've been hearing and watching some of your work earlier in the season.
Likewise.
So that's been great.
Likewise, yep. I'm always keeping up with what you've got going on as well.
Now, just a little update. I've been watching the top 3 in the Hypercar class, and remember I was saying it's going to be really interesting to see what Arne Skånevliet does when he comes out of the box, chasing Hani Al-Sabti. Well, that gap has maintained absolutely constant around 28 seconds since he left the pits, which must be 4 laps ago. And Jordi Zwiers as well, 9 seconds behind in P3. So those guys are running very, very consistent pace and maintaining the same gap. So no one's encroaching on anybody else. There's a lot of talent in those cars, and no one's easy to catch.
Yeah, it's seeming really, really close, especially after how much racing we've already had. And certainly, with this being now my 3rd year of doing Le Mans, actually, with the VEC, I have sort of an idea of what we're going to be in for tonight, which if it's like previous years, which it may not be, we're going to have those periods of extreme excitement. And we may see quite a bit of retirements as well, too. I do see quite a number of retirements since I last looked. I remember actually last time I looked at the list of retirements, I think there was 2 cars on it. I think we still had 41 cars on track. Doesn't look to be the case now. It looks like we're down to 36 on track, which is still pretty good, but we are into those evening hours now.
Yeah, we've had some quite fun chats and interviews. We had a wonderful interview with Dennis Lind, talking about the crossover between real racing and sim racing, and also what his thoughts were on gaming peripherals like pedals and wheels and things like that. So it's been a fascinating conversation when we haven't had really, really close battles for position. And one thing that just sprang to mind with a lot of these cars that are double stinting tyres, and that's Enzo Fazzi. Fazzi is in the pits now, is that if you double stint the tyres, when you enter pit lane and take on fuel, you lose a lot of tyre temp, but you lose a lot of tyre pressure. And the tyre model in rFactor 2 is really, really sensitive to pressure. So if you exit on worn tyres and low tyre pressures, they are horrendous for the first half a lap. You're talking probably braking 20 metres earlier for the first chicane.
Oh, wow.
The difference is unbelievable. And when I did it, I thought, what happened if my brakes failed or something? It was just tyre pressures. So you've really got to be very cautious on your outlap on the worn tyres. So I wouldn't like to take over a car and take over worn tyres. It's not the way I'd like to start a stint. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We did see a driver swap in that number 30 Singularity. That was Devin Braun taking over and resuming second position as well, because actually the number 26 Waveframe came into the pits just as Devin was leaving to start his stint. So they were able to maintain that second place position. So yeah, continuing on at the moment, it's actually a slightly busy pit lane. I'm seeing another LMP2 car, a couple of LMP2 cars in there. One of the Porsches in there as well too. So, yeah, it's a slightly busy pit lane currently.
Busy old time.
Well, Singularity had a death grip on first place in LMP2 for about the first 4 or 5 hours, and Devin Braun was looking absolutely untouchable. They had a couple of technical issues causing them to triple stint a tyre, and I think that perhaps put them a little bit behind the 8 ball. But Devin has massive pace, and I'm sure he's keen to get themselves back up into the lead.
Well, we've got someone fresh out of a car to join us in an interview. We've got the Singularity boy, the number 30, Enzo Fazzi. You haven't hit the back of a One Acco this time. Good job. How's the car out there?
It's great. Yeah, there's a lot of rubber because this was my first stint, so I only joined after 9 hours. And then I was surprised at how much grip there is. It makes the car a little bit too pointy in some corners. But it was good fun.
Still enjoying it though. Car's feeling good, you know.
Yeah, we're doing great. I lost a little bit of time in traffic to assist the car, to the Hypercar. But at the end of the day, we're still gonna win the championship the way we're driving now, and it's more important.
I was going to say, what is the focus more at the moment? Is it on winning the race, or is it realistically it's sort of like that will come if it comes, but there's more focus on the championship?
I think we feel the championship is more important, especially with the sister car running in first. Like, one of us wins in this situation, so it'll yeah.
When are you back in the car?
Devin is doing a double stint now, and then I'm gonna do 2 doubles. The way we scheduled our stints is that I'm doing most of the night, so Devin and Dennis can sleep.
Right. I'm assuming that's the same in the Hyde, because Rory's going to take over for a few stints after this, isn't he?
Yeah, their car is a little bit different because Alan has 2 other races this weekend.
He's not busy at all, is he? Did he do the race?
He did, yes.
Okay, fair enough. And he's obviously got to do the test race for the ACO Le Mans.
Yeah, so does Dennis, but we'll figure that out.
Have you not got a fully confirmed stint plan?
Well, no, because we're not sure when Dennis and Alan have to do the test race. So we have a bit of a question mark period in our stint plan.
That sounds challenging.
It is special, but it's late in the morning, late morning, early afternoon tomorrow, today actually. So it'll be fine. The night is over. We'll all be a little bit tired, but when it's day, it's a lot easier.
Are you taking part in the ACO one? You're not, are you?
Sadly not. No.
Oh, it's a very, very big shame. From being in a team perspective, though, with a few drivers that might be, has there been the focus on this Le Mans before that, or has it sort of been 50-50, or has there been more focus on that, would you say?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. I think for example, for Devin and Rory, they're racing the same car, so it's kind of free. They get free practice for next week's race because they're doing this. I think for the other guys who are racing for Ferrari and Corvette, it's a little bit more work because they had some Ferrari test races as well. So time they would have spent practicing for this weekend was taken up by times practicing for next weekend. So I guess it's 50-50, yeah. But the last couple of days, the focus has been more on today rather than next week.
Well, hopefully it goes well for you, Enzo. I won't keep you for too long. I'll let you run back and keep your boys company as all the Zan shows run to the pit lane. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no worries. I've been really enjoying the commentary so far. So keep it up, guys, and stay awake.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I might pass out at some point.
Thanks and good luck, Enzo.
Depends how much alcohol I consume, right? No?
So what? Sorry, what?
Nothing.
Do you want a t-shirt still?
I do. I'd love a T-shirt. That's actually a question. When you go back to the team, can you ask Dennis when am I getting my T-shirt? He said I was going to get a Hyper T-shirt. He said that I was even going to get a single.
I've offered you a few times. Like I still have a couple of Hyder
Yeah, but
T-shirts
aren't
that
they
I no
medium?
longer need. Then they're L, the large.
Okay. See, I didn't. They've got your name on it, haven't they?
You can shrink.
Yeah, so they're worth more, eh?
They are, yeah. Dennis told me he was going to send me one. I'm very disappointed.
Well, we'll figure something out at some point.
I know. I'm expecting one now. It's not even. I'm not even taking the mic now. I want my T-shirt. Where's my T-shirt? Oh.
Maybe
We've got
we
a
can
Singularity Racing Zancho for position now. Matteo Caruso
We do indeed.
has overtaken the Zancho.
That's through the pit stops. So Matteo Caruso, who is racing for Ferrari next week, driving a slightly different car at the moment. It's a different colour as well. Currently heading 60. Of course, there is a bit of this. Maybe I don't know how much you can pay attention to this, Justin. Massive strategy difference realistically between them. It's only 1 lap difference per stint, but the Porsche can go 14 laps and the BMW can only do 13, and that obviously causes a bit of strife later in the stint. But the BMW is theoretically quicker, as we're seeing this move happen now, and it should be a move going down into the first of the Molson chicanes, and that is I think Matt Richards behind the wheel of that car, having just taken it over. And slotting his way by there. I think they've all done a driver swap. So the 77 is currently driven by Felix Antoine Fortin. Matt Richards now behind the 97, and then the 87 is Jan van der Heide, who, by the way, for those of you spoilers, prepare yourself, victorious in the race All-Star E-Series race at Monte Carlo, and the second of the 2 races. So big hats off to Zancho Simsport and Jan van der Heide as Matteo Caruso diving it back down the inside.
Wow.
Nice move, easy done.
Beautifully done.
I thought that move was done.
So did I. The Porsche bit punchy in a straight line. I wonder if Matt Richards will be a bit more patient and try and do it on the straight between Mulsanne Corner and Indianapolis, or if he's going to lob one down the inside here. I think he's going to hold station for now. Battle for second position.
I think the Porsche just dived across to pick up a bit of a tow from the LMP car.
Well, let's have a wait and see if the see how many horses the BMW's got. The M8 versus the Porsche
Versus the Senna.
versus that's not really part of it. Up he goes. Bye, see you, mate. Right, here we go. It is closing. It's closing quite a bit. It's Matt Richards, bit of a touring car driver himself, as a race on Tuesday in some touring cars around Brands Indy. Now picks the outside on the run down towards Indianapolis. Battle for second position at the moment. I think Matt Richards might well just have this done. Lifting out from Matteo Caruso. Smart move. And doesn't fight that one on the run into Indianapolis. Nice stuff. Decent move. And up into second position goes the 97.
I think that was the right call. Probably don't want to be side by side through Indianapolis.
We've seen it a couple of times. But it normally ends in big death.
Big death, okay.
Not small death. At
Right,
that speed,
right.
it's big death.
Yeah, especially with this many people watching.
Remember the was it 2015 maybe, the Audi R18 that crashed going into Indianapolis? I think it was going into might have been going into a full course caution or something like that. Went to the right hand side and then spun it on the grass or whatever. Came back, hit the wall on the front and the rear of the car. The car looked toast. It looked done. It looked like it was going to be out of the race. Drives all the way back down to pit lane. Gets in the garage. 3 minutes later, it's back out. New front end, new rear end, ready to go. And I was like, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. And it's
you can't
literally
even
a
get
brand new
t-shirt
car.
delivered.
And yeah, exactly. Dennis. God, what is Lamborghini paying you for, mate? Come on.
That is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it was a mad moment. Apparently, there's a fight for P6 in LMP2. I'm assuming that is Paul Holt and Lars Jeppesen. Is that? Certainly is. 15th overall, and currently Paul Holt is the one that's behind that in Fair Racing Team. And this battle heading down towards Mulsanne Corner now. Oh, I think there might be a little bit of a dive here. Looking to the inside, Fair Racing Team in the orange. That's the one that's diving it down the inside. Didn't quite commit to that. And Team Rookie Monsters is the one that's going to hang on. Plenty of racing still going here. With 13 and a half hours to go. Not quite halfway yet in the 24-hour Le Mans. Looking pretty tight though, isn't it?
I got a bit of a feeling of deja vu then. I think those two guys have had quite a few battles as this race has unfolded.
Well, this is getting to become a very busy part of the circuit as we've got the LMHC coming up behind as well now. Oh, around the outside. Very nicely done, though. And I think the LMHC actually might help out here by slowing down the Rookie Monster's car, possibly. No, not quite. Not by just yet.
That's Armstrong Fleet in the Azura. Going to try and pick both of these up before we get to the Porsche curves. He needs to. He's not going to be able to. To be fair, though, the LMP2 through the Porsche curves isn't that much slower than the Hypercars. We'll watch and see how much Armstrong Fleet catches. Decent amount on the entry, but if you see like the actual mid corner speed of an LMP2, of course, dishing out a little bit of dirty air towards the Hypercar directly behind it. But you can see it's not really catching too much, so I don't think he's losing realistically that much time. The Hypercar's more picking up the time on the straights and such. There we go. Does it through the chicane there and towards Ford, and nicely ahead. Good stuff from Armstrong Fleet. Nicely timed.
And that worked out really well for Paul as well after making that overtake. Well. Yeah, look at the size of that gap coming on across the start-finish line. So yeah, it's worked out very well for that car.
Get one of the other drivers like Almeida or Kalakuri to drop a couple of beers down. Get rather than Fair Racing Team drop a couple of beers down towards Azure. Cheers, mate. Thanks for that. really helped out there. Oh, Rasmus H. Anderson in the chat. Spaghetti Snapper. Here he is. Of course, does stuff for Burst Esports. The only man to snap dry spaghetti to make sure it all fits in the saucepan. Good shout. There we go. Everyone rip into him for a bit. There you go.
Justin, we worked out a bit of an interesting stat before that with only about 7 seconds lap time difference between the Hypercar and the LMP2, that the Hypercars have only got to lap the LMP2 cars about every 31 laps.
Oh,
and
wow.
As we just saw then, it was pretty neat exercise if they caught them in a curvy part of the track. But have a guess how often an LMP2 car laps a GTE? Every 7 laps.
Holy cow!
That's a lot of traffic, isn't it?
I mean, that's like almost 2-3 times an hour, something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Twice a stint.
Holy cow! Yeah, that's a lot of traffic to have to navigate.
By the end of it, you'll know the other guys pretty well.
Right, yeah. There are 4 less GTEs than there were at the beginning of the race for them to have to navigate through, though. But yeah, still a good number out there on track. Actually, how many GTEs? 15 GTEs. So that's 30 per stint then.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a lot of overtaking. Yeah. So it's not going to be easy for these guys, no doubt about it. As Yordi has got, who is that Dennis Jordan right behind? No, that's not Dennis Jordan right behind. Who is that? That's Borja. That's Borja Milan right behind him.
Well, Dennis Jordan is showing us 2 minutes 10 behind Jordi. So I don't know who that is immediately behind him.
Yeah, it looks like it's Borja.
It might be Borja Milan because that lap time difference would make sense.
Yeah, so it looks like they're almost exactly 1 lap apart.
Yeah. But Jordi is chipping away at the gap to Arno Schoenfleet. I hope that's the way I pronounce his name, because when Jordi got in the car, the gap was 9 seconds. It's now 2.7 seconds. And Arno Schoenfleet is dropping off Hani Al-Sabti. He's gone from 28-second gap to 33 seconds. So the Agera racing car actually is falling back towards Jordi and away from Hani Al-Sabti, who is driving out of his skin at the moment.
Actually, a 3:24 last lap for that Agera number 9. So yeah, not the quickest of lap. I mean, that's with some traffic, but
he must have. Yeah, it must have had a bit of traffic because I think he did a 3:19 earlier on. So something's not clicking. Used tyres and a bit of traffic maybe.
Yep, the only car to dip below the 320s, in fact.
Yeah, it is all. I don't quite know what's happened to the pace there. Because he's dropped quite a way off of Hani Al-Sabti and all that. It's. I know. Like, this is the thing, is we're not actually 100% sure at the moment as to who's double stinted what. Because at the moment, like classic Le Mans style, we've got double stinting on tyres, but everyone's kind of out of sync with when they've double stopped what. When they come into the pit lane, you'll see it on the timesheet that we've got on the left-hand side here. You'll see a number appear, which is obviously how long they've been in the pit lane and how long the pit stop has been. If it says it's like 60 seconds when they start moving, that means that it's just fuel. If it says 90 seconds or 95 seconds, something in that vein, that is when it's been a full service, so tyres and fuel. I'm assuming that Arne didn't take tyres on his previous stop, and I think Hani Al-Sabti did.
That would make a lot of sense.
Maybe. I mean, that sounds too smart for me. But
well, certainly the tyre guys are pretty quick on the LMP2s because a full refuel is 33 seconds. If you take tyres as well, it only adds 13 seconds, 46 seconds for a full service in the LMP2.
We've also got a bit of a close battle a little bit further down the order. We'll jump to that as we've got Jan van der Heijden, who's closing in on the back of Singularity. So whilst Matt Richards got by Matteo Caruso, now it is the turn of the 87 to try and scoot its way by as we look at Jan van der Heijden, the German. We'll try and go after Caruso, the Italian.
Mr. Caruso is going to get a little bit sick of having identical liveried BMW M8s on his tail.
Yeah. Not another one. It's to be fair, yesterday in practice we did have a train of 8 of them. So at least it's not that. That must have been really annoying as the Singularity LMP2 dips and dives its way through traffic. Devin Brauner behind the wheel of that one.
Yeah, that was an example of the pace difference that we were talking about. Because again, it wasn't that long ago we saw the LMHC and the LMP2 going through the Porsche curves, and we saw how similar they were. And then there you see the LMP2 just going right around the outside of the BMW rather easily. So yeah, that's sort of showing us exactly what we were talking about earlier about that pace difference.
In classic VEC style, though, nothing happens for like 10 minutes, and then suddenly there's 2 battles on circuit that we kind of need to focus on both of them. Of course, we've got this battle trying to get the 87 back onto the podium as the World of Sim Racing, Sim Racing for Holland car. Marcel Offerman's big head honcho hops out of the way of the Singularity there.
We've also got to fight for position for P2.
P2, yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, Arne Schoenfleet is leading Jordi's Veers by 2.2 seconds. That was the other one that I was going to focus on. Like I say, it all happens at once.
And Al-Sabti's in.
Did you say Al-Sabti's in?
Yep, Al-Sabti's in the pits.
That does make sense. Hani Al-Sabti into the pit lane then to take his pit stop. So keep an eye on the left-hand side. We're currently at an 8-second stop, and we'll see if that heads any longer than 60. If it's longer than 60, remember, that is a tyre change, and then we'll have our theory confirmed with who's on fresh tyres or not. I think it'll be 60 seconds. I think he's changing not changing tyres, right? I think it's just a fuel stop.
Right,
as we
since
look
he
at
did it last time.
Correct. We believe. We're guessing here.
So the left-hand number is pit lane time, is it? And the right-hand number is stationary time.
It's stationary time, correct.
Oh, that's fantastic info on the overlay.
It is brilliant stuff. Of course, they've actually got the timer ticking up and down on the car. We can't see it at the moment because we're focusing on this battle, because this has now become the battle for the lead as Jordi's Veers wasn't too happy, wasn't too confident with his first stint in the car. Now, though, going to slipstream his way by the Azira Racing of Arne Schoenfleet on the run down towards the first one. Has to dive past the speedy might be in WM8 there. Azira then gets back in line. AAA Esports, 52.8 second stop. Fuel only for Hani Al-Sabti as Arne Schoenfleet's going to try and go around the outside of the first Mulsanne chicane. Oh, it was tight. It was super tight. Wasn't quite worth it, though. You'd say on the run down towards the second one that the Azira car is going to be ahead once again. Now picks to the inside. Jordi's Veers going to have to defend around the outside. Probably not going to do it. Maybe drop back in line to the Azira Racing car. Does so indeed. Azira Racing back to the lead. Just a corner behind. And then back ahead again once more. That was tight. Good stuff.
Incredible.
Nice tight fight for first place after 10 hours and 40 minutes and 183 laps. And the two of them are separated by a tenth. That's good racing.
Here we go, though. There's going to be another move. Unless Jordy's going to sit behind. He's surely not going to do it into Mulsanne corner. Maybe going to go back down the inside. Nope. I think he might wait into Indianapolis, do it patiently, smartly, like what we saw from Matty Richards a bit earlier on his move on Matteo Caruso.
Looked like a bit of a wiggle on the exit for Scunefleet.
Oh, I don't think he's quite close enough. He's got the slipstream. He's trying to close. I don't think he's close enough.
I wonder if he's fuel saving. No, there he goes.
There he goes. Yeah, down the inside.
Side by side. Oh, yeah,
nice.
Lovely.
Oh,
look at
Arna's going to hang it down the inside. There might be contact between the two. There is contact.
Whoa.
Oh, and Arnie Scovely is going to go round, and he is stationary on the apex of the corner. Reverses it back onto the racing line. That's fine. There's no traffic going around here at the moment, but that is going to relinquish so much time. Was that fight worth it? I do not think so. That was a little bit careless from Arne Scovely to leave it down the inside at that point. Maybe a little bit too much of a pinch from Jordi Sveers. Needless to say, though, that is that battle done. Jordi Sveer is going to run off into the distance. I don't think, if I was Arne Scovely, considering my more worn tyres, I would have just dropped it into the slipstream and been like, look, I'll get you another lap, mate. Don't worry. I don't need to dive it back down the inside immediately. We'll refocus on this battle as well.
I think Scunefleet went wide into Zviers there, if I'm not mistaken. I did a quick replay on it after it happened, and yeah, it certainly looked to me that Jordi left the room at the apex. There was enough room for a car there, but contact was still made.
Yep, 100%. And because Indianapolis is this significantly banked corner, although it's really tight, it's banked, so there's more than one line. So, in the perfect world, he could have made that, but under that much pressure with worn tyres, it was not an easy move at all.
Let's see if this one's going to be an easy one. Jan van der Heijden, Matteo Caruso back for third position in GTE. The 87 versus the 60, the two championship protagonists going head-to-head at the moment at the top end of the field. Could be an easy slipstream on the run down towards the first Mulsanne chicane, but then we know what happens after that. He's gone to the outside. Matteo Caruso will probably drop back in line after this, but then I'm sure he'll try and slipstream his way by on the run down towards the second one. He's still there on the inside, going to drop back in line, and that's the position done at the moment. It's back to a Zancho 1-2-3 at the top end. We've been waiting all season to see if it would happen. It's at the start of the season, it looked more like a when rather than an if, and here we are. After completing 7 rounds in Season 12, and it's not happened yet. We've had a few 1-2s. We've had quite a few wins from that trio. All 3 cars have visited victory lane, as it were, virtually. Whether they're going to make it a 1-2-3 today, Matteo Caruso is now going to get that move back again. Going to look down the inside towards the second Mulsanne. Jan might try and hold it around the outside, or is he going to back out of this? Backs out of it, drops back in line. Maybe being fed a bit of information from his teammate there. What do you think?
Well, it's exceptionally precise driving from these guys, so they're driving at a very, very high level.
Oh, it's all happening at the same time. Jordi and Arne. Jordi's dropped back behind Arne. Or is that just my timesheet? No, it's just my timesheet.
That's not what it's saying on live timing.
It's just my timesheet. We're saying it was 1.1 seconds. I was like, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. There we go. A bit of a cut back there from Jan van der Heijden. Nice little cutback into Mulsanne corner, and now on the inside, no slipstream going either way at this point. Matteo Caruso is going to drop back in line though. I think that is the move done on the run down towards Indianapolis. Jan van der Heijden in the 87 Zancho Sim Sport car with Silverstone Composites and Simply Race. There we go. Nice plug. Should be ahead and clear as we run into Indianapolis. A cheeky peeky there from the Singularity, but nothing major. That's that one done.
Traffic coming up behind as well too, which could potentially play into the Zancho's hands. And in fact, I think that is Dennis Jordan, if I'm not mistaken. No, that wasn't Dennis Jordan.
No, that's the Singularity car that is currently leading the race, currently driven by Jordi Sveers.
Yep, it sure is. Past. I thought that one was a 4.
I've been doing this for too long, mate. I've been looking at these cars all season. It's getting boring. I was expecting some people to bring some better liveries for the mod, but we've not got them. We do have some, like Satellite have obviously brought a new livery along, as has Speedy Mike, a couple of others. One Target bring along a new livery.
A bit of variety in the Zancho camp wouldn't be missed.
I'm not a photocopier. Is what the livery designer of that team, Max Iru. Of course, Bryce Lowe.
It's beautiful.
For those of you that don't know,
it's just on all three.
Hey, we're doing a BTCC championship, and I designed the livery very quickly because I'm not a very good livery designer. So I threw it together, and I made sure that my car has like bright green on the front of the car, like just on the strip at the like the bottom of the nose. It is bright green. It does mean though that from a distance you can absolutely tell which car's mine because it is painfully bright. Ed hates it. But I made the livery so tough. That's the right way of putting it, right? That's how you stick it to your boss, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the correct method.
Hey, by the way, boss, I know you don't like this thing on the car, but at the same time, I do. Okay, good shout. Nice chat.
What's going? Oh, okay. Nope.
No,
Sorry.
you thought it was for position.
Yeah, I thought that was for position. That was definitely a BMW, though.
Yeah. That's also not for position. The Taco Time car directly behind of Borja Milan, a lap down presently.
Yeah. First of the lap down LMHCs.
Indeed. I don't quite know what's been happening with the timing today, by the way. Apologies for that for those of you sat at home. It's a bit mad. I don't think it's even remotely. It's more accurate than it was earlier. Earlier it was like there's a 9-second gap. By the way, it's a 51-second gap. I was like, it's not. It really isn't. But thanks, good shout. It's close. It's there or thereabouts. Currently, Edge Esports of Dennis Jordan is 2 minutes off the lead of the race as they complete another lap. Let's focus. Let's have a little look around with Edgy Sports because I've just slammed them all day, so we might as well have a look and support them a bit. They've had a great run through the season. I'm going to slam them again. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Their livery for Le Mans, for the ACO Le Mans, not great. They're with Guido van der Gaard and someone else, and the livery is orange and red, and orange and red, and then above the rear wheel arch, it's blue. And I'm just like, it looks so out of place. And I get it, it's a brand thing, but Andreas, man, come on, take control of the livery and just be like, no, you're doing it my way.
Are you involved in the stream for that one?
I am indeed. I'm off to Paris on Wednesday. Unfortunately, Justin.
Fabulous.
Are you? Because obviously you're motorsport games.
Yeah.
Aren't you, Justin? You're not able to do it, are you?
No.
Which is very sad. We could have teamed up on that.
Yeah. I mean, I was actually supposed to go to Le Mans this year, which I was very excited about. I was even going to try to see if I could get my girlfriend to come. Basically get a half price trip to France for her. But yeah, unfortunately that didn't come to fruition, so that was unfortunate. But yeah, I will not be there, but hopefully for the next one.
Oh, I will tell you how it goes, whilst then having to wear a face mask all the time, and then when I come back being locked in my room for 2 weeks. It's gonna be great.
Well, I'll be watching for sure, so I will see how it goes. I'll be judging too.
I see. Understandable, no pressure. My heart's not racing already, Ray. Don't worry.
Are you going to be a steward there?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord, no.
Oh, right.
Me being a steward. I tried running a championship recently in the Race Room Racing Experience, the British Race Room Championship. It was 3 rounds, and instantly afterwards I was like, I'm never doing this again. I absolutely can't stand. I've tried it twice in my entire sim racing career being a steward. I absolutely hate it. I'm commentating, so thankfully sticking to something which I'm not rubbish at. Not good, but not rubbish. I am really rubbish at. I'm really rubbish at stewarding, though. I think Eric Strana might be stewarding a little bit.
Seems like a lot of responsibility. I'm
much?
not. Yeah, too much for me. I would rather be in control of what people hear rather than what happens to the drivers.
Yeah.
The fans are much more easygoing than the drivers are.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know what's happened with Edge Esports. By the way, they're starting to pick up some pace. They've just gone green in the second sector. They've decided, do you know what? there's 13 hours to go in this race. We should probably pick up the pace. Lads, go any quicker? Yeah? No? One target in the pit lane. Behind this, Martin Furman, the driver behind the wheel of that car. They started this race with some monster penalties. I think it was 2. Oh, there we go. It was in that, that's why. Hammer time. DJ into the pit lane to give himself some fresh tyres and some fresh fuel.
Are there fresh drivers coming for either of these cars, do you think?
1 second. Let me scroll all the way down to the bottom of the massive list. Do we have anyone? Kalikuri is getting ready for the to replace Arne Skånevliet in the Azira. There's no one at the moment, as far as I can see, to take over the Edgy Sports. There's no one to take over the One Target either. We do have Turka Hakkinen ready to take over from Alan Terzic. We've got Roman Jakubovic ready to take over in the VRC1 car. Sergio Azevedo ready to take over in the Butler Powell Motorsports car. Jordi San Andres, Chris Gonzalez ready to take over in Fair Racing Team. Jordi San Andres is World of Sim Racing, if I remember correctly. There's 43 cars in this, man. I can't remember everyone's lineup.
I think you did pretty well to remember the ones you did.
Thanks. I'm really trying here. Let's actually put something on screen that's not just someone in the pit lane. Sorry, lads. Lewis is in control of the camera. That's why it's rubbish.
Okay. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, no, sorry. Jimmy Allison's on the don't poke me right now.
Okay.
So Edge was 51 seconds stationary in his pit stop.
Okay, so no tires for them either.
Did you say 31 seconds?
51.
Oh, I was like, sorry,
No.
what?
No.
That is a monstrously quick
No.
fill. Yeah, no
51.
ties. Singularity in the pit lane as well. So Jordi's in. And he'll No fresh tyres, just fuel on this one. As Azira Racing, they take the provisional lead at the moment, but they'll relinquish that in a couple of laps' time when they come in, and it'll go back to AAA Esports. In the middle of yet another pit sequence. To be fair, actually, this is a good question to both of you, because I'm curious as to which one you prefer. Do you prefer to have a car with a big fuel tank, so you literally sit out on the track for, hour and a half, 2 hours? 2 hours is a bit extreme. That's a very big fuel tank. Hour and 20 minutes though, because that's what what we're more accustomed to having from the hypercars throughout quite a lot of the tracks this season. Or would you rather a small tank, say for example the LMP2, where it's a very small fuel tank, you don't really get into the rhythm, you just do your laps, you're like 40 minutes, and then you more fuel, more tyres in some circumstances. What do you prefer? I'll go with David first.
I'd rather a longer stint, because as you said, you get into a rhythm. Particularly if you're lapping cars, you start to understand who's who in the zoo and what they're likely to do or not do when you're lapping them. But the other thing is, every time you went to pit lane, there was an element of risk. We've been seeing cars spinning on the gravel and getting the pit entry wrong, and you might tap your limiter button twice and suddenly you've got to drive through. And so in my view, the less pit stops, the better.
I was going to say more pit stops, but you have swayed me. I'm agreeing with David now. I'm now for staying out as long as possible.
Wow, Justin, I've impressed myself if I've swayed you on that one.
That's good. I mean, I prefer. I'm a touring car driver, so I prefer short stints. I like to just be like, right, I'm going to wrestle this car around as much as I can for 40 minutes, and I'm going to come in. I don't want bad tires for very long. It is a very good point. Because if you stay out on circuit, you're effectively minimizing risk. Because every time you come into the pit lane, it is really risky. Like you say, because you've got the entrance to the pit lane is naturally, in comparison to the rest of the race surface, it's a lot more slippy because it's not used as much. So it's dusty, it's slippy, it's narrow around here, and also you have the risk of picking up a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. You've got all of these elements of risk, which can massively affect your race. So I kind of get both sides. I personally prefer my stints shorter. Not quite as short it was in Super League in 2016 when Rudy Van Buren won that championship in GPVWC, because I'm pretty sure around Monaco, and I am not joking here, it was like a 6 or 7 stop race. and I am not joking. It was
for how long?
For a 78 lap Grand Prix.
What?
about a 7-lap race.
Oh wow!
They were the
tires.
the tires were going off basically every 10 laps or so.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pit stops.
That's a lot of pit stops.
In Monaco, no less.
Yeah, right. And Rudy Van Buren won on like a 7-stop strategy as well. Just to give him a shout out.
Not my favorite pit exit. I have to admit.
No, it's horrible.
Well, and that's the other risk factor we didn't talk about is every time you rejoin, you've got a horrible line into turn 1 because you've got to stay to the right-hand side of the blend line. And you've got other cars arriving and potentially you're going to trip over them. So, yeah, anytime I did the maths and thought, and it was a toss-up between a 2-stop and a 3-stop or a 1-stop and a 2-stop, if it was in a second or two, I'd always have less stops is better.
Right, what we have here on screen, by the way, Devon Brawner has just come out just behind the Hydra Racing car, which is now piloted by Turka Hakkinen, taken over from Alan Terzic, who's leading the race. They're very, very close. However, Turka Hakkinen, fresh rubber, done a full service. It was 1 minute and 20 seconds. If you were paying attention to the left-hand side of the screen, I wasn't. Lol. And Singularity were stationary for, I think it was 28. It was about 30 seconds that they were stationary for. So I'm suspecting that Singularity is about to be dropped by the Hydra Esports car. But Devin is quick, and Waveframe is in. Corazari behind the wheel. That'll be a quick stop from him, just fuel only, I believe.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one to watch because Devin won this race last year in this car, didn't he?
He did indeed. He's a quick boy himself. He's also driving on a direct drive wheel. It's a Simicube 2? Maybe? I don't remember. Yeah. He's driving on a direct drive wheel, though. I know that.
Yeah.
Turka Hakkinen, no idea. He's Finnish. That's the only bit of information I've got on Turka.
Great surname.
Turka Hakkinen, yeah, it's a great surname. Maybe not quite as fast as Mika, but we'll see. Oh, we'll have to wait and see how this one unfolds. If he's victorious here.
Yeah, he's dropping back ever so slightly at the moment.
It was a 33.1 second stop from Waveframe Esports number 26. That's come straight out. Team Rookie Monsters, the 37's, taking fuel and tyres. Not sure about the 29 Butler Power Motorsport car. I think that is going to be fuel and tyres because I think Sergio Azevedo's got to take over that one. So it'll be a full service on that side of things. VRC1 in pit lane as well. So it is very much part of the LMP2 cycle. Dmitry Buksha, he is going to do a full service and hand over to Roman Yakubovic.
It's that time of the hour.
Yeah, well, no, this is the thing that we noticed earlier. Look at the line they've all got in the box.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Because this is making sure that if someone comes in ahead of them, they've got the line to leave the pit lane. Team Rookie Monsters leaves after 1 minute and 10 seconds. Note how VRC1 don't have a pit stop timer on that. Graphics, rubbish graphics. Come on, 397, step it up. I'm joking, of course. I mean, I remember when we started running it with these graphics back at Sebring. We were umming and ahhing whether we use it. So much better than what we had at the start of the season. The ones we had at the start of the season were all right.
I love the
but these are great.
Though. Yeah, it's
so
fantastic. Good. It's beautiful.
It's so good. There's a lot of buttons that I've got on the right-hand side of my timesheet, which I'm controlling the camera to do. And Jimmy messaged me and he said, don't use onboards on this link. And I was like, fair enough, I won't. But all of the other buttons are quite tempting to touch, but I'm not going to because I have absolutely no idea what they do. So, I can change it from vehicle to driver if you want, but I'm not touching the other ones.
Yeah, for all you know, the rest of them just shut off the stream.
Exactly. So, and I don't want to have this power rescinded. I like it. I like being able. I like to be the one in charge. That's not true. I hate being the one in charge. You have to answer all the questions. It's rubbish. Arna Scavenfleet in the pit lane. Is it going to be a full service? I think so. Yeah, it should be. No, it shouldn't be. Maybe we'll find out.
Those are the two options.
Okay. Anyone want to flip a coin?
We've covered every possibility.
Well, we felt that earlier he was on worn tyres, didn't we?
And I think I think he pitted. I think he pitted into. I think this is a fuel only. We'll find out. If you can see, it's broken on the left hand side. Sorry, ignore that. But you can see the timer counting up on his windscreen. We're at 45 seconds. It should be 60.
Yes. Yep.
It should be 60. There's plenty of ways of counting here in the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Yeah, that's a brilliant feature.
This is how we used to have to go into Swingman and count this, whereas now with the overlay that's now broken, but ignore it. But yeah, it's working a treat. 60 seconds. Still stationary. Ooh, so it is tyres.
Yep, looking that way.
Yep, certainly is.
So that's
All
the
right.
number 7 back in the lead.
Boring. Come on, Arna, give us some spice. The first time I came across Arna was in a Clio Championship that I'm not at all salty about.
So guess what? We're at the 13-hour mark. 1 hour more, and we are halfway.
Indeed, we're very, very close to the halfway mark.
Oh, and there's Calicuri actually taking over on the Ajira.
Oh,
That's right. We knew that was happening too.
Because I brought it up. Yeah, no, fair shout, fair cop. Terrible. My goodness me.
True professionals.
I don't know how Jimmy does the bringing up the big overlay thing. I don't think he's here yet, so I'm not gonna say out. When he's back, we'll do a rundown. Here we go. Right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. 13. There you go. 13 hours remaining. I like that pops up, by the way. That's good.
Nice,
That's a nice touch.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
Just in case you can't count.
Little
How Sim Racing
notification.
moves on. Yeah, exactly.
Just to keep you updated.
Yeah. Oh my god, could you imagine if one day it started sending you notifications on Discord? I'd uninstall Discord.
Push notifications to your phone, yeah.
Ugh. I can't ignore it though. Whenever I see like a number 1 on Discord, I'm like, I've got to read it. I've got to. What is it? In fact, someone's just messaged me. I've got to read it. I can't ignore it.
Well, now I think you're being trolled now.
Is that what you think?
Clearly, your friends are watching the broadcast and they're just going to start DMing you.
It is. It's Elliot just spamming me with messages. Thanks.
Although we did just assume that you have friends.
Wow. Wow. That is an unbelievable shot. My goodness me. I'm almost hurt. I'm just gonna talk whether Jimmy's here anyway or not. I'm just gonna talk through the top 5 of each class.
I didn't mean to do you like that.
Yeah,
No,
good
that's-
idea.
it's
We're
fine.
meant to
No,
do
we're
that
just
on the hour, aren't we?
We are supposed to do that on the hour. Whether Jimmy's
we
here
are.
or not, we're gonna roll for it regardless. Is Jimmy here?
Hey!
He's got to be.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks. As I've not
or
done
it's
it.
voice controlled.
Yeah, maybe. You can see Hani Al-Sabti then leading the way for AAA Esports from Singularity. Very handy to have the 2 white, green, and black cars leading 1-2 at the moment, so thanks for that. Ladies and gents, Calicuri just taken over the Ajira Racing car. This is all back on strategy after there was contact between the Ajira Racing and Singularity cars slightly earlier into Indianapolis. It was Arna's going fleet down the inside of Jordi's Viz, and there was a touch of contact on the apex. Dennis Jordan for Edge Esports currently in 4th position, and the One Echo of Borja Milan in 5th. I'll run through the top 10, why not, whilst we're here. One Target in 6th place, ACR in 7th, run a little bit under their radar. Robin Panzer, Mr. Physics and Setup, doing a great job there. And Speedy Knight running 8th and 9th after having a great qualifying session, not really having the best run through the race, and that 10th position car of Drillers Esports not in the race any longer. What's happening in LMP2 though, I think we will have, there we go, Turka Hakkinen currently leading the race for Hydra Racing Esport. Ahead of Singularity Racing, Devin Brauner. Of course, Devin is currently on some older tyres, so he'll be dropping back from Turka Hakkinen. What is that gap currently on the road? It's down to 4 seconds now, so it is gapping slightly as Turka Hakkinen's pulling away. The number 26 Waveframe Esports trying to fight for that championship. A good long way off Singularity. It is looking great for Singularity in this championship right now. VRC1's Roman Yakubovic just taken over that car in 4th place, and then Waveframe Esports number 36, as it has been for quite a while, still within the top 5, doing a great job. Fair Racing Team, Team Rookie Monsters, Butler Power Motorsports number 29 car, Sergio Azevedo fresh in the car, Tony Ukic for Undercover Sim Racing, and then Team RGPL rounding out the top 10 in that. In GTE, you guessed it, ladies and gentlemen, it is still a Zancho 1, 2, 3. The 77 still leading the 97, still leading the 87. Matteo Caruso in the Singularity does sometimes get among the Zancho guys, so definitely still within contention for the championship. Again, in current finishing position, as we said an hour ago, if they finish as they are now, that number 60 is going to be the champion. But obviously, the Zancho guys can all swap, still hold the top 3, and then gain the championship that way. we'll wait and see how that unfolds. And also with Singularity Strategy, which could play an ace card towards the end of the race. Wojciech Polesny for Juices, rounding out the top 5 and the lone Juices left in the race. Blackhawk Racing's number 81 in the top 6. That's a great result for them if they can hold that for the next 13 hours. Team Virtual Racing, the number 99. Then Satellite Racing, big old boss man. Sim Racing for Holland in the 69. Marcel Offerman's behind the wheel of that, and then Daniel Brambilla in the Witchwood. And there's the rest of the GTE running order. It has been a crazy opening 13 hours to the race, lads. I think Elliot Bishop is ready to rejoin us, lads. Lads.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my
Welcome
god!
back,
It's an American broadcast now. Here we go, lads.
Yeah, where the Americans are taking back over this broadcast is ours. It has been going downhill since Lewis took over the switching, and it's just been a view of the pit row for the past hour. But
Fair
roasted. Yeah, but in other news, a very important update, especially when considering the longevity of the break I just took. I just got myself some Taco Bell, so that was a fantastic moment in my day, and really just profound.
There is a battle going on for 29th overall with Brambilla on Marcel Offerman's. Actually, just about to go side by side, in fact. If we can switch over to that, they are going side by side down the straight. It's very closely matched between the pair of them. They're just hand in hand as they get down into the braking zone. And looks like Brambilla is gonna make that move in the end rather easily. Actually, it looked like.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a nudge there, a little bit of contact, bit of a don't argue from Brambilla to Offermans.
I was actually riding on board with Brambilla. I was on the hood view when I saw that. So when they went side by side, I lost a little bit of Offermans there, so I didn't quite see that. But yeah,
the external view, there was just a little bit of side-by-side contact.
Okay. Thankfully, nothing too major. Everybody continuing on as they were.
So is that the Offerman car that was previously the Sim Racing for Holland car, number 69? They were previously fighting with the Deuces back, I think it was about an hour ago, for 5th position, just behind the the leading Zanchos in the Singularity car. But it seems like slowly they're seemingly dropping back in the order quite a bit. They were 8th, I think, when I took off to go to my hour break, but yeah, hopefully we can see a little bit of progress from them to catch back up. Definitely being in battles at this stage in the race probably isn't in the isn't in the books for a lot of the teams. I would think to a certain extent, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I would think that this is kind of like the late hours and just the long stints, and ultimately just trying to get the car into the later bit of the race here.
Well, the only person who didn't get that memo was Arne Schoenfleet, because he and Jordi Vyers had a massive battle for first place outright. Wyers got past him, and then he attacked again back into Indianapolis, went for the inside line, drifted a bit, touched his wires, and spun. Cost himself 16 seconds from the lead. So yeah, they were fighting tooth and nail. But a lot of teams are probably taking the approach that you've mentioned, but others are just elbows out at the moment.
Yeah, it was surprising to see, given the late hour and given how much racing is still to go. Again, we're only just coming up to the halfway point at the end of this hour. So, but yeah, I mean, I would expect that some teams are certainly going to be thinking about, settling in, thinking about the long haul, thinking about attrition, that kind of stuff. This is stuff that's going to be weighing on people's minds more and more as the laps tick down and hours tick down.
And yeah, I guess if you're as fast a driver as Arne is, it's maybe it's a case too of what happened then. I don't get overtaken. I'm having that back. Thank you very much.
I'm wondering to myself, like how often, especially with drivers in the real world on this track, just Le Mans in general, how often drivers just kind of get lost in the continuity that is this long endurance racing. Like, at what point do these drivers kind of just shut off mentally and just run their laps? They really don't have much capacity to understand where they are on the track, or where, they know what corner they're in, but they don't know compared to like how much is left in the race. They really don't know where they are in the race. And especially in the real world, besides what your engineers are telling you, you don't really have like a heads-up display to work off of and figure out exactly where you are on the track. So as we get into these late hours, I'm actually really excited. I didn't really realize, I didn't think of it, but based on this production being done overseas from where I'm at in the U.S., it's interesting because I got lucky. I get to do the night stint, which I'm really, really excited about, because that's one thing I haven't had a ton of experience with just in general in racing, and it is racing at night. I did quite a bit of club racing in karts, and we did night racing because I was previously living in Arizona, and it gets super hot during the day, so we elected to race at night. And I always there's something about racing at night. You're way more focused. You only see what's right ahead of you. Your sight lines are limited. You're not going to see the background. You're not going to see mountains. You're not going to see as a club level kart racer, the millions of fans that you're going to have sitting outside of the in the stands, as was my case. So
I've been to Phoenix, Arizona.
Really?
I went there in '97 for the Porsche Boxster launch.
Wow.
That was fun.
What a throwback.
Yeah, I was 4 years old, so that gives you. So it was my first Porsche that I purchased myself.
Yeah. That was a pretty amazing experience. Really good fun.
Back in those days, didn't they have? I don't know if it was just for a single year, or if it was for a handful of years, but I know that there was a F1 Phoenix event way back in the '90s.
Yeah, they did have one. Late '80s or '90s. Early 90s,
I wonder whatever
maybe.
happened to that.
I never saw
probably
it.
Just a boring place, right? And they're just like, oh, is that one of the Zan show? I can't really see it
Oh,
from here, but
that's
that might be the
Speedy Mite Racing, Cameron Sensano.
Oh no! So he's 7 spots down from the leader. Is that correct?
16th in class, maybe. Let me have a look here.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16th in class.
Yeah, last of the cars still running.
So
That's
he's
certainly not gonna
currently
help.
he's currently 2 laps down from the leader, I believe, or is that from the driver ahead? So he's just rounding up
That's
the
from
back
the driver
end of.
ahead, yeah.
Okay, from the driver ahead. Okay, so he's got a little bit of pace to catch up to the Go Team Racing car that's the 477. So it seems that they're still struggling to find their pace. I think that with a lot of these drivers, I'm not entirely sure with the specifics of who's behind the wheel for of overwhelming majority of these drivers. I'm not too familiar with them. But it would be interesting to see how many of them have, the endurance experience. We were talking a little bit earlier about just the amount of hours that a lot of these teams have. And, you see it in endurance a lot and in Le Mans specifically, where they find a driver that's, proficient in Formula One or in IndyCar or something like that, and they slot them in, which you'd think to a certain extent is a fairly large risk, right? Like driving endurance poses a much different mentality, I think, than someone that's running a Grand Prix for, maybe 10 laps. It's just a much different mentality. Letting someone by sometimes is a better strategy if you know that you're in it for the long run. And as a driver myself, I couldn't see how I would mentally feel when someone was slotting past me. I wonder what sort of thought process that takes as the driver to really just be okay with the things that happen in the short term when you're gambling on a longer run.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna know their pace that they can manage and keep an eye and try to stay consistently on their race pace. And if somebody arrives and catches them and is clearly faster than them, there's not always much point fighting them, because fighting them is just going to hurt your race.
Lovely shot there of all 3 classes, actually almost 3 wide for just a moment there. That was with Devin Braun getting a lot of traffic there. And this is exactly, why it can be so dangerous in this night shift, because even though there might be some pretty significant gaps between cars within classes and stuff like that, because of the number of cars and because of the speed differences, we're seeing these groups of cars all of a sudden starting to form. In fact, there are a ton just coming out of the first chicane right now, on the run down to the second chicane, really just in that whole back straight area on the other, basically on the other side of the circuit from the start-finish straight, the Porsche curves. There's just a whole ton of cars over there. And that's the kind of thing that's going to become really dangerous. And you can actually see it in the background there. You can see the number of headlights just coming into that chicane is just incredible. And, you know, in a few more hours, when it starts to get really late and some of these drivers are, you know, now on hour 4 of their late night shift or whatever it is, that's when things are, you know, I expect we're going to start to see. And actually, we got a yellow out. Who is that for? I see, yeah, a lot of cars moving very slowly.
We're still going to have a yellow in S3. I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to look on the list to see who's dropping down. Just on our live timing, I'm not entirely
It's one of the
sure.
Sanchos.
Is it?
It's Matt Richards, number 97.
Matt Richards, yep.
Yep.
In 23rd overall.
Correct.
Still stationary at the moment as Felix Antoine
Oh,
Fortin
no.
going in. Yep, and there it is. There it is, Matt Richards. Still stationary at the moment.
There we go.
Oh,
That
there we go.
Oh,
Get
I think,
it.
I think
starting
his,
back up?
his wheel's gone. His wheel's gone.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense.
So are you saying his physical wheel in the real world, like his sim racing steering wheel, or?
It's disconnected, I think.
Oh, no way. That's another one of these small little features that you wouldn't like. If you're a fan of real world motorsports, you know that, you know, your engine can shut off, your car can shut, like your wheels can blow out, your engine can blow up. One simple you know, connection inside of the car can come loose. You know, ultimately you have to manage your tires, your fuel, you know, of all of the potential issues that, you know, come up in the real world of motorsports. But in sim racing, there's still some of those same things that come up, right? Sometimes your USB cable could come unplugged. You know, especially if you've got a bit of movement or in the wheel, things can, you know, fall out, and whether it be power, maybe your mom comes in and flicks off the light switch and there goes your computer or your steering wheel. So these are still some things that, you know, we ultimately have to pay attention to. And as we are looking into this replay, you can see Matt heading towards Indianapolis, I believe, and it just seems that you see no more input into his steering wheel, and he just drives straight. Yeah,
he got
very
lucky
lucky.
there. It could have happened in a way worse place than that. The fact he didn't touch a barrier, wow.
Yeah, so as long as he's able to get his control, if it was the steering wheel, if he's able to get that reconnected, he shouldn't have much of an issue rejoining the track. I'm not entirely sure if he just made that disconnection that Lewis was talking about a little bit earlier, where he just pulled that Ethernet cable out just so you trick the game into teleporting you back to the pits, just so your session's not completely over. But that is, you know, that's unfortunate for Zancho, as we were running 1, 2, 3 for, you know, the past 3 or 4 hours. I think I know that Singularity was hopping in and out of that order and mixing it up just a little bit. But for Zancho, how much do you think that's going to affect their long-term strategy here? As I know that a lot of those cars are in the running for placement here.
Well, I saw Ed Trevelyan Johnson just come into the server, so I think he's on the case right away.
By the way, I'm not back fully. By the way, I'm just going to give you the information that I've got, because I know, like, it wasn't a wheel disconnection. The game locked up. Apparently, the screen froze and it wouldn't unfreeze. So I'm assuming he's disconnected to close the game to then try and get back in. All hands on deck, because Goran Djordjevic as well. Papa G is what we've been told to call him now. Old man, 50, good lad. Joined the TeamSpeak as well, so he's obviously trying to take over from Matt Richards. When that will happen, we're not quite sure. And then big boss man Ed Trevelyan Johnson joins as well, because this has huge ramifications for the championship as well. So this could be a proper nightmare for Zancho. What was going so well over the first half of the race, I think now might just slightly unravel itself with the 97 being taken out of this.
Well, Kasper Stolzer in the Singularity Racing car number 60 has already, of course, passed him by virtue of his issues that he's having, and their pace is pretty much the same. They're so closely matched in pace that even if you got back on in 5 minutes' time, it would be a struggle to catch back up to that Singularity car.
Yeah, and it seems that Deuce's Motorsports Club, the car number 74 and the 99 for Team Virtual Racing is also going to be able to slot in just ahead of Zancho. And I guess the question, or the 97 Zancho car, but I guess the question here is ultimately how much is it going to take for Matt Richards if he's going to continue to maintain that car? How long is it going to take him to just get his mind back into the the repetition and getting back on pace? Because that is also a question. Is he going to be putting himself in a position where it's going to take a few, laps for him to get back to pace? And just as I say that, the 86 Witchwood car also was able to take a spot, and so is the Sim Racing for Holland. So that 97 Zancho car is actually going to fall back all the way to 9th place from, I believe, was that the 3rd place sitting car?
Yeah. Yep, that was in 3rd.
And they were third, and they were third in the championship with 81 points. But Deuces is on 73 points.
Yeah, well within striking distance.
Yep.
So that's a big
very
blow.
Unfortunate.
Yeah,
And
an
actually,
unfortunate blow.
The 77, I think, on 68 points is actually within striking distance of that 97 as well, especially considering they're currently leading the race.
Yeah, and I think it really speaks to just endurance racing in general. It doesn't matter. You can't win the race in the first corner. You can't win it in the first hour. You could lead for the first 23 hours, but at the end of the day, if you can't get it to the line for that long-term race, all the effort that you put in is ultimately pointless. All of the strategy and all of that, if you end up having one simple mistake, it becomes pointless at that point, right? Running
He's
at
back
this
in,
pace. Though. Oh. Yeah, it seems that he's actually coming out of pit right now. So Matt Richards is going to continue to drive that car. So it doesn't look like that driver change ended up happening. So he's going to end up getting himself back out onto the track. And like I mentioned, how much is it? How long do you guys think it's going to take for Matt just to get back onto race pace? As you see, he's got cold tires. He let his teammate go by there. I believe that was his teammate. I'm not entirely sure what car that was. But how long do you think it's going to take for him just to get back up to speed? Obviously, that's a mental, challenge as well. Just having known that you were running at such a fast pace, and now you have all this work ahead of you.
Well, I think his blood will be fairly up, as we would say, and he's on cold tyres, but they're fresh tyres. He's pulling off there for some reason, or maybe he's sacrificing a cut. He seems to be pulling back off the track again. Is he having an issue? He's pulling off to the right-hand side on just after the exit of Tetra Rouge.
He's certainly not
things
flat
don't
out.
look promising for him. Something is going on.
Yeah, it looks like the car is just a bit bouncy. I don't know if that's based on the shoulder that he's driving on right now, if that's just not as smooth just in the sim, or if that's an issue potentially with something with the suspension of the car. I'm not entirely sure if maybe when he stood on those brakes or when the disconnection happened, maybe he potentially cooked one of those tires. We didn't see it as we were on board with that car. But as you mentioned previously, he got really lucky. I mean, that could have been in a handful of corners. Arnage, it could have been, on the exit of a corner where, he could have ended up in a sand trap or in a wall. So I think, as bad as it is for him to lose a majority of those positions, and, having been put back into 9th place, he has to get obviously back on track, and with his pace, he has to refine his groove.
He's got a serious issue going on. He's crawling along at about 50 kph.
Oof.
There's a serious issue.
Yeah, he's just in max gear at low RPM. I think he might just be nursing it back to the pits or something. Oh, he's saving fuel. Oh, okay. He must have came out of the pits with not enough fuel to go flat out for an entire lap, and now he's got to essentially just save fuel. Yeah, so that explains why he's going around in 6th gear at lowest RPM.
Wow.
When you reconnect to the game, when you have a technical issue like this, right? Like if your graphics card freezes or your computer freezes, or there's some sort of disconnection, maybe your monitor turns off randomly. Like, do you have any control to make any changes in the pit before you get put back out, or is it ultimately just you're put back in the seat in the car, the keys are on, and you just have to drive it out of pit?
Well, the last time it happened to me, and it's probably a year ago, you arrive back in your pit garage, and you have to manually select the setup. So I don't know if he selected a setup that didn't have any fuel in it. I'm not quite sure how that could happen.
Yeah, possibly.
I don't really know how he could leave his garage. I'm sure we'll find out in due course, but that's a bit of a surprise for me that he could exit the garage with no fuel. But I'm sure we'll find out in due course, and I'd certainly feel for the guy, because it certainly adds insult to injury after what he's been through.
Yeah, especially because we're watching him the whole time as well too, or we were watching him for a lot of that.
Right. Not only does he, running in, in the top 3, not only does he lose his position there, but it's something that's outside of your control, right? As a driver, if you make a mistake, right, like if you drive a little too far out into the marbles and you end up making the mistake yourself, you know that it's on your shoulders. But for him, from what we understand, it seems that his screen just stopped rendering frames, or it could be his graphics card it froze. So visually, he couldn't really see anything. It's ultimately you could compare it to the real world if your hood flipped up and you couldn't see anything out of the front of the car. And that's what, before we got the note from him saving fuel, I was thinking to myself, well, what if it happened again? Maybe if this is a recurring issue. But it does have to be a challenge being a driver and knowing that you were running at such a fast pace, you were doing so well, championship points are on the line, and then ultimately a piece of your equipment, right? A piece of your equipment makes a mistake that you as a driver wouldn't have made. And, it really speaks to the real world of racing. I mean, this stuff happens all the time. Your tires will explode, or, an engine component will break, and then all of a sudden you have a 20-minute, a 20-minute pit stop. So for him, obviously right now it feels like he's outside of the running, but we're still halfway through the race. We're not even there yet. So he has plenty of time ahead of him to get back onto the track and get back into the groove. And, as they have driver changes, they could make their way back up. So it's not all over. And that's the good thing about, 24-hour racing, is that you have a long period of time to work on the cars. You just have to hope that some of these other cars end up having an issue over 24 hours. Just imagine to yourself, driving a car on the freeway. I mean, if you were driving full pin, full throttle, like pulling gears, for 24 hours straight, you're bound to make a mistake at some point. So I think that's ultimately what Matt Richards is hoping in that Zancho 97, is that the drivers ahead of him make some small mistakes that he can ultimately avoid, so he can get back into the running for a podium finish.
Well, thankfully for him, mercifully for him, he is going to make it back to the pits. He's just getting to pit road now, actually. So yeah, Matt Richards has managed to get that back, and it is really unfortunate. And just to highlight how unfortunate of a problem it was for the viewers, in case it's unclear. So he was obviously running in the top 3. The other 2 Zanchos are currently 171 laps done, and the number 97 now at 168 laps done. So yeah, about 3 laps down after all is said and done. Currently stationary in the pits as well, so a little bit more damage still yet to come. I don't think there is going to be a driver swap, though. As far as I know, yeah, I don't see anybody on the server that looks like they would be taking over that 97. So unfortunately for Matt Richards, I think he's got to continue on out there. So that's going to be difficult, but he is mobile now. He is moving in the pit. So yeah, that's the good news. Clearly it wasn't damage or anything like that. Clearly it was just fuel. He's got some in the car now, though. He's coming out of the pits, and hopefully the second half of the race will go a little bit better.
Yeah, I think for him, the saving grace, and at the end of the day, for him and the team in general, and for the other drivers that are driving this 97 car, is that it isn't completely binned, right? This isn't a yard sale. It's not something moving. They're still moving. They're still on track. So not all is lost. Obviously, it's unfortunate, but I think that they're probably all very happy to see the car still operational. And I mean, that's all that you can hope for, is just to continue to have a shot, even if a mistake happens. And I think that, as we look at the current standings, Singularity is, I believe in GTE, has 129 points, or is this a projection of their current finishing?
Yeah, so this is where they would finish if they were to finish like this. So Singularity would actually take the championship by just 5 points over the 87.
Wow. So that was a huge mix-up for Zancho. I know that we were talking a little bit earlier about how Ed is probably thinking to himself how to work out that strategy, but maybe we presume that a little too early, as it seems that now he's going to be figuring out how to ultimately see if he can pull off the championship himself without having Singularity throw a bolt into those gears. So hopefully we'll see that 97 car come back into the mix a little bit later. But as I say that, it looks like we're going to be hopping into the 60 car, that Singularity Porsche. So this is the driver that, if he stays in the position right now, he actually has a chance to win the championship as long as things don't change around too much. So, a lot of pressure being put onto his shoulders, but as we've seen in endurance racing in the past, notably with Toyota, they were in the championship lead, or they were in the lead up until the very last lap. And then they ended up coming back the successive year and finishing, I believe it was 1, 2, 3, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong there. But it was definitely, they finished first place. So, like I said, 24-hour racing, lots of racing ahead of us. And we're not even halfway there yet. Actually, are we? I think we might be. But regardless.
Another half an hour. Another half an hour
okay.
and we'll be halfway there.
Half an hour away from being halfway there. Yeah. We have an entire half of the race ahead of us.
And the other thing, just to put a bit of perspective on it, is that Kasper Salzer, who we're looking at on screen at the moment in the Singularity Racing car, who's running third, and been putting up a hell of a fight against some cars that seem to have a little bit more straight line speed than they have. That car has won 3 races of the 7 rounds so far, and come 4th in 2 of them. So they've put on a superb season to be currently leading the points. Not counting this race, they've got 105 points compared to Zancho's 87 car with 94 and Zancho's 97 car with 81. So I suppose in the worlds of, woulda, coulda, or could be worse scenario, is their 87 car was their car with the most points in the championship. So that's the first thing. So that could have been worse. And the second thing is the 97 car, sometimes you get to a point where you're here because you love racing, and they've got 12 and a half hours left. And I'm sure their engineers saying to the Mako guys, the next car ahead on track is 55 seconds away, go get him. And then they'll worry about the next guy after that. Well, in fact, So they've got 12 and a half hours left to make a real dent in the people that are in front of them and enjoy some good racing.
Yeah, no kidding. I think as far as points are concerned, where is the 87 currently sitting compared to the 77? Would there be any benefit of for Zancho to have the 87 finishing ahead of 77, just as far as championship points goes?
Yes. If the 87 wins the race and the 77 is second, and then that 60 car is in third, then yes.
Does Zancho win the championship?
Zancho Zancho. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So Zancho would win the championship in that case. Of course, this is like the scenario that we were talking about earlier. Is you don't really want to you don't want to remove that Le Mans win, but when it is the only option to win the championship, then kind of
right.
You kind of have to,
right?
Right? You kind of have to, right?
At that point, the question that we were asking before, is it worth dropping the race winner back to the to swap him out with the guy in second? And I think at that point, from the team's consideration, the answer is yes at that point. Because obviously dropping back, if you're the driver of the 77 car, which is currently Felix 410, but if you end up, dropping that position, obviously you're not the race winner at that point. You're the race winner in the heart of the team because you ultimately allowed the 87 car to go through for the championship win. But I think that it becomes a much easier decision at that point, especially if it's comparing the championship win between a competitive team against you, right? You want Zancho to be finishing ahead of them, I would assume. So that I feel like that decision maybe just became obviously a little bit more complicated because now your 97 car is back in 13th position from third, but you still are in the running for the championship. And I think that it becomes a lot more apparent and a lot easier of a decision to make if you are Ed.
Yeah, well, the points gap between the 87 car, the Zancho car, and Singularity, the people we're looking at the moment, the 60 car, their current points difference is 11. And the difference in points between first and second is 14 points. So, yep.
What's the difference between first and second place as far as points are concerned in this race?
For this race, is 14 points. First, it's double points. So your first place is 50, second place is 36.
Yeah. I want to hear. By the way, we've got yellow out in sector 3. I don't know if we can find out what's causing that.
I will investigate.
You'll plus minus your way up and down the order and see if we can figure out what's causing that bad boy. No worries. Actually, I have found it. It is. It's McKenny Ricky, P14. That's the one that's last in the championship. The number 36 Wave Cream Esports car. Is Engine's gone pop.
Yep.
Whilst we try and grab a replay of what's happened there, we're going to grab ourselves a cheeky. It's Ed o'clock. It's time for an Ed interview. Of course, considering what's happened with the team recently, I'm sure we can get a little bit of a brief update from that. What's the opinions like?
Tragedy.
And guys, I'm going to take a break. I think I'm back in about 3 hours' time.
No worries,
All right.
David. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you, David.
Thanks for your company.
Bye, David.
You're the man, David.
Thank you.
So Ed,
Trading David for Ed.
is that much worse?
Is that a fair trade?
No, it is not. But still, I'm curious. Ed,
Do you
your
want me to go?
opinions? No. Ed, your opinions, the team's opinions on what's just happened.
Yeah, I heard you all spouting a bunch of conjecture in here, so I wanted to clear it up. Yeah, it's pretty annoying what happened to Matt in the 97. I don't think that really needs to be said.
And what was the issue?
He had a screen freeze, but the game kept running, a persistent screen freeze.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it was frozen image. Car was still running, and we were talking about, could you alt tab and go live on Discord somehow, and then we'll we'll guide you round, or I don't know what Jimmy would think of that. But yeah, I mean, it's useless anyway because we would still see the same freeze as he was seeing. So yeah, it was yanked the internet cable out time, and now he's back in, is it 13th?
13th, correct.
Yeah.
Still
Jolly
hope
good.
for some points. So there's that to aim for.
Yeah, you could get some points. I don't know where it'll get him in the end, but pretty frustrated as you can imagine in that voice channel.
Yeah, I think in light of the current situation, Ed, if there was a constructors championship, you would be winning that. So I think that that's easily said.
Doesn't quite work like that. No, I'm kind of sad that we are almost certainly not going to get the 1, 2, 3 I wanted this season. But there's been some other good things. Like every car has won at least one race, so that's been nice. But yeah, that 1, 2, 3 is kind of gone now. I think you guys were talking about team orders. Yes, that will happen if it needs to, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. Because let's say, we what's the gap now between first and second?
50 seconds.
It says 50 seconds on live timing.
Yeah.
So if we take 50 seconds off the 77 and then the 87 has problems,
yeah,
there would be a really foolish thing to do. So
what you could consider is just you could add 50 seconds of speed to the 87 so it could catch up.
True.
That's another
Have you considered that?
Yeah.
Pass on to Jan.
Thanks, Elliot.
Yeah, no worries. That's just strategy. Chief strategist in the future, maybe for Zancho. Just add more speed.
Strategery.
I don't think he wants to hire any more commentators, mate.
Yeah, I think he's over it. But yeah, definitely a challenging sequence of events for Zancho. Unfortunately for Ed, the 1, 2, 3 is for now outside of the picture, unless something crazy happens in the next halfway of this race.
Incredible! I would want to see that.
Yeah, that's what I definitely want to see that if Matt Richards can wheel that thing back to the front end of the row. But yeah, definitely a very challenging thing, especially when you're considering how much speed a lot of these other drivers have. I mean, just the field in general. When you have less than a second in between their fastest laps or between their average laps. How do you make up that 50-second gap to the driver ahead and then potentially the minute gap to the driver, beyond? So there's a lot of time left. Just more speed.
Just more speed. 50 seconds.
More
of
or
speed.
faster. Yeah, sure.
You have to hire a bunch of hooligans to run out to the track and then flag down the cars with yellow flags so everyone else slows down and then the 97 just flies through.
Selective yellow flags.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
You could get the sniper that was taking out the tyres at the 2013 British Grand Prix. Get him to come along and have some fun.
I think in this situation you just kind of feel like, okay, I've taken my bad luck token, and other people haven't taken theirs yet. So,
There is a bright side though,
You
which
know.
is again that he got it stopped before hitting any sort of barrier or anything
Oh,
like
yes.
that.
And he had 2.5 liters to do that lap.
I did wonder why he was so slow.
Yeah, that was impressive actually. So again, all things considered, actually, I think there's actually more positives than there is. There's one big negative, but there's several positives to be found in all of this.
What's the to put into perspective
Such
how impressive?
typical American optimism. You're so welcome.
Everything sucks, but there's some stuff that's
But
working out
there's
right now.
Every cloud. Come on. No, for real though. So 2.5 liters is what you had to do that lap on. For those of us out of the know, how many liters is it on average per lap round here on a standard race lap?
Race leader's coming into pit for LMHC. Looks like. Am I right or wrong? I'm wrong.
Maybe.
Oh no, that's the number 7. But yeah, that's the AAA car. They're coming into pit now.
Ed?
You want me to talk about hypercars?
No,
So-
I want you to answer my question.
I thought Elliot had actually moved on from that.
No,
No, I thought that was
still want you
just
to
an
answer my-
interesting
I just
pit.
want you to
Just
answer my
an
question.
You want me to give you data?
All
Give
right,
us the
Nick.
specifics. How do you win?
All right, no, I'm not. I'm just. Oh my god, I'm trying to just show how impressive it was dropping it down to 2.5. Just a rough
I
number,
can
mate.
see Thomas Beher
I
over the bloody channel. Going,
I can divide 13 by whatever the fuel tank is, mate. If you really want me to.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. See what you get.
Yeah, I know
Go
it's
with
not
that
going to be your
number.
actual. Yeah, no, I know. Go. Tell me what that number is then. Oh my god, you're the hardest. Get out of my channel. just go. Jeez.
Is some infighting going on? Some fantastic.
God, no wonder I'm taking a break from your team. Jesus.
Ooh, wow.
Lewis asking the hard questions here about fuel conservation. Unfortunately for himself, doesn't know much about that.
Thank you. Yeah, ran out of fuel. Fantastic work. According to Jimmy Allison, it's 6.9 and then a bit less. There you go.
Yep.
Big
Jimmy
maths,
can
quick maths.
say what he likes.
Considering the saltiness there, that's probably. Oh, so that's 90 divided by
No,
13.
he can.
Okay,
No, he
that's
can
fair enough.
genuinely, I mean, I'm very happy for you to use that number.
It is slightly less than that, and even I know that. But that's fair enough.
Yep.
Because let's be honest. You know that you had a car. No, I can't just drop that information. They weren't really close in 14 laps, but it wasn't that far away either. I'll drop. There you go. Is that enough?
They weren't really close on 14 laps, but they weren't that far away either.
Yeah, meaning that it's sort of in between. So if 90 divided
Can you
by
just
13
say what
is
you were going to
6.9.
say before you?
It's like 6.7.
It's
6.7,
Is it?
something like that. No, don't give me a break. No. I'm sat here. I'm having an argument with my team boss. Thanks, Jimmy. Though, fight in my corner.
Did
What a
everyone
champ.
else hear Jimmy too? They did,
The broadcast didn't.
Yeah.
We did though.
right? I was wondering about that.
No. The broadcast here's race direction though. Now that's great.
Lewis, I want to
Oh,
let you know you're doing
God.
such a great job casting this race.
Oh no, don't start. That sounds so positive to everyone. So when I'm instantly just like brushing it off, being like, "Can you not?" It sounds like I'm
Honestly,
being a total.
one of the best casters I've ever heard.
Stop calling me a caster. You're worse than Elliot.
It looks like we're on the back straightaway here, coming back into the gameplay.
Where's Les, mate? He needs to stop playing darts and join us. Les Coombe.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's focus on the race at hand. We've got Yuri Spears currently on screen, leading the way.
Yoyovsky has taken over, by the way, in the
Correct.
number 7.
AAA. Yeah, we'll just ignore Ed. It's fine. You can return to your team. We won't hold you here for too long, unless you want to commentate.
Wow. Thanks, Lewis. All right. Well, see you never.
6.7.
Is that kilometers per liter? Is that what you're saying?
There you go. He's gone. It's fine.
Are you saying 6.7 kilometers per liter? Because that's what I worked out.
Yeah. No, 6.7 liters per lap. Come on.
Oh.
I mean, I could just get the information from Dan, because Dan will give it to me. I've got.
I was working out what he would need to do with 2 liters to do the full lap. Yeah.
Well, it's
So
13. It's 13.6 kilometers with 2.5 2.5 liters.
So 5 kilometers per liter.
Roughly. That is that. By the way, this is the bit of information that I wanted. Was that, say for example, it's between 6.7 and 6.8, something like that. Whatever. It's slightly less than that as well, but whatever. They only had I think they were 2 liters over on 30 laps, 2 or 3 liters over on 13 laps, which is what I meant by they were kind of close to doing 14 laps, but also not very far away. I.e., that it's halfway. It's around that kind of margin, which is what is too much to save, but kind of not enough to use. If that makes sense. And so with that, he's just done a lap with 4 liters less in the fuel tank than he needed to, and that is mightily impressive. So hats off to Matty Richards for actually getting around without running out of fuel. I couldn't do that, so good shout.
See, exactly. You got to look at the positives.
Do you know how I would do it? I would go full speed. I'd go full speed the entire time.
Well, if you get up to quite a decent speed in the Mulsanne, if you hold the clutch in, you can skip over the chicanes and you can just carry the speed through, and Jimmy won't notice.
Yeah.
No, wouldn't care.
You cut literally every corner. You just take the underpass back to the pit. That'd be the best strategy.
Well,
see, this is why I should be a racing strategist.
Apparently we've got more than 4 track cuts to use this time, so might as well burn them up.
Yeah, it's like the Joker lap when you're watching like SST racing, like the Stadium Super Trucks. They have this the shorter version of the track. It's like in Mario Kart where you can take the shortcut. It's like that. So I think maybe in endurance one day they'll have you'll be able to do 1 of every 10 laps as a shortcut. That'd be interesting.
Did you see that they did that in WTCR? Or WTCC, whatever it was, when they started doing it. They did it at Villarreal. It's in Portugal. It's a street circuit in Portugal. It's always hilarious with the amount of crashing that happens there. But they genuinely have there's a roundabout. And on 1 lap in a race, you have to go left, I think.
Yep.
And then on all of the other laps, you go right. And it's such a stupid thing to do, but that's quite funny. Because obviously, Joker, I didn't know they were in Stadium Super Trucks. I knew they were in, obviously, Rallycross. Global Rallycross used to have it where the Joker lap was shorter.
Yep.
And then in World Rallycross, oh my god, that was amazingly close to a crash for Erhan Yovsky. Whoa! I think I nearly just swallowed my own tongue there. Erhan Yovsky slotted a gap he should not have gone for. Holy cow! Well, I'm sure we'll get a replay of that in just a second. He went to the right of the satellite, going through the kink before Mulsanne, and nearly caused a monstrous crash. And this actually brings up quite an interesting point.
Yep, that's worth showing on the replay.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
There was not much space between him, the wall, and the satellite on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
This brings up a point. Now you can see here on this shot, you can see the small strips of lights that the Senna has. Now that in the mirror of a GT is almost not even visible. Because in the mirrors, you genuinely can't see it, which is why a lot of GT drivers have said to the hypercar drivers, you must flash when you get behind us because we cannot see you unless you do. Here's a replay. Let's have a hold your breath, lads. Hold your breath. Here we go. Watch this.
Oh my god! In his favor though, he did flash his lights. He just
he flashed
it
it
when
late.
he was bad.
He flashed away. The thing is, in that scenario, the only person who is at fault in that scenario is Erhan Yovsky because he's gone for a gap that's closing anyway. The GT has been predictable and is staying on the racing line. I will add. He is just following the natural curve through that corner. We're right on board, I think. There we are. See, look, flashing very late. Go to the left-hand side, man.
I mean, speaking from his,
he's off the road as well.
From his perspective, it really doesn't matter if you're flashing the lights when your headlights are ahead of their rearview mirrors. I think he may have learned from that. Maybe as we go into the next, next 12 hours of this race, he'll be like, you know what? Maybe I'll push that button a little sooner. But I think, speaking to all of the talent as far as all 3 of those drivers are concerned, the fact that the Porsche didn't drive down any much further than that. I mean, he really only had the width of that Senna or that McLaren to gap through. But the fact that there wasn't an accident there is pretty mind-boggling. And I think he may just have woken himself up. He might be like, oh man, okay. This race is
Maybe
happening.
That's why he
and
did it. Just to,
yeah, and
for the adrenaline rush. He wants to feel something at this late hour.
Yeah. So for AAA esports, maybe the management team's thinking to themselves like, hey, Erhan, that was amazing. Okay, we love you. That was amazing, but never do that again.
Yeah.
Good for the highlight reel, but yeah, let's not duplicate that one.
I think it was Adiovsky when racing with maybe Dennis Jordan, Edge Esports back in Malaysia, who I was critical of, for slotting a gap between Jonas Ravio and the Edge Esports he was racing with that really, really didn't exist. So it's not the first time he's done it this season. The thing is, at this point in the season, that could not only be a race-ending crash for you and the satellite in that scenario, but that's a championship-ending crash. Yeah. And that is no joke. That is 10 months of work basically just thrown out the window as if it doesn't even matter. You know? And that's a massive deal because you wanted to save a couple of tenths getting by on the inside rather than the outside. You know what I mean? It's not worth it.
Yeah, and I think the risk management of endurance racing is ultimately what a lot of these drivers have to consider and a lot of these teams have to consider, right? Like if you're running a Grand Prix race that has 15, 20 laps and you're coming down to the last few laps, obviously you're driving a completely different way. Like the entire race matters, right? Like every single corner, because you don't have a ton of time to make up later on. But as you mentioned, like if he loses 2/10 there, I believe the gap to the car behind is 15 seconds. So 2/10 when you're considering a gap of 15 seconds really isn't that big of a deal, especially when your fastest lap is almost a second faster than the Edge Esports 12 car that's just in behind. So it is just that risk assessment and management. He is driving the McLaren Senna, and as Senna said, if you don't go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver, and he went for it, and man, that's pretty much as close as it gets before there's a little bit of livery exchange with the car next to you.
Yeah, it wasn't an ideal scenario. Currently on screen though, maybe this could be an ideal scenario for VRC1. Roman Yakubovic behind the wheel, catching Korazari. Maybe going to try and get the 33 back on the podium. It's not running the podium positions at all today.
He's fallen off a little bit.
Oh, touche.
Because I was looking into that because I saw this gap and I was like, wait a minute, I don't even remember these guys being close. So I went back and investigated. Korazari came out of the pits a couple laps ago, just ahead of Yakubovic, with I believe fresh tires as well. So I think it would take something special for Yakubovic to make that overtake.
I'd say the VRC1 though has been closing in, like in general, over the race on the 26th. So I said they've not been close at all. And if they can get on the podium here, that'd be an incredible drive from the most consistent team in LMP2.
It was less than 2 seconds actually between them when Korazari came out of the pit. So yes, you are right about that.
If they can, from a very serious point, if VRC1 can get maybe even second in the championship, serious hats off to him. Yellow flags out in Sector 1. What's causing this? I don't have a replay because my game's currently reopening, but that'll be down in the S's section somewhere. Not sure who's caused that, but either way, we'll carry on and ignore it. Pretend it's never happened. It's fine. It's all good. But yeah, if they can get second in the championship by overtaking Wayfield Esports, hats off to them. It would have been an incredible season for them because, like I say, they've been consistent. They've been under the radar all the time. I speak about it all the time, so I'm not going to say how much they're under the radar in this race. But they're always just sort of like there or thereabouts. So I at the start of this, literally for the first 4 rounds, I was like, well, they're a backmarking team that's doing really well. Check the results. I've been second in like all of the races. Just a testament to consistency.
Second, third, and fourth, and never below.
Yeah. Never above either. Not taking a win.
One thing that I've noticed just from spectating this race, first time seeing anything with the LMHC cars. Typically from what I've seen, it's just been LMP1, LMP2, and then GT3 or GTE. But the LMHC cars in the LMP2, as far as speed is concerned, it seems that their straightaway speed, the LMHC cars are much faster. But if the LMP2 cars slot in behind the larger body of the McLaren, they actually are able to keep pace with them. I don't know if that's just like a visual thing just with the, on the straightaway. But as far as like I was paying attention, I believe it was one of the Singularity cars, and he was slotted in I believe, behind the AAA esports car a few laps back. This was maybe 10 minutes ago. He was actually holding the same pace as he was on the straightaway. So I'm wondering how much of an effect there is as far as the drafting is concerned. You saw, I think it was the Deuces Motorsports Porsche against, if I'm right, the Corvette of Sim Racing for Holland, and the second that the Deuces Porsche would just even poke its nose out for an opportunity to pass, it just lost all of its juice, right? And it just ultimately wasn't able to make the pass. So I'm wondering to myself, like, to an extent, with LMP2 and LMHC, how much of an advantage it is if you're in the LMP2 car, if you can get yourself behind in one of these LMHC cars on the straightaway.
The LMHCs will pull away quite a lot. Like, the thing is, if you watch the LMHCs and the LMP2s through the Porsche curves, the LMHCs are quicker. Yeah. But they aren't that much quicker. Like, realistically, they're not like. It's not like the difference between an LMP2 and a GTE, for example. There isn't that much difference between them. It's all on that straightaway speed, that acceleration, that punch out. The HCs pick up a lot of time. Like I said, they are going to pick up a fair amount of time through them, but not as much as maybe you'd think. Proof of point, and it's a shame we didn't go to Portland, because there would have been a hilarious thing at Portland, which the LMP2s and the LMHCs would have been pretty close on pace. And if it had rained, as we found in the Nürburgring, the LMP2s would genuinely have been quicker. We were supposed to go there for the penultimate round of the season. We ended up going to VIR because Portland wasn't released. So we had to do Virginia International Raceway anyway, which was hilarious. That's a good way of putting it, isn't it? Portland would have been great, though, having these driving around, bombing it around a track that's 1.9 miles long. But, still a lot of fun.
Yeah, as we watch right now, we're actually going to see a bit of what I was talking about as Roman in the VRC1, the 33 car. He's going to be able to slot in just... I think he's a little too far behind this McLaren, but if he was just maybe, 50 feet closer on the entry to this to the straightaway into this first chicane, maybe he was able to hold a bit of a better pace. So I wonder if these LMP2 cars are gambling on hoping that these McLarens are trying to make a pass on them somewhere in the Forest S's, so then by the time they get to Tetra Rouge, they're in a position where they can basically draft down the straightaway, because it seems to be a bit of an advantage for these guys. So I don't think that the GTE guys have that much of a benefit off of the draft of the faster classes. As you can see, the McLaren go flying past the Corvette of Team Virtual Racing.
Yeah, Tim's going to have a lot of traffic actually coming through right now. There's a whole bunch of LMHCs and LMP2s coming up behind him. It's going to be an exciting one for him.
Wouldn't want to be him right now. By the way, we are at speed hour, as we're very quickly approaching halfway through the race. And what I mean by that is we are getting purple sectors appear. Richie in the number 36, that's the Way From Esports car, purple. Or going faster in the middle sectors, doing some good times there. Felix Anton Fortan in the number 77, leading the way in GTE. Purple middle sector, in class, of course. Corazari, purple final sector, in class. We are seeing some quick lap times. Tim Neuendorf, not going to be setting some decent times here, considering all the traffic that he's got to sort of like, ooh. He might actually pick up some decent time, actually, considering if they get by on the straights, he's going to have some nice action. The moment they hold him up into a corner or dive him, he's done. Which I think he's going to receive a little bit of a boff from the LMP2 that's closing in. That is Roman Yakubovic.
Big gaggle of those LMHCs and LMP2s, though. They're just a large group. I think that was 8 cars or so within maybe about 15 seconds of each other.
Yeah, and I think what's worth stating for people that are watching that aren't maybe you're interested in sim racing in general, or maybe you don't dive into the endurance side of things where there's multiple classes driving on the track, but visually speaking, as you watch this, I think that's the Singularity car, I believe.
Yeah, correct.
That just flew past the 99 car of Team Virtual Racing, but it seems that this Corvette is going slow on the track, and that is just merely not the case. He is flying through the track. At a very fast pace, probably a pace that I couldn't even keep myself if I was just driving by myself. But then you have these other classes that you have to mingle with. So I think in the in the position that that Corvette was in, ultimately your best bet is just to stay on the racing line, right? Just stay on the racing line. The other cars are much faster. They have much more control over what's going to happen. They have much more control over whether or not they can maintain speed through a corner if they're going to the outside or the inside, where the Corvette or a Porsche in a GTE category car, they're not really going to have that same ability to make that choice for themselves. So they really don't have as much control when it comes to navigating the course.
Kalikuri's been into the pit lane for Azura Racing, so he's dumped that one down pit lane. So the driver that we were looking at, Singularity, Jordi's Vibes behind the wheel of that one. He's the one who's just taken over second position in the number 10. Pit stop sequence then, beginning. Or ending.
30
it's
seconds
it's
in
ending,
the top
isn't it?
three currently.
It's still as it was, and we're a minute away from completing our first 12 hours of the 24 here, boys. It's been a good run.
Well, speak for yourself. It's been 2 hours for me.
I think by the time we hit halfway, it's been 8.5 for me, and the 812.
I feel like any period of time feels like a long stint with you, Lewis. So
thanks, man.
Happy
You wait till tomorrow, and we've got to sit down for an hour and talk about some Skip Barbers racing around Brands Indy.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing a bit more research. The good thing is that I don't have to, pronounce the Spanish or French versions of the track.
Names?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Paddock
just
Hill?
go fast left, fast right, and then we got a bank left.
No, it's Paddock Hill's the first corner, Druids is the second corner, Graham Hill is the next corner, and then Clearways is the final. And if you really want to be fancy, there is a penultimate corner, which is Surtees.
Right,
Does that make you feel better?
Down.
Nice.
Okay. Just writing this down.
Yeah.
Yep. There. Okay.
Did you know Brands Hatch? Here's a fun fact for you. And I expect you to drop this on the broadcast. Did you know back in the day when it was new, when there wasn't a pit lane or anything like that, it was a brand new circuit. Back in the I think like 30s, maybe even earlier than that, bike races used to happen around there. They used to go backwards. They used to go up Paddock Hill, which is hilarious to think about.
They're just like it's like one of the Red Bull hill climbs. I think it's called Red Bull Hair Race or something like that.
Especially with how much power they would have had back then. That would have been brutal going up that.
Wow. Just burning their engines out and blowing the clutches up, climbing a mountain.
Yep.
Wow. Are you sure? Wait, you said Brands Hatch. Aren't they on Daytona?
No.
What? Oh,
no, because apparently if you ran the outside light at Daytona, you'd fall through the track.
So they switched it on me. Okay, good.
They switched it, yeah.
So this is what happens. I do literally know, none of my homework. You hear the other casters, they're like, oh, we're going to do our homework here. And they have data and all this. I'm like, oh yeah, I know Daytona. I know
Daytona.
Le Mans. I know Le Mans. There's a fast straightaway into a chicane into a straightaway. But yeah, that's good to know. Brands Hatch tomorrow. Wow, Pog. Okay. Thanks for the update, Lewis.
No worries. I only know because I got spammed by a driver being like, "Oh, I can't believe they've taken the track with me." So I found out that way. 5 and a bit seconds, 6 seconds. The distance between the ACR that we're looking at and the speedy might just ahead of it. So there might be a battle. Who knows? It's got a bit of a blue flag though as Jordi's Veers is closing in. Jordi's Veers set a purple first sector. Or purple middle sector rather on the previous lap. So going pretty speedy himself. He just set a 3:21.0, which by the way at this point in the race is blooming quick. But whilst we're here, we don't have Jimmy Allison, so I can't do the fancy thing. I'm sure he's listening to us. Hello.
Hi, Jimmy.
But don't worry, you don't have to run back to your computer to do this. Don't panic. We've passed the halfway point. We've passed the opening 12 hours. We'll do a top 5 rundown of what's happening currently in the order. Of course, we've got Hanyovsky currently leading the way. Oh, thanks, man. There you go. Never mind. Oh, he's a champion, isn't he? We'll do the top 5 very quickly then of each class as we've reached halfway. Hanyovsky AAA leading from Singularity. Still, can we swap? Can someone do a new livery for those? Because white, black, and green from both of those cars is really annoying.
Yeah, that's been really confusing me this entire time. I was like, wow, is that the same car, the same team? But I thought that the two Singularity classes, I thought that they were actually working off of each other, but it was the AAA esports car of Chbosky.
Look at Alex Siebel and Rafael Lobato. They're both basically the same. Different team, by the way. Azura Racing, though, currently on the podium. Kalikuri behind the wheel of that one. Alex Siebel behind the wheel of the Edgy Sports. And then one echo of Nico Barkley rounding out the top 5. And LMP2, Turka Akkonen still leading the way for Hydra Racing. That car will be taken over on the next stint by Rory McDuff, who'll do a few stints. Enzo Fazzi's behind the wheel of the Singularity now for a good couple of hours. He's doing a double, so he's doing a double stint times 2. So he's going to be in it for a little while before he hands back to, I think, Dennis Lind, because Dennis and Devin both need to get themselves some sleep. Wait for Me Sports number 26. Currently in 3rd position, VRC1 closing in maybe a little bit on a potential podium if some strategy stuff goes their way. Roman Yakubovic behind the wheel of that one, and Fair Racing Team into the top 5 after the issues for the 36 Wait for Me Sports car. It is no longer a 1-2-3 for Zancho, courtesy of the issues for Matt Richards. I did get a video of it, and his game was completely frozen, by the way. Number 77, Felix Antoine Fortin, leading the way from Jan van der Heide. Casper Stoltz in the number 60 in position still to win the championship, although if the 77 and 87 switch positions, blah, 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 blah. You've heard this like a million times. We'll deal with that at the end of the broadcast. Not now. It's fine. Jao Barbosa in the Jesus Motorsports Club number 74 inside the top 4, and Tim Neuendorf, Team Virtual Racing, doing a great job inside the top 5. There you go.
And that recap brought to you by Cheez-Its.
Yeah. Oh, I wish. It's brought to you by Raw Designs and their great track guides. Oh.
Ooh. Brought to you by Lewis McGlade, the finest
precisely.
in casting.
Oh, I wouldn't. Don't stop calling it casting, man. Casting. It's
You did say don't stop calling it casting.
You did.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is just proof that I'm a terrible caster. Apparently, it's just a horrible word for it, isn't it? It's just,
I don't know.
Come on,
I
man.
don't know.
Race speaker.
Yeah, I'm the voice. I'm just gonna call myself the voice of. I am the voice of the motorsport.
Race talky person.
I will be your guide through this spiritual experience, which is going to be the last 12 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans, presented by the VEC.
That's catchy. The last 12 hours of the 24 hours of the. That's
just smooth like
butter.
It's smooth like batter, and we're going to be watching.
I can't believe it's not butter.
Yeah, you can't believe it's not Butler, the team.
Rene Butler's
Pal.
team.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can't believe it's not Rene Butler's team.
You can't believe it.
Sorry,
okay?
Rene's not watching this time. I can start slating that team, right, Jimmy? No, I'm joking. I won't. I won't drop you in any. That's all good. Don't worry.
Definitely talking about the number 5 car, right? Or no, he's in 5th position in the 29 car
I don't know what
for
we're talking about,
LMP2. And Sergio
Azevedo
is
there
driving
you go.
that bad boy. There he
Butler
is.
Pal Motorsport. There you go. Get him on cam.
Can't believe it's not Butler Pal Motorsport.
Yeah. I mean, Nicholas Hillebrand's one of the guys behind the wheel of that one. Genuinely, he's a good guy. He's a good friend of mine. Probably one of the most angry people I've ever met, though. He's loud. I'll give him that. He gives me a good run for my money when it comes to anger. I'll give him that.
What is the gap right now? There's a car right on his tail, but I'm actually not able to make out which car that is.
That's Roman Yakubovic.
Ah.
Here we go. Hold on. Are we ready, lads? Transition. Boom.
Oh my god. Oh, so that's the car just ahead of him, but he's almost an entire lap ahead. So that is the lap car.
That is a great point. He's about to drop a lap to the guy that's
So that's the car. The car that's behind is actually the car that's just ahead. So that's if that
Not
shows
confusing.
you anything. Yeah, not confusing at all. But he's flashing his lights now on the outside here. That is the car ahead. So now can't believe it's not Butler Pal Motorsports. Is going to go to a lap down now, and that's why it was a bit confusing for me because I was like, man, there's a car right on his butt, and it has a number plate that seems pretty high. But the gaps don't make sense.
Being the car ahead, right?
Yeah, the car behind is the car ahead.
Confuse things.
So I think for the Butler car, he's now sitting there taking a look at what he has to catch, but unfortunately that's a car ahead of him that has a full another lap. So he has to pass him and then do another lap and catch back up to that spot to be competitive.
He should unlap himself pretty soon, though.
Right.
You know, free pit stops and stuff. Speaking of pit stops, we've got
Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson, boom, confetti. He loves that as well. He's actually a massive Jimmy Johnson fan. Fun fact, JJ.
Jimmy's great.
He's just a Londoner. Is Jimmy in his mid-30s or something? He's old. He sounds like a 12-year-old though.
All right, look, some of us are also in their mid-30s.
It's too easy to fire shots when you're so young and beautiful like me. JJ though, he's a good lad. He's been in sim racing a long time. Has fought for championships at the top end of sim racing and comes into this maybe trying to secure himself a Le Mans victory.
One thing
I've been told, by the way, sorry, it's really, really important. Michael Rowland's just messaged me to tell everyone that he's a nice guy because he is obviously. There you go, tick.
Wow, that's
Michael
yeah,
Rowland.
that was. I was going to mention something. I was going to mention something about Singularity slotting into second place ahead of the '87 Zancho car. I think it was under a pit, but no, that is definitely more important.
Exactly, I agree with you. I agree.
That's
because the 87's taken tyres and the 60 hasn't. Maybe?
And changed drivers, right? Didn't Olivier Fortin just get in?
Yeah. They changed it. So when one changes the drivers, they all change. So Dan Kell's recently taken over the 97, and they all seem to do like the same sort of bits, so like 2 stints and then change, 2 stints and then change. So it makes sense that JJ's taken over this car, and then Olivier Fortin's taken over the other one. So one Fortin in and one Fortin out, because Felix Anton Fortin was in the other one. It's busy times. I would say in the household. They don't live in the same household. They live like 5 minutes apart, but not in the same house.
1 410 in, 1 410 out. You shake it all about.
Exactly. That's hideous.
Do you think it could be considered cheating based on the fact that they are the same human being?
No.
Okay. Started from the
Quite
same
the
cell.
opposite, in fact.
Think of it though. Think of it. If you had no disrespect to their pace, but let's just think for 1 minute. If you had a team. Right, with Erhan Yovsky in it, and Erhan Yovsky had an identical twin that was just as quick. How good would that be to have those two in the same? Right, one out, next one in, boom, still the same lap times.
Right.
Pushing it at the top end of the field.
I think having a twin would be a fantastic benefit, right? So like if you are fast yourself and you have a twin that's also just as fast as you are, fit great. But like, let's look at my perspective. There's no way I would ever want myself driving the car a second stint, you know, because like I'm obviously going to be the slow guy. I don't want someone to complain about screwing my laps up, right? So, it just depends on how fast you are yourself, and yeah, that's a tough one. Maybe in the future, as people, you know, as you know, a lot of oh, is that the '98 car? He was coming to a crawling halt.
I'm trying to open up the tab at the time at 98. You say?
Yeah, 98 car, GTE car, I believe.
Yeah, the Team RGP out.
Yep, he seems like he was having a pretty slow exit just as the 431 LMP2 car. I believe that was EVA Racing. They may have had a little bit of a collision there, but yeah, he just had a slow crawl coming out of that first chicane, and I'm not sure if there was a bit of a collision or if he ended up just driving it off there, but yeah, he definitely lost a little bit of pace as he falls back to the traffic that you see behind. I believe that's the 74 car of Deuces Motorsports in the Porsche, I believe.
Yeah, so
Good
Varga lost it. I think he braked a little bit late, went into the dirt, ended up spinning around, and the LMP2 car did not want to lift, didn't lift, no contact made. But that was a scary moment for sure.
Yeah. By the way, we're receiving some breaking news from Ed Trevelyan Johnson. They've discovered how you can breed twins. Oh, yellow flag out in Sector 2. Which
what is that for?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is it the 98 again? Oh, yeah, it was 98 again, I think, at Molson Corner.
74 went through and got the pass on him, but yeah, maybe he's having, after the spin out, like we've talked about a billion times in the past, not Ed, sorry, just you guys sound so much alike. You're just the same people. You have the same temperament and everything. It's just crazy.
You're awful. You're not the first person to do it. Mike Epps does it in Sanchez as well.
I think what ended up happening there is the 98 car ended up cooking his tires when he had a bit of a close collision with 431, but it sounds like he didn't have too much of an issue. So now he's finding himself. I'm assuming he drove off on the exit of the Mulsanne corner, and the 74 Porsche was able to just slot in past that. And I think it was a bit interesting a little bit earlier. I can't remember who. I think, Lewis, you were here commentating, but another one of the commentators was talking about how I believe it's the the Deuces Motorsports car, and one of the Corvettes, if you combined their two liveries, they would have a Martini Racing livery, and I thought that was pretty funny. I can't remember which team it was, but it was the blue and I think it was like a teal and red Corvette. But that's I would assume just from enough racing over the season, you end up trading stickers with the cars next to you that you end up bumping into, and maybe that's how that. Yeah,
that's how you gain new sponsors, isn't it? You stick
and
off
that's
someone
why.
else's car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't end up. All you have to do to get a good sponsor is you just have to drive into the car that's a pole sitting in corner number 1 and take his Red Bull sticker away.
Yeah, exactly. just steal someone else's sponsors, mate. Why not? Why work for anything when you can just nick it?
And maybe that's why some of the cars are looking a bit of the same, which you were commenting on just a little bit earlier. Maybe it's just been collisions over the season, a little bit of door exchanging, and ultimately they're just exchanging sponsors and parts, and it's a community effort, this endurance racing.
Can I just rip into someone a minute here? Like no, it's not even Ed. It's not even Ed.
Yeah,
it's Borja Milan sat there in the chat. At this rate, they're going to do 450 laps. Now, I'm sorry, mate. I'm really sorry. Where have you got that information from? Because bearing in mind, we're 15 minutes past halfway.
It's been dry.
Erhan Yovsky has done 210 laps, which if he'd done at the halfway point means that if they kept that same speed, we'd be ending with 420. Blaze it. Obviously, we're not. I think we're going to end at about 415. On about 415 laps, even if there could be a little sprinkling of rain. I don't understand. You've got 450 laps from.
Actually, what is the weather? Because that's one thing I haven't talked about since I've gotten in here.
It's not even get the second time.
Third time lucky. You got it.
A slight sprinkling is expected around 10 a.m. CEST, so whatever time that is in the UK, 9 a.m. That's the only time that matters. Let's be honest. And then there is expected to be a slight rain shower, potentially after the race, but it could be in the final sort of 10 minutes.
Gotcha.
So we don't know. That's the answer to that question.
Well,
I don't know anything, mate.
You kind of know.
No, I don't know anything. I don't pay attention.
I think after listening to how you were breaking down the math to figure out how many liters of fuel you need per lap, I think it's fair to say that you are an expert when it comes to all things mathematics, as I think we've all seen with chats, over the history of live streaming. I would presume that our chat is full of experts as well. We probably have hundreds of doctors watching.
Yeah.
Lieutenants. Yeah, doctors, scientists. Can we get a one in chat for anyone that's NASA scientist or?
Battle for 6th in LMP2, by the way.
Thank you for the cut in the conversation there. Let's just go for it. Here we go. They got a bit side by side. Oh, lights off, mate. Lights off. Sergio, mate, do you want to wake up a sec? A touch?
He's going rogue, boys.
Do you want to just turn your lights on, lad? There we go. He's obviously flashed it one too many times.
Thank you, Jimmy.
There we go. Sergio has the lights back on. That could have been I'm assuming they can get disqualified for having the lights off. Goran Djordjevic was nearly falling foul of that back in Interlagos. Decided that it was a good idea to run for ages. Oh, it wasn't Interlagos. Sorry, I think it was Nürburgring. I think they blew up.
What's the difference? Point. Am I right?
I think they blew up before they got to that point at Interlagos. Sorry,
I think Olivier Fortin might be catching Stolze as well.
Yeah, that's the fresh tyres, isn't it? In it.
Yep. In it. Yep. It is.
It is.
I don't even know how to say it like that. Yeah, it looks like the Zancho Racing, the 87 of Olivier Fortin, is definitely catching the 60 car of Casper Stolz. Am I saying that right? Casper Stolz. Stolze, if
you really want to.
Stolze.
It's German, isn't it?
So he's been able to pick up 3 seconds over the past 5 or 6 laps. So I believe, Lewis, I know you're the expert on this. When was the last pit stop that the Singularity car took?
Oh my god. All right, let me just right click all the 18 different things. God, do it yourself.
Yeah,
mate.
We got you. But
laps ago.
Okay, because what I'm wondering and what I'm trying to illustrate is that the Singularity racing car, the Porsche, could actually be on a whole different set of tires potentially.
It is. So
Okay.
these are old tyres that currently Casper Stoltz was driving around on. So he's doing 14 lap stints, which means that these tyres have done 16 laps in total. So these are used. Let's go with
Yes.
used. They are not fun tyres that he's currently on right now. Aged, but not like cheese, so it doesn't get better over time. Probably feels like driving on cheese though. But yeah, he will drop back, but then obviously this will switch a little bit because then Casper will be on fresh tyres for his next stint, and Olivier will double stint his next set. So it ebbs and flows. Where you want to stick the advantage in, I've got no idea, mate. I would say we're going to find out in just under 12 hours. You know?
It's a bold prediction.
Yeah, we'll find out who's going to win the race in 11 hours and 41 minutes. So great fence I'm sitting on right here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the statistics we can rely on is that there are 11 more hours, 40 minutes, and 46 seconds left.
That's
Lewis,
actually that's not a statistic we can rely on.
Really?
No.
Oh God.
No,
Oh,
because
God.
for one, if they cross the line bang on the second, like just before the second, which means we do have to wait another 3 minutes and 20 seconds to complete that. So it could actually be 3 minutes longer than that. So you got that to play with. Also, what if there's a red flag? At which point, who knows when the shoots there? So you know,
Do they just keep the clock running when there's a red flag on the track?
We can't because we've got to reset the server and stuff. Because it's the only time we would get a red flag is if there is a server issue. We shouldn't be talking about red flags because it's very taboo around here.
Gotcha.
So we'll keep off that topic as.
Well, I think as you talk about that, yeah, Casper Stoltz. If you're sitting in the Zancho 87, if you're Olivier Fortin, you obviously want to make it past this 60 car that's just ahead of you, right? He's holding your place that you were holding previously before going into the pit. You're on fresh tires. You have every single opportunity. You're in the draft. So Olivier is ultimately looking to get ahead of him as soon as possible because I don't think that there's much of an advantage for him to sit behind, even to use that slipstream. It's really just not. It's your optimal tire temperatures and the amount of grip that your tires are gonna be able to achieve on the track. It's gonna happen pretty soon, right?
Well,
so he doesn't want to sit too long behind Casper Stoltz.
He's going to try and make a move into the first chicane of the whole stand. It'll probably switch back on the run down towards the second one. Previous lap time from Casper Stoltz, much to your point, Casper Stoltz did a 54.6. Olivier Fortin did a 52.4. That's the position done for the first chicane on the mole stand. The 87 goes ahead. Expect the slipstream to work in the favour of Casper Stoltz on the run down towards the second one, though. I'm going to suspect the second one's leading, and Olivier Fortin needs to time this move to perfection, either into Indianapolis or, if he is brave enough, into the Porsche curves. Is Casper Stoltz going to try and make this move? Those lights are very bright on the Porsche ahead of this. I don't think he's quite gonna. It's closing in. I don't think he's going to do it. He pulls out, but that's just to break the slipstream and maybe get in the eyes of Olivier Fortin, blind the mirrors. No position change.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of a move there at the end, just to remind him that he's behind and potentially, grab Olivier's focus for just a second. It could potentially cause him to make a small little bit of a mistake, and ultimately, for the Singularity car is this Porsche that we're taking a look at right now, this lime green Porsche. Ultimately, this is the race, right? Like, obviously, he needs to go, and he has a pit that he still needs to. He needs to get done, but this is the positions that they would normally be in for this race. So for him, any sort of pressure that he can put on Olivier, even to get into his head for half of a second, is worth it, especially if it does cause a bit of a mistake on Olivier's side. So obviously we didn't see that happen this time by, but if he can keep the pressure on him, obviously he's going to have to pit himself, Casper, that is, in the Singularity Porsche. But if he can get into Olivier's head, just even for a second, could be worth it in the long run.
Well, as I'm sure Justin will know, if Casper Stoltz can fill the mirrors of the 87, maybe distract him. If there is a crash from that 87, that is it. The championship will effectively be decided in that one incident. If the crash is big enough, of course. It might not be a big crash. But if the mistake is that big, if he loses a few seconds, fair enough, he can gain that back. If it's damage and he has to come into the pit lane and repair it, and that's going to lose you a lot of time, that will be it. You know?
Yep. Yep.
Because these two are the two main protagonists fighting for that championship. Now the 97s dropped out of it, currently a lap down on Jakob Varga, down in 33rd place, 32nd position, the one for Jakob Varga. A lap down on that, so would have to do a lot to get back even into the points, and then to get into championship contention. God knows what would have to happen. Is that Olivier? Oh no, I get confused because like they're using a lot more of the pit lane entry this year than I've ever seen before. They're really storming over that pit lane entry to get the best line through the Ford chicane.
Yeah, maybe just to throw us off a little bit, Lewis. Maybe it's specifically an assault on the commentator.
On the commentary team.
Yeah, they're they're trying to throw us off. Maybe we've seen in the past. Obviously, this isn't what's going on, but we've seen in the past in real world motorsports. You'll see teams fake. They'll just walk out with tires. Into the pit. With like the tire warmers on them, just to make the teams next to them think that they're going to take a pit. And obviously the strategist, there's so many little meta tiny games that go on in motorsports just in general, with people playing head games and trying to trick the strategy. Even if, and I was talking about this just a second ago, just with the Singularity car getting up behind I believe it was the 87 at Zano. If you can just get into the head for a second and distract that person that is in charge of strategy or in charge of the, behind the wheel of the car, I mean, it's a bit of a success, right? Because if you can just deteriorate their mental fortitude for even a second, especially with one of these long races, I mean, it can do wonders. Like just a small mistake could be made by one of these people that are in the position to make a decision last second. And if you fake going into the pit, I know that this isn't what they're doing. They're just using as much of the track as possible from what we've been seeing. But maybe that potentially puts a little bit of pressure on the other teams to pit as well.
Well, this is a scary traffic moment.
Oh my god!
A lot of cars going. This is Brambilla trying to overtake Kapusta, but then Herman Stocky is there as well, a lap down. That's the other Porsche. Then you've got the LMHC and the LMP2 trying to get by. Here we go with the Corvette going side by side with the Porsche, though. And I think maybe is just about going to get him. Unfortunately, losing out on that slipstream, but yeah, does get him before the braking zone. So Brambilla does move up into 27th overall, but that got a bit scary for a moment there.
Oh, it's all right. There's not too far back from this, apologies. Brambilla, you got Brambalen as well behind that. That's the white. That's the BMW just in the background. So it could be Brambilla. Fighting each other. It's just madness. We're going to get that change of position once again. Satellite down the inside. You got the one Echo there, just firing it through. That's Nico Barkley behind the wheel of that. Hopefully not pulling too many numbers from from Borja Milan. Around the outside goes the Witchwood, nicely held. Nice stuff. Drive Game Seat trying to get involved in this.
Not great on the exit, though.
No, that's less than ideal, isn't it? It's very kind of the tyres, the Corvette, and very quick in a straight line. Just let you know. Give you a bit of a sprinkling of information there. Doesn't help anyone, does it? It looks like Brambilla is going to hold on. He's got the inside of the Mulsanne corner nicely held at the moment for 7th position as the Pink Pig not able to get by. I think he's got a bit of traffic that wants to find its way through. Herman Stocky. That's this one just hit. And Brambilla, who's even further back from this. He's about 4 laps down on this.
Yeah, Stocky's 1 lap down. And Balin is 4 laps down, as you said. Or actually, 5 laps down on them. 4 laps down on Stocky.
Long way down, isn't it?
Things could get a bit interesting here as the 7 car, the LMHC car of Avid Chronic Racing. I think that's Rafael Lobato is just actually coming into the mix right now.
That's Yovsky.
Oh, that's Yovsky actually. But it seems, there's a bit of traffic actually coming to stack up. So it'll be interesting as a few of these guys are attempting to make a few passes. We're going to see a bit of a little bit of a quarrel, but it seems like the 1 car, the race leader, is going to ultimately just hold his position here.
That was pretty intense. But in the end, actually, Brambilla in the Witchwood is going to come out on top of that. Looks like the BMW as well is going to get by Kapusta, so Balin's going to unlap himself one of those laps. Again, he's got a few more still to go.
I think Jordi Zveer is in second place in the Singularity Racing LMHC car, is actually just behind that pack as well. So we just saw the AAA esports car of Javosky go through. And now, ultimately, that the same pack of cars is getting a little bit in the way of the current the 10 car, which is in second place, which we're taking a look at now. But he just has the Corvette left to pass, so it wasn't much of an issue for him. But with this endurance racing and with different classes, it is definitely a challenge. Navigating your way through traffic. Lewis, question for you, or Justin, you can answer this too. Would you rather be the faster car in the traffic or the slower car?
I'll answer that first. We'll go to Justin.
Go for it.
So I've done a little bit in the lower class, but for most of my endurance racing career, I have been in the higher class, and I prefer to be in the higher class for one major reason is that I don't know if it's a common misconception from people who only take part in like open wheel racing or touring cars and stuff, because obviously the blue flag in here plays a little bit of a slightly different role. It's more of a warning to tell you that fast car's coming. In the higher class, you're the one that initiates the move. It is entirely on you with moving through traffic. As long as the traffic is holding its line, right, and just doing what it's doing, it is entirely your responsibility to get through the traffic safely. Now, I trust myself in that scenario because I will take my time. Even if I lose a few seconds, it's fine. Whereas when you're a GTE, you don't have a choice in that matter. If the hypercar is going to dive bomb you into a corner, there's nothing you can do about it. A decision's already been made. They're going to dive bomb you. And you basically just have to sit there and go, well, let me just hope that you don't crash into me. Thanks, pal. I don't like letting my race rest in other people's hands, because from my sim racing career, I really trust other people on circuit.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. I would rather be in control of my destiny in that regard. Because, yeah, you can always, if you're coming up right behind somebody.
There's a little combat.
I wouldn't be overtaking like a
Kapusta.
Oh, no. Oh.
No damage. A little bit of contact there as he was getting unlapped by Herman Stocky. Herman Stocky was unlapping himself and still holding that position. That, from Herman Stocky, obviously I don't know if Jimmy's here, I would say, at least from the slight view, considering that should be blue flag scenario, in a sense of it should be a requirement to drop back, considering it's in the same class and laps down.
Yep.
That could be a penalty for Herman Stocky, because that wasn't so great. You're getting involved in a battle with a car that's laps ahead of you.
Well, and I think Tom, in the satellite racing car that we're seeing right now, this Pink Pig Porsche, he was only 2 seconds down from the driver ahead of him. So that may have potentially taken him out of the contention just even to catch up. I know that we were watching, this specific car and drive in a pack of traffic. And, ultimately, the more traffic that's created, the more opportunities there are for, slipstream, and the more opportunity you have as a driver to maintain a pace. And also, if you're in the draft, you're at a specific advantage in certain circumstances. But I think for him now, I mean, just as you mentioned, with that lap car, that's not a car that he's racing right away. Obviously, they're all on the track at the same time. You're in a position where you're racing in the same series. You're in the same class. So ultimately, you're racing in the same race. But being a lap down, you do have to understand that if you get in the way, I'm not entirely sure who was faster there, but I believe Tom was actually going for the pass on the inside, and the other car just ended up driving down on him, which ended up putting him out in the dirt. Luckily, he's in the position now where it's not much of an issue. He's going to ultimately be able to catch up, but he's much further back now. He's another 6 seconds behind the 86 car in 7th position, Witchwood Racing car. So that is, unfortunate for him. So we'll definitely hear from the stewards to see if there was a potential penalty there.
Yeah, you definitely. I mean, it would have been maybe 50-50 if they had, if that had been for position. But yeah, when you're unlapping yourself, you essentially really need to be extra cautious. It's just the way it is. So it's an unfortunate incident. But as you said, not a huge deal. It's 6 seconds in the grand scheme of things. We'll see. We'll see if that ends up costing them points or something at the end of the race. Oh, if only we had those 6 seconds. But yeah, there's still plenty of time to make that up, and plenty of time for other things to happen.
Yeah, like I say, it is a completely different scenario if you're battling for position, but
Right.
you've got to, like, blue flags. If you're, for those of you that don't know, I'm assuming if you're watching the Virtual Endurance Championship at 2:30 in the morning UK time, you damn well know what's going on. But
Yeah,
for
you
those of
know what a blue flag is.
those of you that are joining, blue flags when it comes to different classes. So, say for example, if you're in GTE and you get a blue flag from LMP2 and an LMHC. You do not have to move. In fact, you're encouraged not to move out of the way. There is actually some stuff in the rules about that. Whereas if you move off the racing line and then there's contact, it's actually your fault, but we'll get on that later. Basically, just stay on the racing line. The blue flag is a warning telling you that there is a faster car coming, right? Just carry on doing what you're doing, but there is a faster car that's going to blast its way by at some point. The thing is, if you are if it's a blue flag in class, then you actually do have to move. Like, it's the same as if it would be in Formula 1 or in British touring cars or in V8 supercars. Not in NASCAR, we'll ignore that.
NASCAR.
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 Oh, isn't the IndyCar race on at the moment, speaking of that?
I think that's over.
No, is it over? Already?
Well, I thought it was on a while ago.
Nah,
Is it not?
No, I think it started. It's supposed to start at like 8 o'clock Eastern.
I don't know.
Is it not? Is it 8 o'clock? Yes, 8 o'clock Eastern was 1 o'clock in the morning.
It's currently 9:30 Eastern.
Yeah, exactly. A half-hour race at Texas, a 600-mile race, mate.
I don't know. I thought
I'm just going to focus on that and commentate on that for a bit. Jimmy,
I'm not sure. Well, it is actually my break time.
It is.
So I'll go.
you go.
I'll go and see if I can find out information about the IndyCar race for you.
Yeah, report back to us.
Yeah,
report back. If the race is over and you tell me the result, I will find you and I will kill you.
Well,
okay.
You have to do it from 6 feet away, though.
True.
That's true.
It's just common courtesy.
True.
All right, enjoy. I'll be back in an hour.
No worries.
Thanks, Justin.
It's just me and you, Elliot. Same as it's for an hour as well. Same as it will be tomorrow.
Hey, this is the twilight hour. The moon is out. The glasses of wine are poured. Turning the lights down. This is just the cozy hours of the race. Hopefully, it's just us. This is gonna be a great moment for us, Lewis.
For anyone that cares, by the way, the race is going and there's like 35 laps left. I'm going to close that and ignore it because I don't want to know what's happening, because that's not enough time to actually sort of sit down and enjoy. I'll turn that off and watch it later. There's a race going on that I'm supposed to be commentating on, apparently.
Yeah, I don't think I've watched any IndyCar for like maybe. What? No, I haven't watched any of it for years. I just haven't been super interested in it. I also haven't watched NASCAR, so that's. I mean, I don't care about NASCAR, and I haven't watched
NASCAR. It's just a soap opera.
I stopped watching F1 a few years ago. Like after Lewis won his like 8th championship or something like that, or 50th in a row or something like that.
Yeah. I understand. It's all boring. Oh, it's the same person winning all the time.
Oh, the cars, they're the same field. Why can't
what? Is that so? Oh, yeah. Something's happened to Henning Waller.
Oh no.
That is a retirement from the race. Let me just double check on my game. Let me scroll up. It just says accident.
Okay.
I will try and find out what happened. Unfortunately, I can't get it on stream. I will click on something else. Oh my god, I've got too many.
Yeah, he's currently sitting. Is this the 11 car that's currently sitting in seventh position?
It's in the garage. Yeah.
Ah, okay. So there's a car that's just
garage. Garage.
Garage.
Sorry.
Garage. There's one car just behind him by 4 laps. So it seems that in the grand scheme of things, he did funnel to the very back of the order. But if he's lucky, he can get out before he's too far behind the Speedy Mike car.
There we go. Penalty applied to Stocky.
Ooh.
I'm assuming that'll be for the instant. Could be for track cuts. Don't know. But either way, it just popped up on your screen in the top left. My God, this happened ages ago. I'm 3 minutes back, and it's still going on. It was for track cuts. It wasn't for the incident. So when it pops up in the top left, ladies and gents, next to the time, I did wonder If you see a penalty appear there, that is for a track cut penalty. I'm currently looking 248 seconds ago at what happened to Henning Vollett. It was going into the Porsche curves, just to give you a little talk through. As he ran in, bit of a bobble, a monstrous hit into the wall. That is high speed, lost the rear wing, and that is that car done. He will not be able to rejoin, I think.
Oof.
That is an oof.
Yeah, that is especially after you're at the point now where you're halfway through the race. You've been able to hold it together, and then like we've mentioned, just 1 second and an issue can happen, and then you're out of it. So
here's the bubble.
Oh, look at that! That's an off right there. My goodness, look at how much speed he was holding through that, and there goes the back wing popping right off. Oh my gosh, that is that's about as fast as you could ever want to go into that corner. Maybe his pedals disconnected or something.
No.
That was, jeez.
No, that was that. I don't mean to just shut you down there. Sorry.
No.
No,
that's not what it was.
That is just the rear end. Basically just snap. There's for those of you that have never driven Le Mans, there are a few bumps going into the Porsche curves, and for the most part they're fine. You get some worn tyres going over them though, and they can be nasty. And so basically he just went over a few bumps, maybe turned in slightly too late, ever so slightly offline, and the rear end just started to go. And once it goes at that speed, you're entering there at sort of like 280k. Apex speed. The first part of the Porsche cars might be a sort of around that, maybe a little bit lower. That's a wild guess, by the way. And once you do that, the rear just rotates, and basically as soon as that is, you might as well just radio. Hey, by the way, can you buy me a flight? I'm ready to head home. Bang.
It's time to go home. Hey, get me an Uber back to the pub, because that is basically just shipping that thing away in a container, right? You're done at that point. So I wonder to myself, like, how deep is that sand, like in the sim? Because in the real world, if someone went off there, they would probably end up flipping, based on how just as soon as the tires get dug in there, they're gonna, your car's gonna start flipping over and going all over the place.
Sorry to cut you off here. I wonder. I think something's happened to Rory McDuff.
Oh no.
Because from the other side of the room as well. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I think something's happened to Rory here, because he's pitted a lap early. And he is stationary for a long time. He's still stationary now. I think something has happened to Hydra Racing.
No way.
There was a yellow flag in Sector 3, and I think that has come the way of the Hydra Esports car. It's been stationary for way too long. There's definitely some damage that it's repairing on that car. He's been off at the entry to the Porsche curves.
Well, he has a good...
Oh, he got hit. He got hit by the Butler Powell car. Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. That was a monster snap.
Well, we'll potentially probably get a replay of that. But yeah, for now, he still has a 20-second lead onto the car just behind. That's going to be the 26 car of Wave Freem Esport, driven by Ricardo Corazzi. Or Corazari. So he's actually going to end up pitting right now, I believe, as well. So that actually the Hydra Racing car actually might have an opportunity to get out and not lose a position, as long as he... and you're going to see that visually right now. So Rory McDuff is going to end up going back onto track, but he's going to end up not losing a position through all of this, as was that a drive-through penalty that ended up just happening?
I'm not sure. No, I think he just came into pit. The time that he would have lost a lot of time from that, because I think he was stationary for a good nearly 2.5-3 minutes. He's going to bearing in mind that Wave Freem Esports car was a long way back. On Secondary. Look at the gap. There is 280 seconds to where it's definitely not that far, by the way. He's lost a good couple of minutes from that. That's for sure. It was so we can't get a replay of it. Just to cut that one off. We had an escape and then rejoin. So there's no replay of that, unfortunately. Okay. What I will say is it was very, very similar to the Henning Vollett crash. It was going over the bumps into it. Only the car speared left. He didn't hit the wall with the same sort of volition that we saw Henning Vollett hit the wall with, but it was still a pretty sizable hit on the rear end. That is a pretty horror scenario for Rory McDuff, and I think, though, he should be able... knock on wood, the car should be all right. It depends on if it's down on straight line speed at the moment, which I'll check if you give me a couple of minutes to. Oh no, I can't check. Oh no, I can.
So I think, Lewis, the thing that's worth mentioning is that the Wave Freedom esports car was quite a bit behind, but now this is, like, visually speaking, you're looking at the gap that is currently existing between second and third place for LMP2. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but as we were sitting and watching Rory sit in the pit, the Ricardo drove the 26 car of the Freem esports car down the pit row, but he didn't end up making a stop. So it should be much bigger than this. He didn't end up stopping, so I'm not sure if he had a drive-through penalty or what. But he didn't stop on that that pit. So I think
might have been a drive-through, yeah.
Yeah, so for Rory, he may have gotten extremely lucky just based on the fact that he doesn't have that much of a gap to maintain the position that he was currently at. He's not going to have as big of a gap. And as I say that, he's going to go to the inside here and looking to regain his position in second place. And it looks like he's going to make his way through. But as we've seen in the past, this track is one that will bite you in the butt if you are not paying attention. But I think for Rory, he's happy to take his position back. I believe this is the end of Mulsanne, if I'm correct.
That was going down into Indianapolis and then through Arnage. We're currently on the run down towards the Porsche curves. So he's 2 minutes off. Do you know, actually, well, this is the thing. It's like, unfortunately, we don't actually have exact sex times because obviously in game they're like laps apart, so we only have plus whatever lap. And in this, it says it's 110 seconds, which is over 2 minutes. Bearing in mind a pit stop is like 80 seconds in this car. He probably would have lost like 30, 40 seconds in all of that. I don't think the car is down on straight line speed. I think Rory McDuff, you might be a very, very lucky boy there to get away with that as in the way that you did. Give him a shout out. Rory the racing car. Isn't that a TV? Apparently it's something like TV related in the States back in like the 80s or something. And he hates being called Rory the racing car. So off we go, lads.
Rory the racing car. Okay, good copy. Yeah, you couldn't get much luckier. I think that with the issues that we've seen, we saw the 97 car of Zansho Racing. We saw them make a small mistake and they fell back to 13th position. You know, not necessarily a mistake, but a technical issue. To correct myself there. But Rory McDuff ultimately made a small mistake. He ended up spinning out, and he was able to hold his position. And look he's already creating a gap back to where where he had it. And I think that it really speaks to the comfortable lead that he had, right? He had such a lead to the car behind that ultimately he was able to make a huge mistake and go back to pit, repair the car. And now it seems like if he can hold this pace, the Wave Freem esports car is going to have literally no chance of catching him here, as Rory's going to get back into his paces.
Yeah, you're right. The Corazari had a drive-through penalty there, so had to come through, serve a drive-through, courtesy of Track Cuts. We're getting that from the chat. Nice one, thank you, lads. So he's got to pit. Enzo Fazzi's pitting. I thought he was supposed to pit at the end of this. Oh, he did pit. That's why the gap's come down. That makes sense. That's why the gap's come down. So that gap at 2 minutes, that's legit. That is pit stops done. So Enzo Fazzi does actually have a 2 minute lead over Hydra Esports. Probably not quite that much. Enzo Faz is going into the Porsche curves now. We're with Rory McDuff just coming out of the second Mulsanne chicane. So that's the gap on track. But he's in second place and handing that position. A second place would still be great for Hydra. It's not the win that they wanted, but obviously plenty of time for that to unfold.
I think we're having a battle back in GTE with Tom Capuzza.
Oh, are they battling again?
Yep, Witchwood and Satellite Racing. Yep.
Yeah, that's P26. I'll see if I can jump to it in a sec. Ooh. I've got 800 different tabs and stuff and all this rubbish. There we go. Oof, got there in the end.
Ooh. Okay, so I think that this is going to the inside is the Satellite Race, or is that the Witchwood 86? Okay, so he just actually made a pass on the Satellite Racing 64, which we saw take a little bit of a door-to-door collision with the lap car that was a lap down. I'm not sure if Witchwood, if I remember right, Witchwood was just out ahead of them after that issue. I believe that Witchwood and Daniel, they were just in that the bit of traffic that that the Satellite Racing 64 car was in previously. So it looks like there was a little bit of a battle, but it seems Witchwood's going to walk away with that one, and we'll keep an eye on that as Tom ultimately is going to want to close the gap. But as we've seen, Corvette versus Porsche here, the front straightaways and on the straightaways, the Corvette has much of an advantage. If I was in the position of Tom, I would look to get into the draft and just follow that car until I can look for an opportunity, maybe in the S's to make some passes, because I think that the Porsche is just a bit faster through some of the corners, but definitely on the straightaway. You saw in the past, whenever a Porsche would ultimately look for an opportunity to pass at the end of a straightaway or into a chicane, it just seemed like as soon as they pushed their nose out there, they didn't have the rest of the horsepower to get them the rest of the way. So if I was Tom in this situation, I'd definitely want to tuck in behind and make sure I don't lose that Corvette ahead.
I'd kind of agree with that, although I think the tyre advantage will go the way of the Corvette, and so I think it'll quite easily pull away in this scenario. But you're right. Like, I think the Porsche will be better through conveniently the Porsche curves. It's not a brand thing. It's just the truth. The Corvette's mean on the straights, great on the tyres. Corners though, can take it or leave it. It's not really the ideal car through it, but either way, put it out nice and nice. There's Corazari just about to slip his way through. That as well. That's the one just about to come through, and on he goes. So we saw Rory McDuff fly through as well in Hydro Sports, and also the one that we picked on, Henry Drury's taken over in Rookie Monsters, and they were close. I thought there was a change of position. It was just in the pit lane. So,
right, and going back to GTE, it seems that Singularity Racing, the 60 car in third position right now. Casper Stoltz, him and Olivier Fortin were actually battling for a little bit. Olivier Fortin went to the inside and ultimately got back into a second position, with Casper being just I think he was he still needed to pit. I don't know if he still does need to right now, but
he will. He's still on his old tires at this point.
Wow. So he's on his old tires in the gap over the past, I don't know how long it's been, maybe 20 minutes, 10 minutes.
It's gone to
He's
10
only
seconds.
lost 10 seconds.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
It's sort of like a second or two a lap. Casper's, let me just double check how long he's been on these tyres for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 24 laps he's done. This is his 25th lap on this set of tyres. These tyres should be good until 28. And of course, Olivier Fortin, who's doing a 13-lap stint, will do that 13-lap stint and will double stint those tyres. So he'll do 13 laps plus 13 laps. So only 26 on the tyres. Which kind of works out in some advantages, works out some negatives. Either way, Casper Stoltz running consistent mid 53s, sort of like mid to high 53s, the odd 54 in there. So some still pretty handy lap times. Olivier Fortin running sort of 52s, so about a second lap quicker.
Gotcha. So for him, just to even maintain 10 seconds is
great. Actually,
pretty good.
I'd say it's pretty handy to hold 10 seconds like this. But obviously, they're trying to gain a pit stop on Zancho. In the current, for this for Singularity means a lot more than just the race itself, because at this point the 77 and the 87 positions, and the 87 gets the championship over the 60. If the 60 can beat the 87, doesn't matter.
Right, it's over at that point.
Equation's done. That's out the window. It really doesn't matter. I think, by the way, Jimmy Allison's right. He was saying it's starting to get lighter outside here in Denmark, and he was saying that he thinks he can see a cheeky little bit of light appearing on the horizon. Now, for those of you that have done a 24-hour race in rFactor 2, you'll know that the first note that you get that we're about to head through a bit of sunrise is the sky starts to turn red, which at least in my game, I'm kind of seeing it turn that tinge. I know you can't really see it very well from that angle, but I think we're getting sunrise will be short, Lee. And I'd say in sort of like half an hour we're going to start seeing it poke up over the horizon. Of course, it is approaching 4 o'clock local time. And obviously it's set to basically be summer, so 4:30, you'll start really seeing it.
So here's maybe how much do you feel about Le Mans, Lewis? How do you feel about a few quiz questions?
Oh, good lord, no. I mean, you can fire them my way, but I know.
Okay, let's see if
endurance racing is not my forte. Sorry, lads.
Yeah.
All yellow in sector 2.
Oof.
You go with your question. I'll go and figure out what this is.
Yeah, if you want to figure out what that is in
I
chat.
found it already.
Ooh, did you?
Dan Cal P33 been off at the second Mulsanne chicane.
Oof.
That's the 97 off again.
Completely bended, or is he still in effect?
I don't know. I will try and find out on my end.
Okay.
I don't know if we can try and get a replay whenever Big Boss Jimmy's back for proper. He's gone off to brew himself a coffee. You ask your questions, and I'll.
Yeah, I've got some nice trivia that I have for just for Le Mans in general. So it's not just specific. Yeah. So chat can answer this question if Lewis doesn't have the answer, and I think chat, we know Lewis isn't going to have the answers to these because they are questions. And that's not his forte. So
that's true.
Mark Webber famously flipped his Mercedes going down the Mulsanne Straight in 1999. But what was the name of his teammate who suffered a near incidental crash? And wait, before you answer, I can give you four drivers' names to select.
Go
off of. Okay, Alex Wurz, Carl Wendingler, Peter Dumbreck.
Peter Dumbreck.
Is it? Okay.
I think so.
That's right. Yeah, you got it right. Damn.
Here's a replay of what happened to Dan. He just overcuts it on the brakes and spears off. No contact with the barrier. Dad, Stephen Kell, if you're watching, for one, get on with work, and for two, that's your boy there. That is why he needs a DD wheel.
Man,
the hashtag Dan Kell needs a DD to charity fund. Off we go, lads.
So that's the 97. That's the 97 just back that we saw in 13th position. So even if he was making a bit of a catch up after. You know, the disconnection that happened earlier today, just with the screen freezing, that might put a little bit of a wrench in the plans for catching up. From the car ahead, he still has 2 laps to catch up to Jacob Varga in the 98 car for Team RGPL. But yeah, actually going to in light of this current situation that Zancho's facing with that car, Lewis, you got the answer right. So,
thank you.
Wow, you're so intelligent.
I'm a genius. Sorry, I didn't know that off the top of my head. Go on, next question.
Yeah, no, I think you know, obviously chat's filled with experts and engineers and doctors and scientists, but I didn't realize that my co-caster was also all of those things. So that's okay. Let's see if I can get another good one. What was the first diesel car to race at Le Mans?
Oh, not win. Oh, I've no idea.
Yes. So here's your options. Audi R8, Delatrez diesel, Audi R15 TDI, Audi R10 TDI.
I mean, I'm gonna go.
Do you want to use your lifeline and ask?
No. I'm just gonna take a guess. I'm gonna go with the R10 TDI, even though I don't think it is.
Okay, R10 TDI. I'm gonna say it's the Delatrez diesel. I'm just because it has diesel in the name. I know TDI stands for turbo diesel, but I've never heard of Delatrez.
No, me neither.
Oh, it was right. The Delatrez diesel.
Oh, all right then. Oh, are you just doing a quiz, a rubbish quiz online?
Yeah, just some garbage quiz online. Yeah.
I've got a quiz for you. What's the what's the longest race distance record in real Le Mans? How many laps? Hours. How many laps?
24 hours.
I'll give you a clue. It's it's the name of the company that makes this game. Probably doesn't help you very much, does it?
Yeah, I have few hours in rFactor. I think I have less than an hour in rFactor. So I think let me just ballpark this, okay?
Okay, go for it. If we're gonna we'll give you an estimation. We're gonna do about 415 laps today.
Okay.
As an estimation, we're running a bit quicker than they would do in real life.
So here I'll walk you through my thought process. So guessing that the cars were much slower in the past and they still ran in 24-hour increments, which they did, right? The 24 hours of Le Mans has been around for a long time.
Just a bit, yeah. 1923 is the 100th anniversary of it, mate.
Let's imagine that the lap times. Wait, how many laps do we have right now?
What is it complete in this session right now?
Yeah.
200. I don't think that really matters though.
Okay, so let's say around 400 laps. right? Nowadays.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's say like
The distance record.
Yeah. Let's
How
say
many laps?
736.
700.
Hey, I'm guessing the cars are much slower. You know, it was
They are no. 700 laps. Oh my god.
700 laps.
No,
oh wait, no. They'd be doing less.
the lap record was set fairly recently, so it was running around these times. If we're running about 400 laps now, 700 is a bit of an overestimation, mate.
I went the complete opposite way. My math skills failed me. So thank you.
I'll give you
USA.
one extra.
Redeem. Yeah, redemption time.
Whilst this battle's going on, right? One guess. Throw a number at me.
Yep.
You're not gonna throw a number at me.
Oh, I'm throwing a number at you.
Yeah. I can tell you, I already know what it is. It's not fair if I say it. You come on, your redemption time.
But wait, so is this one of those things where it's like, hey, pick a number between 1 and 10?
Yeah.
Is that what this is? Oh, but you didn't give me a range. What do you mean?
No, I don't care. Just throw a number at me. It's slightly lower than it's slightly lower than 400.
11.
It's 397, mate.
GGO
397. Coincidentally, though, here's a bit of a coinky dink for you. 397 was the amount of laps we completed last year.
Ah, wow.
That's a coinky dink, isn't it?
That's quick maths. See, I didn't know.
It's not quick maths. It's just facts, mate.
No, dude, it's quick maths, dude. That was Tim going off, I think.
Tom.
Or Tom, yeah.
Wrong
That's Tom Kapusta in the 64 Satellite Racing car. Ooh.
I shouldn't be touching the cameras. Sorry, mate.
Man, that was was that exactly what we were seeing? Or is there that was what that was, right? That was Tom going off.
Tom went off at Indy, yeah.
Wow,
top right of your screen is some rubbish team. It's AAA. Sorry, lads. Some rubbish team. It's hard to tell from the rear wing. You just don't have any information. I'm gonna get off the camera controls before I get in real big trouble.
Yeah, I think for me especially is the challenging bit. As the sun's coming up, hopefully pretty soon, is that not having a ton of experience, just visually speaking from rFactor, what the track looks like. Obviously, it's a simulation of what the real world tracks looks like. So there's some crossover, but it definitely doesn't help that it's in the dark. So as I've been trying to figure out what corners are what, it's like, oh, okay, wait, those are some big boxy headlights. As we're going to a replay,
this is what happened. Oh, is it going to be a bot? Oh no, there's no bot. It's just a curb, and it's an overcook, and it's a spin from that's. Beautiful.
Saved it.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, Tom's probably thanking the brakes in that Porsche for not giving out on him or overheating. It looks like we might go to another replay here.
On board. Oh, here we go. Beautiful slow-mo.
Wow.
Let's watch how close we get to that barrier. And
just a little kiss from the rear wing. Luckily, he didn't end up having to drive that back to the pits. Those tires might be a little bit overheated at this current point, but as we've mentioned quite a bit, in a 24-hour race, it's all about managing the risk, right? It's all about managing how much you're going to drive on the very edge. You have to manage all of the other cars around you, whether they're the same speed as you or they're in different classes. And I think for Tom, in that situation, obviously it stinks because he's spun out now. He's had a few incidents over the past few laps. Maybe that his fatigue's playing into that just a little bit. But for him, and his team, the car's still running. So I think they're probably pretty excited about that in the current moment. Maybe not excited about the fact that the spin out did happen. But what it looked like is that his right wheels just went over the curb just a little too much, and ultimately made him lose all of the grip heading into that corner. And he collected it and saved it. So props to him for not just completely destroying that car. But for those guys, it's definitely going to be a long 10 hours as long as those mistakes continue to happen.
Well, here comes the battle then for 8th position. David Berenek leading Henry Drury. Team Ricky Monsters after the victory last time out. Lamont's not really gone their way. A bit of contact early in the race with ignore what we just saw in the top right. Ignore that. Sorry, Jimmy. Just literally drawing all the fingers to it. Oh, I'm so horrible. After victory last time out, not really gone their way. But it's what it is. Currently running within the points and maybe trying to get themselves a couple more in the final moments. By the way, you're getting ripped into in chat by someone saying it's maths. Go add the S in there. We're not in France. It's not Le Mans. We don't ignore the S in this country. I'll have you know. It's my language.
We spell maths with 2 F's.
Do you? Maths. Yeah, thanks. Here comes
MAFFS.
Here comes Henry Jury. No, he didn't fancy it there into the first mile stand. He's definitely close enough. Once we've gone through this, we'll do the classic hourly update, where I can tell you all the rubbish that you really know what's happened. Here's on board, top right hand of your screen, on board with Team Rookie Monsters number 37. Mighty fine angle as well.
Yeah, and I think you can definitely see, the amount that the headlights are playing into this, as he's going to be dropping into the draft. But he can see pretty much, visually speaking, he can see everything that he needs to see, just the road ahead of him, as he's going to go to the inside into one of these chicanes. And it looks like he's just going to be sticking out, but he might actually have the run here as they get back into the straight bit of the track. Yes, it is going to be Henry Drury nice move by him. He ended up in the Team Rookie Monsters car, being able to slot it in just ahead of David Bernadette.
Bernadette?
Bernadette.
There's no D in there, mate.
No D.
It's really easy for me to take the mick out of someone else's pronunciation when mine are awful. Sorry, lads. I'm joking. I love you, man. That was a pretty nice move around the outside, though. Let's have a look then at what's been going on. Erhan Yovsky currently leading the way from Yordis Viers, who's in second position in Singularity. We'll see if those two could switch positions any more times, causes any more confusion. We'll have no idea who's leading in the final 10 hours of the race, don't worry. Arnold Sconefleet in Ajira in third position. Edgy Sports and One Acco rounding out the top 5 very quickly. ACR, Speedy Mites number 17, leading Speedy Mites number 18, and One Target and Drillers are out of the race. Henning tried to rejoin a few times, didn't work, so no siree to a continuation for the One Target car. Another retirement this season. Season 12 not been their year, that's their season done. Singularity then leading from Hydra after the crash from Rory McDuff. Still recovered the second position and could be on for a good result here for the number 40. Waveframe Esports now even a further step away from that championship. 26. They're running in third position. Roman Yakubovic in fourth position, and Fair Racing Team rounding out the top 5. The rest of them 29. Butler Powell. Cover Sim Racing, Team Rookie Monsters, RGPL, and Eva Racing by Basilia are inside the points on their debut. Good shout. JJ leading the top end of the GTE field from Olivier Fortin, Casper Stoltz in Singularity, Deuces Motorsports, number 74, currently running in a decent fourth position, pretty much under the radar, but ready to pick up anything from the podium if anyone drops off. Black Hawk Racing as well, having a great drive to finish the season, and especially in Josh Hawes' honour, that'd be a great drive from them. Up to 5th place, Zibi Ciara in 6th place, Witchwood, then Satellite. We just saw those two battling it out. Sim Racing for Holland, Ruben Carrera Alves, Camera Boy for rFactor 2's GT Pro and GT Challenge Series. He's sat there in the number 69th place, and then World of Sim Racing rounding out the top 10. Good stuff.
Definitely.
There's your rundown.
Yeah. I think, Lewis, just speaking from like the GTE field right now, we've seen the same, obviously the 97 Zancho car ended up dropping back to 13th, but besides that, the 77 and 87 car for Zancho, and then the 60 car for Singularity, Deuces in 4th position now, and the 74, they've been extremely consistent. I mean, the gap between Singularity, between the Zancho cars in first and second has been maintained at around 50 seconds this whole time. For a minute, we saw Singularity now having taken that pit, so now they're 50 seconds back behind in third position, but still in the running. I mean, 50 seconds to be made up over close to 11 hours is not much of a complicated task, as long as you don't make a mistake and your strategy plays it out exactly how you would expect it. But speaking for like the midfield, it seems that the drive has been very consistent for the 74 Deuces Motorsports Club car that's currently being piloted by Adam Baldwin, which is a name that I can pronounce.
That's good. Well, he is from the west coast of America.
Hey.
So I think it's west coast anyway. I'm pretty sure he's from that lot. From that lot, maybe. We'll find out. We'll see if we can get Nick. Nick Newcomb, are you awake? Give us some information. Where's he from? Mattis Mercado jumps in. He's from LA. Mattis Mercado jumps into the pit lane then for Black Hawk in the 81. Of course, Mercado being, I think he's Allied Racing Allied Racing Esports by ECS off driver in the GT Challenge. Got hard work in it. Where he drives a McLaren throughout that season, throughout the previous season of GT Challenge. Now taking on a Black Hawk Porsche, and she does look mighty fine. Here's your GTE leader, JJ, the number 77, leading at the head of the field.
Yeah, and he's got plenty of he has plenty of space ahead of him now, as he's going to be, driving his way down to the Mulsanne corner. And for him, I mean, he's got a chicane ahead of him, but besides that, the closest car to his front bumper is going to be the 74 car, which I believe is in 4th position. So if that tells you how far ahead of that is. So JJ is going to be going into the last chicane now, but as we're looking, this is the 74 car going through the Mulsanne corner, and that's the gap that you have. So the distance between the second chicane in the corner itself on the end of the straightaway, that's the gap between first going back to 4th. So it's almost an entire lap. So that if that tells you anything, he's way ahead of the competition right now for James, and that really creates a buffer for him, especially considering what we heard from Ed, saying ultimately if it comes down to it, and it's going to come later in the race, no time soon, but if the decision needs to be made for the 87 to pass the 77 in order to maintain that championship win over Singularity, it's going to happen. But for him, the 77 car, knowing that, he has plenty of buffer to make a small mistake, because if his plan is to finish second, he has about a minute and a half ahead of the drivers just behind him.
Apparently Nick Newcomb's sleeping, by the way, so that's why we're not going to get any information from him. But ETJ, Ed Trevelyan-Johnson, does tell us that Baldwin lived in Santa Monica. There we go. There's that sorted. Jordi Sveers, by the way, this is just coming through this. Now that car coming past is Erhan Yovsky, race leader, just ahead of this. 3.6 seconds separating Erhan Yovsky and Jordi Sveers at the top of the field. So that's a pretty tight gap. I think we're waiting for a pit stop from Jordi Sveers at some. Oh no, he's pitted fairly recently, so that's legit.
Yeah, James Johnson's just found himself in the middle of the the race lead for the LMHC category. So that's going to be the 10 car, the 10 Singularity car that actually just went by him on screen. So like you just mentioned, Lewis, it is about a 5-second gap between the first place in LMHC to the second place. So I'm guessing that Jordi Sveers is just hoping to himself that he can make up a bit of that gap, and depending on what their pit strategy looks like, ultimately, staying close, because these are the same cars, right? That's the interesting thing with LMHC, is that the strategy is not going to be as vehicle dependent, right? All the cars are going to be the exact same. Unlike something like GTE, where you're going to have cars that are better on straightaways and better through different strategies. And I think that was Veers potentially in second place in the 10 car, just getting a little bit sideways in the back end, but I'm not sure if that was a visual glitch or if he was just wheeling it.
He is pushing quite hard at the moment. By the way, previous lap time, they were separated by 7/10 roughly on the previous rotation of the 13.6 kilometer circuit that we've got ahead of us. In the second sector on the previous lap time, though, they were separated by 4 thousandths of a second. Wow. That moment, though, has cost Jordi roughly half a second. And the thing is, you can't really afford to lose that much time to someone of the Macedonian speed ahead of him. Erhan Yovsky leading the field. It's 4.5 seconds. I know it might say something a bit larger on your graphic on screen, but it's 4.7 seconds in game as Jordi loses it again a little bit over the curb at the first Mulsanne chicane. Right. Important stuff, though. There is your championship standings. This is the thing. Singularity have nothing to lose in this scenario. They can't win the championship. They don't care. For AAA Esports, even if they drop back into second position, still doesn't really matter, because they would still win the championship, because they're ahead of both Ajira, who's quite far off in this sense. They really need to win this race, and Alex Siebel in Edge Esports, who are 2 minutes and 20 seconds off of the race lead. So realistically, that championship's, touch wood, knock on wood, at this point, heading towards Triple A's quarter. Nice to have the top 3 standings. Always trying to bring you something new each race. Wonder who designed that. I was watching that happen, and it wasn't on camera, and I was like, oh my god, that Porsche just overcooked Mulsanne, just a touch. Ferris Stanley behind the wheel of that.
Yeah, I think that's the same pink Porsche that we've seen a few times having some issues just driving. Yeah, just driving off the track a little bit. I think it's a driver change at this point, though. This is a separate driver, I believe.
Correct. Ferris Stanley has been in the car a bit earlier. Drives in GT Pro, in rFactor 2's GT Pro Championship. He drove a AMG, the only driver in the AMG, because it's rubbish in that. So lol. But either way, here we're going to have a replay on board with Ferris Stanley, or looking at Ferris Stanley at least, rather, as he comes in, locking the rear brakes, takes out the rest of the bollards. Nice one. Off you go. See you, pal.
Yeah, maybe he's just he got a note from team orders to say, hey, you know what, these bollards there are in the wrong spot, so let's put them on the outside of the track. Yep. Oh,
going around the outside. Jesus, nice one.
Yep, really nice, really clean pass. I thought we were about to see a bit of a collection. That's actually quite a bit of a difficult pass that he made there, just to, you know, trust enough in the driver next to you in the GTE category not to make a mistake. And I believe that was the Deuces Motorsports 74 car that driven by Adam Baldwin. So going back to another driver that I can say his name, ultimately that's some good action to take a look at. Is I'm pretty sure I would butcher Jordy's last name if I didn't hear it first.
Technically you're butchering his first name as well.
Is it Jordy or Yordi?
Yordi. He's Dutch. It's York, but if you really want to go the full Dutch, you've got to go like Yordi. Because it's Dutch. No, that's Swedish, mate.
Oh, that's Swedish. Okay, sorry. I went to IKEA recently.
I think it's Sveers as well. It's not Sviers or Sviers. It's Sveers.
Sveers.
Yordi Sveers. Someone will correct us in chat. Someone help us out here.
Well, for Yordi, regardless of how his name is pronounced.
Yordi question mark last name.
He's luckily in second place and only looking closer to 7 seconds now of a gap between him. So it looks like he's losing a little bit of pace off the back end of that AAA esports car that's currently the race leader. But I think going back to the race championship, I mean, AAA esports is currently slotted in. If they hold their position, they're going to win the championship. Singularity, as you were mentioning, Yordi's car, he doesn't really care. I think his objective here is to win the race. Like, he obviously wants to he's within the time limit allotted to be able to catch up. 6 seconds isn't really much when you're considering a 24-hour race. So the fact that they're within 6 seconds, within 10 seconds is you know, they're in contention to, you know, if they can hold this pace, to put themselves in the position where they can win this race, which is ultimately what their objective is. There's really no reason to, there's no chance of them winning the championship. And besides that, I mean, Ajira, just in third place, so gap from first to second is 5 seconds, so 6 seconds now. And then from second to third place is 1 minute and 37 seconds. And that's the Ajira racing car that is in contention for the championship. So they want to be able to beat AAA esports. But in the event that something happened to AAA esports, if they have a mistake or a crash, he has 1 minute and 40 second buffer ahead of that car. So AAA esports, as long as they stay ahead of Ajira, that's really all that matters as far as the championship's concerned. But then, you know, Lewis, your favorite team here, Edge Esports.
I do love Edge Esports. I only slam them because they should be doing better. But I do love Edge Esports. They're good lads. They're nice boys.
And they're only 1 minute and 10 seconds behind where Ajira's at. So if they can, you know, if they can pull it together and show what they've shown in races, you know, in the series previously, they might ultimately have the opportunity to put themselves in a position where they can still finish, you know, second or first potentially in the championship points if they can make some passes happen over the next 10 and a half hours.
Indeed, there is still plenty of time left to go in the race, but there is time this evening for at least before I sleep. I sleep in a good 45 minutes time. I think Ed's will be hopping off for a little nap. Third interview of the race. We've got Ed Trevelyan Johnson with us. Hello. Okay. It's Boss Man.
I thought you were sending me off to bed before you introduced. You're like,
and
yeah,
here
bye,
he goes
bye
off
then.
to bed.
Bye then.
Move him out.
You're bringing me.
You're
bringing me into the channel just to say. But I think he's really tired though, so I know he wants to head off.
Ed, don't worry. I'll look after the team. Zancho is under my guidance. You can sleep. We've got this.
Ownership has been transferred.
Yeah, I'm going to get on the radio with Olivier and just be like, Olivier, more speed. Just go way faster. We need 50 seconds this lap.
Yeah, more or faster.
Yeah.
How's the spirits in the team now? But
It's
slightly
okay.
better.
When I heard you guys talking about this is unfortunately how I find out about something. So I heard you guys saying, "Oh yeah, that's Dan in the chicane." So I went to say hello, and he's like, "How you doing, Dan?" It's alright. It's not too bad. Yeah. Like I just like spun. I don't know.
He's tired.
And that was the story of Dan's spin. Just what you'd like to know. Just that
Nice.
I did it. I think I did it pretty good dramatic justice.
I mean, Dan, it's obviously the UK, so it's 3:15 at the moment, and he's from north, from Darlington, near Croft, north at York.
Dude, Yordy's all over the place.
He's
Look
from
at this.
Newcastle. He's from Newcastle. There you go, lads.
Hey, it looks like Yordy, Zvira's not to cut you guys off with your super interesting conversation, but the
Wow.
Yordy was actually breaking loose quite a bit coming out of, I think that was the first chicane.
Yeah, he's been doing that a lot.
Yeah, I don't know
not
if it's
very
just tires. Yeah, maybe he's just completely out of tires right now.
Are you gonna
but we'll
sign
see it.
Sancho?
Is that tires with a Y?
Tires. Tires. Tires.
Do you spell it with a Y or an I, Ed?
But tires is when you're like he tires of something.
Yeah, but it
the
sounds
actual
the same.
things you put
So-
on a car is a Y.
It
Yeah,
sounds the
so you
same
should-
though. So why would we
Yeah, it
need
should
a
be.
new word, right?
It also
like,
looks much better. It looks better, doesn't it? Tyre it looks much cooler than TIRE. TIRE looks rubbish.
Yeah, no, everyone's allowed to be fundamentally wrong. I think that's the message we take out of this.
Garage.
Garage. I do
Garage.
say garage actually.
Yeah, of course
Yeah.
you poshy.
Garage.
Monaco.
I think
Room.
Room.
Yeah. Thanks, Jimmy, for jumping in just to add that.
I
So-
enjoy people whose first language is not English telling me how to pronounce English.
Room.
Room. It is room. Even Americans say room.
Yeah, classroom.
classroom.
So, obviously you're going to bed soon because it's been a
I go
long
to bed
day.
soon, yeah.
Well, apparently you've messaged me saying last one before sleep. Are you going to wake up before the end of the race? Or you're just going to oversleep it because you don't care?
It doesn't
well,
matter to him. It's not a big deal.
I've genuinely been thinking the best strategy to avoid having to make the decision is sleeping through it.
Oh.
Okay, so you heard it. You heard it here first from Ed.
Do
He
you
is going to
think?
take an Ambien and sleep all the way through it.
Do you think though? Now this is just a fundamental question because I'm wondering what you think of the character of your team. Do you think if you didn't order them, if you weren't here, if you left it to them, do you think the 77 would drop back past the 87 just with the championship by themselves? Yes. Fair enough. I think they would as well. There's one thing about Sanchez. We're quite a close bunch, aren't we? I'm too close.
Sometimes, yeah, I was just about to say maybe too close for comfort. So I think, yeah, I mean, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. I mean, if it was you and me, Lewis, racing on a racing team, and I was miles ahead of you, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, you'd be out of fuel in the pits or whatever, and I'd just be driving on the track still. But if it came down to
running out of fuel.
Oh,
Secret.
God.
I've
here we
heard a
go.
lot. You know what? Let's talk about that just a
No.
little bit because I think
What-
fuel
I think it's a very good
What I want
example
to talk
piece.
about, what I want to talk about is how Exet in chat just said, "What about Chesterfield? Chesterfield's a great place. It's where my family's from. Let's talk about that, shall we? Let's talk about the
Brandon.
north again.
Brand of cigarettes.
It's where my family's from. Leave them alone. What's wrong with Chesterfield? It's in Derbyshire. You're out, Duck. You're out, Duck.
Okay, so but going back to
Oh,
Seagull,
for goodness sake.
so you were 2 laps in the lead in the LMP1, and then
Yeah, it was.
Then you ran out of fuel.
Yeah, I did. Any further questions?
So how does that happen? Does it come down to the leadership of the team, Lewis?
Yes.
That
No
you
one
just- you
reminded
didn't-
me to pit, and I was in the zone.
Unlucky.
I was
Unlucky.
far in the zone. I was setting good lap times. It was going great, and then I left the hairpin, and then the car went. And I was like, "Oh, the car's gone." And then Bailey was just sort of sat there thinking, "What do you mean the car's gone?" I'm like, "It's gone. Oh, I've run out of fuel. That's the actual transcript right there. That's what happened.
Really?
And weren't there 3 cars in the team that season?
Yeah, okay, we were 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Yeah, but wasn't there one car that was quite far back that could have pushed you?
Yes.
They just
But it was against the rules.
Oh, okay.
We couldn't do it. One thing I will say though, Ed, is
You ran out of fuel.
a couple of rounds later though, guess what happened? 1, 2, 3. Suck on that, Zancho.
Well done.
Suck on this, Zancho.
Did you win the championship,
Zancho?
Ask. I've been told to ask about the 97. Thanks, Jimmy.
Yeah, so Lewis McGlade, ladies and gentlemen, typically just not taking responsibility for his own failures to look at his fuel gauge. But Ed,
thank you.
How do you feel in the future, obviously coming off of a devastating loss like that, losing a position, such a lead just because your driver's not paying attention? How do you typically, how do you make adjustments moving forward from that as just a team leader?
Well, you probably fire that driver.
Bye, Matt.
Oh, you're talking about Matt?
No, sorry. No, sorry. I think I've misread this. If you want to fire me, try it. Ed couldn't fire me.
The sassy queen is out tonight.
Yeah, you're quite the commentator, Lewis. So you're quite the commentator, Lewis. So maybe that's that's your.
The next time Ed asks me to go and oh, can you take a photograph whilst I'm on my break? I'm gonna throw a hissy fit in my desk and get it thrown from one side of the room to the other.
Not a photograph here.
It's nearly what happened earlier.
Could you say kilometre like Lewis does again? I really enjoyed that earlier.
Kilometre.
No. Kilometre.
Kilometre. Oh yeah, kilometre. Kilometre.
Just drop the teammate.
How many kilometers are left in this race, Lewis?
I can actually work that out.
Can you?
On guesstimate? Yeah, I can. On cheeky bits of guesstimation. Give me a sec.
Yeah, calculate it. Yep.
Yeah. 200. Yeah.
That's a good noise to have on an endurance broadcast.
I'm trying to think. Oh my god.
While we're paying attention to the calculations that are being made, it looks like Jordi San Andreas with World of Sim Racing is going to be. What San? That's San Andreas. What do you mean? Jordi San Andreas. How is that wrong?
A in between the R.
Jordi Theft Auto.
Jordi Theft Auto San Andreas. How is that San Andreas?
No, Andreas. Just.
How is that not San Andreas? Okay.
Because you're saying Andreas, there's no A.
Andreas.
We've got a yellow flag.
All right.
Flag out. Like.
Yellow flag. Okay.
Oh my god. By the way, estimated race distance from this point to the checker flag is 2,643 kilometers. Good night.
Kilometers. Okay.
Kilometers.
All right. We're having a laugh here in the commentary.
We're having a great laugh.
Yeah, it's good. It's just Lewis and I here. It's we've been handed the reins. Whether or not that should have been done.
Shots fired.
I'll just shut up then.
Don't exist. Oh my god, this is horrible. So Ed, are you looking forward to commentating with Elliot?
Your kilometers.
Are you looking forward to commentating with Elliot in a week's time, becoming a full-time commentator in sim racing?
Yeah, some little drip dropped me in it, and now I've got.
Sorry, I'm in Paris.
Make up, yeah. It's just jetting over all over the world. I've been dropped in it, and Elliot, you're going to be doing a lot of talking that day. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty used to talking. Obviously, like a 24-hour race is a lot more complicated, but I think my girlfriend can speak to how long I end up talking to her about things. So,
no, he really doesn't.
I can literally talk about nothing for like 40 minutes.
I feel like you can take a joke like that, but I also feel bad enough that I have to take that back.
Based on the accent, I honestly don't understand anything you guys are saying. So typically, I just take everything as a joke.
When are you going to colonize us?
Yeah, as our forefathers did. We just treated the king like a joke. So let's let's take that W, brothers.
Well, whilst you two are bantering about, by the way, it's 4.1 seconds between them. It's now gone up to 5. Fantastic. Second, you bring it up, boom, up it goes. 5.1 seconds between Erhan Yovsky and Yildiz Virs. That's right. Isn't it?
Yeah, so it looks like he's actually gaining a little bit more on him in the Singularity 10.
He closed up a bit.
Yeah, but now he's. It looks like he's dropping back about 8/10. At some point, he was closer to 5 seconds than he was to 6. But yeah, this is a close race here for the LMHC category. Obviously, with 13 hours and 29 minutes remaining. Lewis, how do you feel about this whole thing? Like, what are your thoughts? Are you wishing that you were driving right now, or are you wishing that? Really?
Good Lord, no. Driving doesn't pay. No, for real though. Driving, I'm not. I made the decision to back out.
Like
this.
money.
Thank you. Yeah,
it's all so you're motivated by money. Is really what it comes down to.
Only if you want me to say anything on the broadcast, I'll say it as long as you give me a price.
Right.
Zano Sim Sport with Silverstone Composites and Simply Race.
Thank you very much.
By the way, traffic taken away. That was what I was trying to throw in earlier with you, Elliot, when you were talking about that gap coming down.
Are you taking these off just before you go to bed?
Yep. I've got like 5 more to do, mate.
You started, let's go a little bit meta for a second.
Okay.
You started doing noises a lot more this season. What do you have to say about that?
Ooh.
I want to know the inner. Yeah. You were doing a nice one I heard earlier was.
Yeah. Yeah, that's shots fired.
That's an interesting one for a broadcast again.
Yeah, I think.
Do you not think I should bring that to you?
I think that Lewis watched
on the WEC broadcast. Yes.
Yeah, no worries.
I think Lewis watched the F1 race from Austin a few years back, where the guy was like,
meow, meow, meow.
Here, I'm gonna do sound effects. You talk, Lewis. I'm gonna do the sound effects of these cars.
That's this Jimmy Alice is about to join in a moment. Oh my god, what is happening? This is worse than accents. Here we go, here's Jimmy here to tell us all off. They're out of control. Yeah, that's what we need to do, you just need to join. That's it. You're both going to get in big trouble. And you're not going to get invited back, Elliot.
Right. Yeah, I think my expertise when it comes to just the audio of cars, it's just something that really helps my casting. Like,
right.
The car was flying by. But I think when it comes to commentary, I think the second that you have to rely on sound effects, I think it's time to turn it in and just call it a day.
What's wrong with going into a corner and making this noise? What's wrong with that?
I think honestly, it's just reactionary, right?
Yeah,
it's nothing's wrong with that. I think it's good. But yeah, the more we do, dude. If the entire broadcast was us just going, yeah. That would be quite interesting to
Making
watch.
like noises like Minecraft Steve.
Yeah.
Oh look, the traffic's give a thing and take a thing away here.
Ooh. Yeah, it seems that the Zancho car right there was just getting a little bit squirrely just ahead of Javovsky.
Isn't it?
Yeah, AAA Esports.
Javovsky. Just mate, look, if you see a name in this championship, just drop the J, make it a Y.
Yeah. Well, what I've been attempting to do is really just pull in my
James Janssen.
Janssen.
Absolutely right.
What I've just been attempting to do is just like avoid the first letter of the names and just go like you guys do, just like look at the batter, you know, and
just,
then
what was that?
Batter. Just if in doubt, just take the first letter from each of their names and then roll with that.
Elliot, I just want to let you know I'm looking at the chat, and one of the few factory Lamborghini drivers in the world is asking you to say UWU.
Ew. Like as a car goes by? Ew.
Yeah.
Ew. Yeah, there's
how far along do we reckon Jimmy is tearing his hair out at the moment?
I think he's either stopped caring or he's gone to sleep. Nice.
Oh yeah, I forgot he doesn't have any hair. Whoops.
Yeah. Well, just
Jimmy is
remember,
a
I called it to someone. He's not as fat. He's not as fat as he ever thought he was, right, Jimmy? That's what someone said about you. You're not as fat as I thought you were. Yep, there you go. Dom. Nice. That's a bit mean, isn't it, Jimmy? No? No, it's not mean. I think it's mean. I think it's horrible.
Jimmy, could you activate your microphone? Oh, he's gone.
No, because if he activates his microphone, I think it goes out on not only on the broadcast, it goes out to the drivers.
The internet in general.
Don't poke me.
Indeed. Still waiting to get him that T-shirt.
Huh?
Still waiting to get him that T-shirt with that on the back.
Don't poke me.
Yep.
He'd love it.
I think Jimmy's voice is really close to when you're watching the actual Le Mans, the race announcer that comes in and he's like, car number 15, he is currently banned. Yeah. So it's more immersion for us, right? Just we're watching the weather in real life. We're listening to Jimmy come in and soothe us with his voice and tell us that we're doing a good or a bad job. But as I say that, it just right before the straightaway, it seems that we have a big GTE class grouping up. Not only there, but towards Arnage as well.
Is it the front or back straightaway then?
Actually, I would call this the back straightaway, but the back straightaway gets cut into pieces. I think it's been like that for quite some time.
Lewis, have you started saying straightaway?
No. I'm just saying, I'm asking him the questions at the back or front straightaway because it's his thing, isn't it?
Also knocking onto the wood.
I am trying to say not knock on wood rather than touch wood. You know,
Touch
that's
wood.
apparently that's apparently a thing. What's this position that you're talking about? That's a battle for?
I don't think it's necessarily a battle, but it's the 97, 86, and 477 cars in the GTE category. But it is a bit of a. I believe.
Oh my God! Is that Mike Epps?
Is that Mike Epps? That, by the way, is what the kids would call them.
Ooh.
It's a thing.
So yeah, it looks like there was actually another, and Ed, maybe you can talk to this, but it looks like there's another driver switch for the 97 car. So Mike Epps is in the car. You want to just talk to Lewis here? He's one of our cast.
Oh my God,
he's casting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, speaking of casters, we've got Justin starting back. Let's move these topics rapid.
Hello. Yes, I am
Hello.
back from my break. I've eaten food.
Justin.
I've gotten caffeine.
Justin, we've lost complete control. Lewis has taken over the ship, and he's driving this thing down right now.
He's drilled a big hole in the bottom of it, and we're all sinking.
I've taken over.
Is this the reason that the one target is out? Because I feel like that car was still moving last time I was here.
That car, right, so there's a couple of things that you missed. The one target car had a monster crash, like a big shunt into the Porsche curves, lost it over some bumps, and then just went straight into the wall at about 280k. Boff goes the rear wing and the drive to the car. So nothing. That's all she wrote on that one. Rory McDuff as well also had a very similar crash, only instead of going right, he went left. Boffed on the wall on the left-hand side, got some damage, had to pit. Lost about 2 minutes in that, so not ideal for the American.
There's a lot of vomit covering the wall.
There is. Boff is not. I get. Apparently, Boff sounds like the word you'd use to describe old person vomit. Is what Ed thinks.
No, having a boff means to vomit.
Does it really?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
Having a bath or a boff?
A boff.
What is a boff?
BOFF.
I thought it was barf. BARF.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're British, though, so we pick and choose.
We're first, yeah.
Exists. Yeah.
Right. You guys made
We
the
were
language,
here
we
first.
perfected it. Gotcha.
No, did you not know that English was made by the Americans?
Yeah, that's why they call it American. Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, this is the thing that I don't think you Americans really appreciate, but I actually get livid when I try and like log into a website or whatever. I'm trying to make an account. And it's like, what language do you speak? And then it's like English, and then in brackets it says American. And I click the drop down, and then it's like I'm like expecting to find English, like English, because it's like English, like I don't know, Indian or whatever, and English.
English in
Asian.
brackets UK in brackets simplifies.
Yeah, but then there's no English UK. There's no English. It's just English in brackets American. I'm like, there's a U in color.
That's the noise you make every time?
Yep, absolutely. There is a U in color though.
They should really they should consider hiring Lewis not only as a commentator for this game in general, for rFactor, but also maybe some of the sound effects as the car goes through the track. Obviously, we're keeping our eyes on Mike Epps here in 13th position in the Zan Show. This is the Zan Show 97 car that ended up having a bit of a disconnection issue, unfortunately, to Ed. But
do you want me to see if he can do an in-car interview? That was one of Lewis's things.
No, it's far too early in the morning. I can't. Dragging him in here.
No, I'd go and say hello to him quickly and ask him whether it's okay.
No, it's fine.
And I think he'd be fine with it.
It's fine.
All right. Well, it was one of your bingo cards.
It is one of my bingo cards. I'm gonna say that one to the end of the broadcast. You know?
It's not going to happen later, though.
Yeah, of course it will.
It's only happened ever on 2 occasions, and both have been me because my race had been buggered by that point.
Should we do it, lads?
Go for it.
Go on then.
Yeah,
we'll have a very quick interview with him.
Yeah.
Right, I'll be back.
Okay.
Well, I'll let you do this. That way he doesn't have to deal with 3 or 4 voices coming at him simultaneously.
Yeah, what if you tell him, hey, there's a squirrel on the track, Mike, hit your brakes, slam on your brakes. Oh, there's a dog coming up, huge accident. Maybe we'll
we'll just play it calm. I'll ask him a couple of questions about the car, how it's feeling, and how disappointed he is in the race, and that's it. And then we can drive him off back into the channel.
I feel like that last one's pretty loaded to send him back into the race with.
Yeah. Hey, so the race is ruined. How do you feel?
Maybe after that question, you can ask him like, so cats or dogs?
Mike's a good lad. He's up for some banter. He's an ex-British touring car driver, man. You know. I don't know what more you want me to say about him. He's a nice guy.
I think the question that's most important, Lewis, for you to ask him is ultimately how often he looks down at his fuel gauge, because I think that you could really learn from an expert in the field and just understanding how much fuel's left in the vehicle.
I'm sorry, but back in my day, we didn't have crew chief or anything like that to be like, hey, by the way, you're about to run out of fuel, you tit. We didn't have any of that. And when it pops up with the auto, okay, Ed,
Yeah.
Will he do it?
He says give him a couple of laps to get a good lap in.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm on for another 20 minutes or so. That's cool.
A few kilometers.
A few kilometers. How many kilometers is it for one lap, Ed?
How many kilometers?
How many kilometers? How many is it?
I don't know.
13.626. Come on.
Ed, your commentary is fantastic.
That is awful. 5.2 seconds, by the way, separating the 2 leaders. Very much holding station at the top end of the field. So let's talk about something, yeah?
Elliot Bishop, everyone. Unfortunately, he's not here all night.
Yeah, we won't have my full-length commentary and mathematical skills for the remainder of the broadcast. I don't know. I think I'm here for another hour and 13 minutes or so.
I feel like that one is potentially worth making you do 2 more hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down. I don't care. I'm just sitting here in Portland, Oregon, inside, so just hanging out. And,
why do you have to add the state? Why is that a thing? Why do you actually have to add the state? Is that
I think it's important. Maine that is on the complete opposite side of the country, actually.
Well, don't have a country that's so big we have to name things like name. You know, stop stealing our names as well, will you?
There's a Paris, Texas.
Of course there is.
There's a Paris and Las Vegas too. It's the exact same building, dude. We have the Eiffel Tower. It's arguably ours is better just based on location. It's in Vegas and not in whatever.
Yeah, you can
town.
gamble at ours.
Yeah, you can put money into ours and it gives you money back sometimes. So yeah, I think we pretty much we took pretty much every relic from the world and put it in Vegas and just improved upon it. You know, the Arc de Triomphe just much better here.
2.0.
Hopefully. Yeah, 2.0. So maybe at some point,
what's happening?
We're just, we have a couple Americans on, and as soon as Ed funnels out of here, I mean, it's just 2v1 at this point.
What is going on? Like, why are we doing like an infomercial for America whilst doing the 24-hour month? What is happening? God, America, they have to advertise everything.
It's true.
And this corner is brought to you by Burger King.
We were actually paid by the
I see.
Yeah, they've been on shutdown, so this is the best they can do now. This is where all their marketing dollars are going, just into the VEC Le Mans. specifically paid for our 10 hours in, or 10 hours and 17 minutes left. They were like, hey, at that exact moment, we want you to air a commercial for the USA, but not only that, Vegas specifically.
It didn't cost much for that time.
So tell me, why do you miss out the I in Craig?
Yeah, it was. They don't miss out the I. They don't. They just don't do the A. They just do an E.
Well, it's
Craig. It's a completely different name. What is that about?
Craig?
Craig.
Yeah,
I
what's
actually
wrong
have
with
a
Craig?
Scottish friend named Craig, and I just type it C-R-E-G now from here on out. Like, I don't even attempt to spell it the correct way now.
Great league though. See Craig. Yeah. Great.
Ryan C. Craig?
See Craig. See Feg. You know.
Yeah, we're
It's late. It's fine.
I think what's funny is that the delusion, right, that sets in after being up just for such a long period of time, just in general when you stay up, you tend to lose your mind, and I think that's what we're witnessing real time with Lewis McGlade, ladies and gentlemen. So, and that's seemingly transferring over to the guys over here in the U.S., which we don't really have much of an excuse. We're I call myself the Fiverr caster, so Ed found me very last second. Was like, oh my god, we need someone. Okay, this guy, he streamed on Twitch one time. Perfect. He's the guy to choose, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to elevate Lewis's game, but I think that the delusion has set in from him just being exhausted and tired, and that's what we're seeing real time.
It's been, mate. I've done. How much have I done on this broadcast at this point? I think I've done like. I think I've done about 10 hours of this broadcast now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think you're double digits now.
Ugh.
Yeah, I found Elliot in a YouTube gamer montage, and he has Grand Prix in his handle. So
Right.
I thought,
So
I
was I was supposed to know something about racing, but then we found out that the racing experience that I bring to the table is really, ultimately just Mario Kart, F1 Legends, the karting F1 game.
You've done your fair share of real karting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I think what it really comes down to is that I'm gonna pave the way. I know that you guys in sim racing really think you're doing a lot with your steering wheels and pedals, but I think bringing the level of intensity up by forcing drivers to be on Dance Dance Revolution pads with a set of Nintendo Wii sticks, I really think that could just be the future of sim racing. So I'm happy to be involved at this point and looking forward to that future.
This is not the first time that I've heard you speaking about these Dance Dance Revolution pads in sim racing.
What's worrying is I think it's about the 5th time he's mentioned it to me. By the way,
months.
4th in LMP2, actually in the single digits, seconds gap.
Yeah, there was
so
another one
third to
too.
fourth.
Yeah, also there's Vires as well. Is right behind.
Oh, that's been
Liovsky.
going for a while.
Right, and
I
I'm
think it's
watching
7
both
seconds.
those gaps intently, just waiting. I think Arissi's actually fallen back a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I think it was like 5.5 not that long ago.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, let's be honest. Being faster than Lorenzo Risi is pretty handy. Roman Yakubovic now on the podium. The VRC one that's coming through pit stops and stuff and various strategy.
Oh, that's another thing that's changed since I left.
Yeah, no, we've been having too much banter in here, boys. No one's focused
Oh yeah,
on
Lewis,
what's happened
you
in the race.
were pulling Elliot up on his Dutch pronunciation. Say
don't.
Lars' surname again.
Well, yeah, I know it's not Brugman though, but he doesn't. It's the same as Bonnehuis. It's not Bonne. It's Bonnehuis.
No.
It's Bonnehuis.
House.
It's Brochman, like that. A bit like that.
Bruchman.
Bruchman. Yeah. That's right. He doesn't care. I've known him for longer than you.
Yeah, but the fact is that you were pulling Elliot up on his pronunciation.
Yeah,
of the
but
Dutch name.
no one pronounced the Dutch names properly, man.
That's true. That is true.
It's
but
true.
I think specifically, what Ed is really alluding to, Lewis, is that you are just a cyberbully and you're bullying me.
That's true. I am a cyberbully, and I won't go against that. I am a horrible human being.
Oh man, yeah, but I think that you're right, Ed. I think that we're going to see some action between the 3rd and 4th place here for LMP2 pretty soon here, as the VRC1 is losing a bit of its gap to the Wave Freedom Esports car, the 26 car that's being piloted by Lorenzo Parisi. Did I get it right?
Lorenzo
Risi.
Risi.
I got it. Okay. Arisi.
Actually, no. I mean, I suppose Americans kind of make
Arisi, yeah.
make S's into Z's, or sorry, Z's
Especially if it's
all
a
the time.
single S.
What
If it was
about-
a double S, then yeah, it would be a S sound. But with the single S, sometimes they'll do the Z sound.
What about
Or
Brian
Z.
Larkwood?
I like how you did the letter phonetically, like abba, k, d, f.
Huh?
G.
What do you mean? Sorry. For what?
He said it's more of a s sound.
Oh.
Right,
Oh, I
right.
see. Sorry, my brain was somewhere completely different, lads. Sorry. All right.
Right, shall we see if Mike's available then?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Try and not distract him.
Yeah, we'll ask him some of these important questions that we've been covering for the past 10 minutes.
So what do you think about Uwu?
He's going to be in a great mood because he's just woken up.
Nice.
He's woken up to find himself.
He's woke.
Yep, he's woke. He's way back.
Leaders in the pit lane, Hanyovsky and Yudis Viers into the pit lane. Going to come in for their stop. Question is though, how long's each stop going to be? Are we doing? I'm based on their lap times over the previous stint. I'm wondering if they're both on the same strategy, i.e., they're both taking tyres and fuel here. We've got Mike Epps in the waiting room, so let's try not to distract him, boys. Is he ready?
He is
There
ready.
he is.
All right, drag him in whenever ready. Oh, I'm a bit nervous now. Mike Epps joining us. Will be quite quiet whilst he's resting the car around to the 97. How are you, Mike? How's the car?
Hello, guys. The car is, however, it's been left really by my previous teammate. So I've only just woken up. So I think when I went to bed, we were in a good position. When I woke up, we weren't. So that's one of the pleasures of doing Le Mans.
How long are you in the car for at the moment? Or expected to be in the car for at the moment, I should say?
Well, hopefully a quad stint. But we've sort of had to. I think what happened is Matt Richards. You guys must have shown this on the screens anyway, but he had a very long screen freeze of some sort. We've lost about 7 minutes, I think, or something like that. So it's quite hard to do interviews in brake zones. There we go.
It's all good.
So yeah, we've lost quite a lot of time. The car's fine though. But yeah, I had around about just under 3 laps to get out of bed, go pop to the loo, turn the sim on, get on the server, and drive. So I am fresh as a daisy right now.
Yeah, obviously you've got to acclimatise yourself with the car and having to jump straight in the middle of the night time is probably not an ideal scenario, but you know there is still potential for points, and obviously you being pretty quick yourself.
Yeah, I think I've just gone quicker than all of us so far out of the box. So I'm quite happy, 51.1. So I've gone and taken about 9% out my front left with a big flat spot, but oh well. That's probably the least of our issues right now. It's still quick, so. And that is probably the worst thing actually, is the vibration through my steering wheel. I don't want to wake up my neighbours.
Of course, yeah, you've got a DD wheel, and this time of night it's probably not ideal.
Yeah. One of people sound like the washing machines on a bloody spin dry or something going through the walls. But yeah, no, it's alright. I like these stints, so you get to flash a few lights with some of my friends in P2 and Hypercar, so it's all good, and I quite like the sunrise. I actually quite on rFactor 2 as well. The sunrise graphics are actually quite satisfying. You actually get the sensation that you're driving into the morning. So.
And Mike, are you planning to take your comedy show back on tour again soon?
To take my what back on tour?
Your comedy show.
Comedy show? Oh right, you mean my my other brother, Mike Epps? That guy, or I get this reference a lot. With I should have stayed with Michael, shouldn't I? But hey ho, I chose Mike. And then suddenly I was in the credits for all the Hangover movies. So.
I love how he's just having a casual chat through the Porsche curves. Good lad. I was going to ask you about. I was going to ask you about preparation for Le Mans, considering obviously you've got the other one coming up. Which is the focus? This one or that one?
Oh, that one definitely. Yeah, we've been really quick in that one. To be fair, I jumped in the car for this one, and was immediately pretty quick. So I think I managed to churn out a 49 in some testing, but it's just down to track conditions on the night and all that, what you actually get down to. So it's been a little bit harder in race to do that, as you can see. So.
Well, we won't take up too much time and distract you into a crash. Thank you for joining us. My cap's the 97. I don't want to be responsible for any incidents.
That's all right. I don't know if this is the first live race interview, but quite cool to be part of it.
First of Le Mans. We did one of Ed at Sebring, and then he spun off and crashed. Hopefully that won't happen to you.
No, I don't plan on it.
All right. All right. Good luck, Mike.
Cheers.
Thanks,
guys.
Mike.
See you later.
I think that's pretty cool, man. Just getting a guy in while he's driving through the laps. I was fascinated. I was fascinated while he was talking. You could hear just in the background of his microphone him hitting his paddle shift. I was watching the onboard to see how close it was. I was like, is this how lined up? How delayed are we on our side? But it was pretty realistically close. So it's crazy, like you mentioned, the fact that he was driving through the Porsche curves and was answering questions to us, which obviously requires a ton of focus.
He's a good lad, isn't he?
And a talented actor.
Very, very.
But exceptionally funny guy as well.
Yeah.
He'll go far.
Yeah. We need to get you back in the car, Ed, so we can do that to you.
I don't think so. I've done my license tick this year. So
Well,
Jimmy doesn't have a reason to put me through the SRCA again.
Oh God, have I got
not
to do
again.
that as well?
I've never done it.
Have I got to do it? Have I got to do a race at some point?
No, you're roughly similar to. I mean, your license will expire before mine, I believe. So I think VEC Sebring was after the LMC Interlagos.
Yeah. So I've got to do a race towards the start of next season in the LMC or something.
You've got a year from the last time you were in the car.
Jimmy, can you not just ignore that and just brush it off and sweep it under the rug and whatever, so I don't have to go through? Because I went through SRCA and I'm not gonna lie. For those of you who want to take part, it's great for the first time, but trust me, you don't want to do it again. Get out of the way.
Oh, it's a great racing series. It's a lot of fun.
Do you remember my stream at Silverstone, mate?
Yeah, but you're a grumpy bastard, so it doesn't really. I don't think it pays great testament to the series. No, it's good. I mean, you just need to be on point with your rules and regs.
You just need to get through an hour and a half of racing.
And it's free
without death.
Yeah,
and it is free. Just don't punt anyone off, please. It's really not worth it. I can't remember what positions did I finish in those races. I think it was fourth and fourth, wasn't it? I'm such a pro.
Yeah.
So
you're very good. Are you now going to do it, Elliot and Justin?
Do what? The racing series?
The
Sim Racing
Academy series, yeah.
I have to buy a wheel and stuff. I have literally nothing here, and that's really why I keep going back to Dance Center Revolution pads and Wii sticks, because that's what I have in my closet right now. So that's what the peripherals that I have
you got
to
an
work
Xbox
with.
controller, right?
I'm never surprised. It's got one.
If you have an Xbox gamepad, I mean, there's one guy in this series called Lazarus. Is he driving now at the moment? That would be a perfect time to cut to him.
No, I don't think so.
Because
I
watching
remember
his
going on
inputs
board
is
with
amazing.
him in years past. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah. It's just binary, right center.
We were on board with him earlier when he literally just hard righted.
Yeah, and he's bloody quick. And he tutored Jacques Villeneuve for that big series.
The Race All Star Esports Battle.
That one, yes.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing on screen right now is actually the Singularity Racing number 60 was able to take the race lead in GTE. I'm guessing it was underneath pit just based on the fact, that the 77 car was so much further ahead. But yeah, definitely playing into the strategy the Singularity is ultimately having to run longer stints, and I think he must still be on the same set of tires, because he was 30 seconds back behind the 87 car, and then Ed, did the 87 also come into pit? So 77 and 87.
Yep, they pit on the same lap.
And obviously, Derlin can go a little bit further, and etc. etc. By the way, I think you've sold one person, Jimmy Allison. Can you use those dance passes here? That would be fun, right? There we go. Dennis Lind, Iwu boy, by the way. So,
why do you have a Dance Revolution pad in your house, Elliot?
At all? Why do you own one?
These are questions that
it's for my girlfriend.
No, I think really what it comes down to is the top echelon of gaming is done on Dance Revolution pads, and if you're not using one, typically you're just gonna fail if you want to become a professional. So, yeah, playing CS:GO with a Dance Revolution pad, Wii sticks, and or a
you're
rock
still trying
band
to make
guitar.
it sound cool.
It is cool. I mean, I don't. Visually speaking, imagining a guy with Wii sticks in his hands, feet on a Dance Revolution pad, driving a car, it literally doesn't get cooler than that, Ed.
No, sure. Other
It's
than you're
literally
standing
the
up all the time.
top echelon, and you're not wearing socks, so bare feet on the
you're
mat.
using a child's toy.
Yeah.
Dancing is not a child's toy. Excuse me, Ed.
I just need...
Dude,
you better let me express myself.
I have to express mine. Oh man, the people that don't know me are probably like, man, does this guy actually drive on Dance Revolution pad? That's fucking badass.
So, 14th overall. Oh yeah, Tony Jansen and Henry Drury. You're goddamn right. Here comes Martin Dillon into the pit lane then to relinquish the lead in the number 60 GT. Once these have all cycled through, we'll do a rundown in each of the classes, and I'm going to bed. By the way, Arnold Scoenvliet's currently leading the race, 45 seconds clear of Risto Caput. He's taken over for AAA, and Christian's taken over in the Singularity.
Oh.
God, I forgot then.
And Drury pits.
Yeah, that's classic. Dennis Jordan's taken over in Edge Esports as well. Henry Drury into the pit lane, so no battle there. We're not allowed any fun in the Dutch Endurance Championship. No battles, no fun.
Just got within a second.
You do like a whinge, don't you, Lewis?
Felix Antoine Fortan's taking the lead though. That's good. Sancho hype. Hashtag Sancho bias.
Why me? Said Lewis, lead commentator of the VEC.
What? I'm not allowed to have a moan and whine every now and then.
Oh, Dylan's in the pits.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh my god, I've said that twice. I've said that twice in the last few minutes, mate. It's a 4
it looks like Martin Dearland's coming into the pits.
I think Martin Dearland's just
Martin Dearland's just come out of the pits. I think he's just pitting.
No, Liz, we already did that. We've already gone over that. Sorry.
Indeed.
What's the current time? The gap between him and Olivier Fortin isn't actually that much. It's showing 10 seconds from me, but I'm guessing it's probably going to be somewhere higher than that. But if he was able to ultimately get out of the pits with 10 seconds just behind Zancho, that's actually putting the 60 car of Martin Dearland in a good position.
We're at single hours remaining, lads. 9 hours, 59 minutes. And what time it is? It's the rundown time.
Lewis, if they're the same person, then how are they driving two different cars?
Shut up.
At the same time.
Probably using a Dance Revolution pad.
Yeah.
Right, Risto Caput leading the way, AAA Esports ahead of Singularity, top two for those. Azure racing as well, not too far behind. Of course, we'll see how those three play out on strategy over the final 10 hours of the race. Edge Esports as well, not too far behind. Still on the lead lap, but maybe out of contention for race victory. We'll see how that unfolds for Edge. And then One Acco rounding out the top five. Next page. Off we go. LMP2. Dennis Lind just taken over in Singularity ahead of Roy McDuff. Those two were having a battle in the early stages of the race. Bit too far away for battle now, considering the incident that Roy McDuff had, but nevertheless, still a good position for Singularity when it comes to the championship race between themselves and Waveframe Esports, the number 26, who are still in third position. VRC1 in fourth place, and then Fair Racing Team rounding out the top five. And in GTE, it's a Zancho 1-2. It's a Fortan 1-2. Felix Antoine Fortin leading Olivier Fortin. Martin Derlin still on the podium. Still in good spirits for a potential championship, but they really do need to beat the 87. Sorry, Ed. Adam Baldwin in fourth place for Duties Motorsports Club in the 74, and then Chris Severe in the Blackhawk Racing number 81. That's your rundown. There we go. That's what's happening now, lads.
Sorted.
Sorted. See it sorted.
Let's just, Lewis, if you were going to make a 10 hours left sort of prediction, right? We've got 9 hours and 58 minutes left. Who would you predict is going to win the GTE championship?
GTE championship.
I'm going to write this down. And if they lose, you owe me $10. If you win...
10.
Yep.
Okay.
$10 American dollars. I don't know what your value
no,
your currency is.
$10. Okay.
Okay. And then if you're... I'm going to make a guess as well. And if I'm right... wait, you give me $10 if you're wrong. I'll give you $10 if you're right.
Okay, so it's just a box standard $10 bet. That's fine.
Yeah, I made that as complicated as possible.
Nice done.
If you take the $10...
No, don't.
You're gonna have $10 at the end of this if you're right. I'm gonna have $10 at the end.
It's basically we're both just putting a $5 in the pot, and then the $10 is going to. It's not really that right. Either way, it'll be 87. There you go.
Okay.
The 87's in the strongest position.
I'm gonna bet on an upset. I'm gonna say
60.
that I'm betting on the fact that Ed sleeps in and the 77 Zano wins.
The race, so the 60 wins the championship. I don't think, even if Ed oversleeps, I don't think the 77
Did you say
wins the race. Zancho, tick.
Zancho.
Zanchode. There's a D and an E in the end.
Jimmy, he's swearing. Can you
That's
take it off
not
the
a
broadcast?
swear. That's not a swear.
Look it up. Look it up in the dictionary.
Oh God.
Hey, here's one that you could take a stab at in the sixth place in the GTE category, Lewis, before you head to sleep. In the 99 team virtual racing, who's driving?
Sorry, I'm trying to work out which one it is. Which position?
Sixth place, GTE, 25th overall.
Oh, you mean speaking of Ciara?
What's his first name?
It's Shara actually. It's more like Shara.
I would know. I wouldn't know how to say that first name.
Just call him Zibby.
Zibby?
Zibby. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like a gamer tag more than a first name, which is interesting because I usually cast gaming stuff, but I've never seen that first name in my entire life. Which I think is interesting about racing just in general, right? Like when I used to be involved in like
Polish people just have names which are gamer tags.
That's not what
his brother's got a 7 in his name.
Right, before this goes too far, lads, I am Ben. It has been a long day. I will speak to you in not too long, through the rest of the night. Jonathan Green is here to take over from me. Enjoy, have a nice time, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thanks, Lewis. Appreciate it. You did a great job. Just legendary.
Thanks. That's really gonna cry.
You're alright. You're okay.
Not your first cry today, Lewis.
That is absolutely true. It's certainly not my first cry today. Right, night, lads.
All right, guys.
Hello.
Thanks, Lewis. All right, thank goodness he's gone. Am I right, Ed? As we rein it back in, we're going back into the last 10 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans here in the VEC Championship. As we're going to be on board with, I believe, this is the 99 car of Team Virtual Racing of, is it Ciara? Is that what Lewis was saying? Ciara, okay. Zbigniew. Zbigniew. Ciara. What a name. Honestly, that's legendary. I like that name. But yeah, I mean, this car was commented on a little bit earlier about how it looks like it rubbed with the Deuces Motorsports car to split off a bit of the Martini coloring. But with that being said, we're going to hop back just a little bit with Chris Severett in the 81 in 6th place currently. I believe this is a race right now for 5th position. So he's just off the back end of the 99 of Zbigniew. And he is within 8/10, so we might actually see a little bit of a rundown here as Chris is going to be looking to catch up to the back end of that Corvette, and potentially, as there's lap traffic in the LMP2 car just behind, he could use this to hop in and get a little bit of a slipstream here and potentially catch up to this Corvette.
LMP2's not quite helping Chris, unfortunately. just pulling away down the straight. So, yeah, I think he might be just within, just outside of reach, I should say, actually. It is still pretty close up at the front. Risto Capit and Christian Michel within a couple of seconds.
Yeah, Chris seems to not have sent the email fast enough out to the guy in the LMP2 car, so it looks like he's just going to go by. But still within the money here. He's losing a little bit of pace as they're going to be finishing this lap. But yeah, hopefully just on the straightaways, potentially he can stay within the range of basically catching that slipstream, because if Chris can close in, he can ultimately look to better his position and potentially take over 5th position for Blackhawk Racing. And as I say that, I don't think that he's going to ultimately be able to make up that gap just now, as it seems that there's going to be another LMP2 car here. So Chris is just losing a little bit of that pace. He was within 8/10, and now he's going to be dropping back to somewhere around 2 seconds. But within the field currently, that's about as close as it gets, unless we hop up to the race lead for LMHC, as it looks like the gap from 1st to 2nd place, AAA Esports is actually getting run down by Singularity Racing. And we're going to go on board with Christian Michael, and Risto Capet is just going to be just ahead of him. But this gap is literally less than a car length, and we're going to be looking at about 2/10 as they're going to be coming into I believe this is just the end of the straightaway, which is going to be Mulsanne Corner. So they have less than a car length in between them, and ultimately, actually, this could be leading onto the straightaway. I think I looked away for a moment, but I'll catch up to it just here on the map. But ultimately, not much of a gap, and this is for race lead, so it looks like the Singularity 10 car is going to go to the outside, and he's going to get the pass here on the AAA Esports car, and now the AAA Esports car is going to have to file in just in behind and look for an opportunity to ultimately catch back up for the race lead. Ultimately, being able to follow for a few laps might not necessarily be that bad of a situation for him, being able to catch onto that slipstream, but could actually offer a bit of a challenge for him, as he's going to be sitting in a position where, his pace is going to change. If the braking zone of the car ahead messes him up at all, or even impairs his ability to see the track just ahead of him, he's going to be in a whole different situation, and potentially he might actually find an opportunity to pass, as we are actually running into a bit of lap traffic with the driver in 9th place in the GTE category, which I believe is the 51 car for World of Sim Racing, which is going to be Daniel Font. But Risto still in 2nd place here, still close within the money. Half a second between 1st and 2nd place, which is what we're watching here for the LMHC category 1st place. That's the rundown that you're seeing right now. So Risto Capit just in behind Christian Michael, I'm going to call it. Probably mispronouncing that, but he's going to be within a second heading on to the back straightaway. He's going to be just hitting Tetra Rouge just now. So hopefully he's able to keep pace and keep in behind the car just ahead, and ultimately find himself a slipstream and just keep himself within a few seconds of the current race leader, which is the 10 Singularity Racing car.
And I believe we've got Jonathan Green with us now. Are you with us, Jonathan?
Yeah, can you hear me, guys?
Yep, I can hear you.
Cool. I'm still trying to work out the technical side of this, because I've got your commentary, or our commentary, delayed in one ear and then still on the other. But I'll work it out. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. We are just catching up with this battle for the lead at the moment in the LMHC class. Just had a change of position with... yeah, I think it is Christian Mickle. I could be wrong about that, though. I've definitely been told before, and I've completely forgotten it, and I apologize for that. But yeah, Risto Capit in the AAA Esports number 7 car, dropping down into 2nd position. So, yeah, that's what's going on at the moment. But yeah, we're doing pretty well. It's the late evening hours, so the cars are going pretty quickly, though. A lot of traffic, a few incidents here and there.
Well, yeah, I'm going for my fellow Americans line, because I am in America, and I've been listening to my fellow brethren Englishmen pontificate about our dear language, and I'm just wondering whether I should be a Texan or I should, kind of join in and talk funny or be English. I haven't quite decided yet.
I think that we're, having 2 Americans in the commentary booth currently. I think we're just open arms and accepting you into this, and just consider yourself American, whether or not your accent lines up with ours. We're happy to cover the end of this night stint. As we're hoping to see a bit of the sun come up on the horizon. I don't know exactly what the timing is going to look like. Maybe if one of us do a little bit of a Google search and search when the sun comes up around the Le Mans. But as I say that, we're going to have a yellow in Sector 3. I'm not entirely sure who it is currently, but we might get a little bit of a notice from that. But as we go back to it, the race for first place for the LMHC category is going to be held by Christian Michel. We'll call him Christian Michel for now. If it's
it is
Michael.
That's
Michel.
how I first said it, and then I was like, wait, is he German? I totally forgot. No, it is Michel.
Okay, Michel. So Christian Michel, Christian Michel, Christian Michael. It's Christian Michel. We'll remember that one. He's going to be, regardless, is going to be in the first place for the LMHC category. And now creating a bit of a gap to the AAA esports car, which is going to have a 2-second gap now back to him. So that might change up a bit of the order. I know that Singularity is just outside of the points. They can't really win a championship here, but first place for them is really what they need to finish. And for AAA esports, finishing in second, they're still going to hold on to that championship victory, if I'm right. So as long as AAA esports holds off Ajira, which is currently 30 seconds back behind, we do have 9.5 hours left here, 9 hours and 45 minutes to be specific, but we have enough time for that gap to dwindle down. So AAA esports kind of in a predicament here. They want to stay ahead of the other title contenders, which are Ajira and Edge Esports, which are just behind them.
Yeah, I can't believe how competitive this whole thing is. I mean, I know I'm coming into it in the late time in terms of the championship, in terms of this being the last round, but I'm incredibly impressed with the skills over this first 10 hours. I mean, there's very few mistakes.
Yeah, no kidding. I think we've seen a few small, slight mistakes with some of the teams. I know that we've seen a Porsche having a few mistakes, but ultimately nothing too critical. I mean, we've only seen a handful of cars needing to be retired for the entire evening, so we're happy to see that. I think a lot of the close calls that we've seen really speak to the drivers' abilities to collect themselves, and in the event of a big crash or something like that happening, or facing something that could put the car and the team out for the remainder of not only this race but the rest of the series. So I think it's good for not only the fans to see an open field, but man, I mean, speaking from experiences, if this was me, we'd be maybe 20 minutes in to the 24 hours, and I'd be off selling car parts to the fans off the shoulder that are cooking hot dogs. So it is a testament to the skill that we have here in this field.
No question about it. And I think this particular couple of hours now is one of the hardest at Le Mans, because you're in the dark of night, you're tired, you've done stints, you're this is the gruel. You've been doing this for 9 hours, 10 hours, and you just, you want to just get to sunrise, and yet you're coming up on traffic, and it's just as intense as it is in the first hour, but it's just twice as hard. It's a bigger mountain to climb because your concentration is waning, and I think things just come at you out of nowhere, and you've got to be so careful as you pass. And we're watching it happen literally in front of us as we speak. But to try and weave your way through it this time of night, it's got to be pretty impressive.
And speaking of the sunrise, we are coming up to that. Actually, I did do a search, and it looks like it's going to be 5:48 a.m. in France. It's currently just past 5, so we're getting pretty close to it. So we are going to see that sunrise, which we heard from Mike Epps. He was saying how good the sunrise looks in this in rFactor 2. So we're certainly looking forward to that. It should be a lot of fun getting to see that happen. But yeah, as you're saying, Jonathan, this is really a really difficult time. This is right at the end of the night, because once that sun starts to come up and it's more like daytime hours, then you start to get that little bit of boost of energy. Once again, you're starting to feel a little bit more. But so many hours of driving in the dark and with the headlights and the contrast between, the darkness of the night and the brightness of the cars all around you, especially with some of the traffic situations that we've seen earlier tonight as well. I can imagine these guys are getting pretty tired.
Yeah, and also the body it gets tricked as well because you whether you like it or not, you might have had a couple of hours sleep, but as that sun comes up, your body goes, oh, okay, we're getting up again. So the natural sort of chemicals start running that it's time to get up again, and yet you've still been up and your body's going, hang on a minute, we haven't had any sleep yet.
Yeah, and I think speaking from like a driver's perspective, like when the sun starts coming up or when the environment around you starts changing, it also changes the your ability to focus, right? When you're tired and you've been driving for a long period of time through the dark, you don't really have much visual stimulation to work off of, right? It's not like you're looking at trees and stuff like that. It's really just a tunnel vision focus of the track. You don't see mountains in the distance or fans or really much of any of that. So I think it'll be interesting to see as the sun starts to come up for these drivers in this next 50 minutes or so, whether or not their visual cues are changing. Right, they're going to see more of the track. Ultimately, if they're at a level of being exhausted or tired, if they've been running a long stint, which I don't have the statistics to speak to of who's been running the longest stints. But ultimately, that could mess with just your muscle memory, right? Like eventually, you fall into an order of knowing where your braking points are, and really you're going to have a lot more visual stimulation once that sun comes up, and it might create a bit of a challenge for some drivers as well, just to have that burst of color, so to speak.
Yeah, and also, I mean, think about it. Your visual cues wise, I would like to race at night because I think there is no distraction. Your tunnel vision, you're going, you're hitting your marks. But then the whole thing changes as the sun comes up, so it all goes out the window, and your eyes and your body doesn't have time to kind of go, okay. I mean, what you'd really like to do is, as the sun comes up, stop, watch the sun come up, then get back in again and go, okay, different track, different race, different cues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is. I mentioned a little bit earlier while we were previous to you guys hopping on, it was just Lewis and I, and we it was quite a tangent for a while. We were just joking around, but one thing that I did mention was that back when because I used to race go-karts in Phoenix, Arizona at the PKRA out there, and that was really my entryway into the physical world of motorsports outside of sim racing and outside of just gaming in general. But one thing just based on in Phoenix, one of the interesting tidbits was the fact that we raced at night a lot, just based on the summer temperature and how hot it was during the day. So I personally have experienced just racing in the physical world at night, and it definitely is it is much easier to focus. It is just a weird experience because you don't really care about the stuff that's going on around you in karting, especially. You don't have headlights or anything like that, so it's all track-related stuff. And just as I say that, it looks like Mike Epps of Zano, he was just joining us via voice. He's going to end up coming back to pit. Is that a visual glitch, or is he missing his front wheel?
Oh, yeah, because I'm seeing that as well. Let's see.
It could very well be a visual glitch, but definitely missing an entire tire would not be optimal. So we'll see what ends up happening with that car. Obviously, the 97 car having a bit of issues throughout this race, as we heard from the team owner, Ed. It is a challenge. It is unfortunate because they were running 1, 2, 3 for a little bit. And as I say that, it looks like Dennis Lind, who we were also speaking to just a bit earlier, gets right up in behind one of the Corvettes there in the GTE category. So he was able to get by without scraping too much of an issue. And this is our race leader, by the way. This is Dennis Lind in the Singularity GT2 car, LMP2 car. And here's the spin out by Dennis Lind. Oh no!
No, this is Mike Epps. This is Mike.
Oh, this is Mike. Sorry, yeah.
Yep. So
Mike
that
Epps
did actually happen. He is missing an entire wheel.
How did he drive that back to the pits? That's incredible.
Yeah,
man,
we didn't notice him dropping down the timings because obviously he was far down because of that incident earlier on. But yeah, that is really, really unfortunate for that number 97 Zancho, whose troubles clearly are not at an end just yet.
Yeah, we were talking a bit earlier just about the opportunity that they might have to end up catching up and getting, in a better standing with just points finishes. Obviously, they're kind of out of the top 3 running. Those cars don't necessarily make a ton of mistakes, but we were talking to Mike a bit earlier, and he went to bed having the car in a good position and woke up to it being in a, bit further in the pack. So he was working with what he was dealt, but. Definitely interesting the fact that he was able to nurse that car back to the pits after losing a wheel, 3-wheeling it all the way back. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure how the sim works as far as allowing you to make the fix required to getting that wheel put back on.
That's really bad news. And it was such a good interview too. I mean, a really good chance to get to chat, and he sounded so calm and in control. So obviously something's mechanical gone wrong. I don't think it's a mistake.
He got a little bit onto the curbing. I was just watching it back a little bit, and yeah, he just kind of lost the back end, and he was just moving so fast, just carrying so much momentum that there was no stopping the contact into the barrier. So yeah, I think that was an unfortunate one. I don't know exactly what would have led to that. I don't know if that would have been mechanical or. But it looked very normal. He was just using the kind of outside curb as you would at the entrance of a corner.
Yeah, and an unfortunate situation for him. Obviously, was able to have a conversation with us and had really no issue in running quick lap times. So for him, obviously, he's very quick, but he's going to be, luckily, he's not too far back from where he was, but there's not much further down that he could go. There's a few teams that are currently back behind. But yeah, going back up to the Zan shows. I mean, we're looking currently at the leader in LMHC, which is the Singularity Racing number 10. But going on board with here Christian Michel, right? Michel?
Yep.
Is that what we decided?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Michel.
Okay. So yeah, going back on board with him in the Singularity 10 car. But yeah, he's been able to hold his, he's been able to hold the lead off of the AAA esports car of Risto Capet. And ultimately, he still has a 5-second gap in between himself and the car behind. So, just as I was mentioning earlier, AAA esports is in the money for winning the championship. And if they hold the position they're in right now, as it stands, I believe that they will still be able to hold that. They just have to finish ahead of Ajira Racing and Edge Esports. And ultimately, that's what their objective is here. So maybe it speaks to the fact that, in this race, it's not worth fighting small battles if your focus is the war ahead. Is the longevity of this 24-hour race. Sometimes it's not worth, fighting for 1 or 2 positions. So for AAA esports driver Risto Capet, maybe it's better just to let Singularity win this race. I know a lot of drivers want to win races. They want to finish first, not second, not third. And they want to, finish with the trophy in their hand at the highest step. But in this position, is it more important just to win the championship and call it a day?
A good point, because I know what I would feel like. I'd be like, come on, it's Le Mans, it's the last race of the championship, double points. You gotta go for the win. It's Le Mans.
Yeah, no kidding. It's one of those special races, right? It's like in the F1 circuit, there's some, obviously you end up, I believe the last race is, in Formula 1, the last race is in Dubai, but there's a handful of races that just mean a ton to the drivers, Monte Carlo being one of them, and ultimately people put a lot of risk and a lot of effort into those races. They're one of the most important ones to win. And when it comes to Le Mans is like that in the real world. It is a very important race. It's like it's a blue ribbon race. It's a race that people really want to win and place high, and it's kind of like the Daytona 500, so to speak. And people want to finish, an Indianapolis 500 or whatever big race you want to name. Ultimately, with what we have in front of us, is not only is this the 24 hours of Le Mans, but it's the final race in the championship as well. So there's a lot to be won here and a lot to be lost, especially with such a long, impactful, race as the Le Mans has proven to be in the past.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, there's 2 things that you can guarantee if you get a win at Le Mans, whether it be overall or class win. You're never going to have to buy a drink again, and you'll be introduced as Le Mans winner.
Exactly. That's one for the CV, for sure. No doubt about it.
And just as you were saying, Le Mans winner, just over the back on a few of these views, as you can see right there, That seems to be the daytime coming back as the sky is just a little bit of a lighter gradient than black. It's a little bit brighter.
Yep.
So we're probably going to see in the next 15 minutes or so a lot of light come into play. And as we mentioned, and as we were talking about, a lot of these drivers are in a position where, they've been driving for a long period of time. And now we're seeing in the picture-in-picture window, you can see just a little bit of that haloing effect of the sun coming up. But a lot of these drivers now in the position where they're going to have a lot of change happen in the next 15 minutes. They've been driving for, however many hours, that it's been visually the exact same thing. Obviously, they've been working through traffic, and that's been throwing a few curveballs at them. But in the next 15 minutes, they're probably visually going to see more change than they've seen in this entire race. So ultimately, it comes down to their fortitude and really trusting their muscle memory and not allowing the visual stimulation to mess with them at this current point in the race.
It's going to start to warm up as well. It's only 13C at the moment. We've passed, I think, the golden hour with the fastest times. We saw a few improvements for the most part, though. Fastest lap is still the same as it was before, the Ajira number 9 with that 3:19.9. Still the fastest lap that we've seen so far in this race. But we've seen a few personal bests, no doubt about it. But yeah, again, it's going to start to warm up. It's relatively cool temperatures currently. Again, we do have that slight threat of rain, which could be an issue potentially later on, but I'm not sure how likely that is.
Yeah, I think they were saying like 10 a.m. in the morning. So a few hours from now, but not heavy rain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm looking at right now, and this is something that we covered a little bit earlier, but the current sim that we're using with rFactor, we have something built in that works off of a real weather report. So it isn't RNG, something random that's happening in the game. It's something that is generated in just based on tracking stats in the real world. So while I'm looking at the weather report just off of a simple Google search, it seems that there's only a 7% chance of rain in the early morning, but towards the later hours in the afternoon, which we're not ultimately going to get to, around 6 p.m., the percent of rain is up to 50%. So we might see some pocket drizzles. I don't know exactly how sophisticated the system is, if it's based on like a specific area or if it's based on, in the real world, you could have a rain on a back piece of the straightaway and not on by pit row. But yeah, we'll see how that affects this race over time.
We do have Rory McDuff into the pits from second position in the LMP2 class, which usually means that we're probably going to see a bunch more LMP2 cars in. Usually they're all in formation. We've got one of the... Oh, right, Mike Epps is still in there. Still stationary, but not DNF'd, which is very interesting because obviously, his name would be a different color. He wouldn't be showing up the same as everyone else, so... I assume that car is reparable. I mean, Mike is still on the server. He hasn't disconnected or anything like that. So hopefully it's just a matter of waiting. And thankfully for his sake and for that team's sake, there is still a lot of hours to go in this race. But the Rory McDuff rejoins, still in the car, the number 40, and rejoins in second position as well.
He had an incident early on in the race, I believe. He came together with, I want to say, Rory and Henry Jury had a coming together early in the race. Yeah, hit the wall.
Oh, okay. Yep, that would have been one that I missed.
Yeah, that was like the second hour.
Oh, okay, very early on.
Yeah, and going back to your point, I think that for Zancho, the 97 car of Mike Epps, right now, obviously, they're back in 14th position. But one thing worth mentioning is, just like you said, they're not out of the race. They're not DNF'd. They're still driving. And I mean, you've driven a majority of the race at this point in this car. It's worth finishing, right? It's worth getting across the line just to say that you have finished. And I mean, that's an achievement in its own. The fact that the hardware, obviously, you're keeping your car together and not crashing it into the wall, not destroying the vehicle itself that needs to get across the wall in the game.
Oh, he's moving.
Oh, is he really?
He is. He's coming out of the pits now.
Okay, so for him, ultimately, it speaks to not only, the vehicle, like I was saying, but also his equipment. And it seems the 477 car was crawling out of the first chicane. Not sure if he went off back there. That was the 477 of Go Team Racing. Georgi Nadev, I believe, is his name, but he's in the 477 car. But yeah, Mike Epps is still on the track. So, like I was mentioning, I mean, it speaks to their equipment, their internet service provider, their computer, their power for not going out and knocking them offline for over 24 hours. And ultimately, they're just gambling right now in the 97 Zancho. We're going to go 3 wide here while we're watching the 477 car. But it really speaks to, just the endurance. And maybe Zancho's 97 car is hoping that that the cars ahead of them maybe have issues of their own that they can bypass.
Well, going back to your interview with Mike Epps, I think he's gone out because he knows the sun's coming up and he says he loves the rFactor sunrise.
True. Very good point. Very good point. Dennis Lynn just coming out from the lead of LMP2 in the number 30 in the Singularity car and resuming from the lead as well.
I have to say, I'm going to take issue with Ed for a second. Can I do that?
Please do.
Well, he said goodbye and he said he's going to sleep. But I mean, he said, I hope to make the decision while I'm asleep. He said about his team orders, right? What if Carroll Shelby has turned to Ken Miles in 1966? I think I want to. I'm not sure I want to fill in for formation, or I'm not sure if I want Bruce to win. I'll tell you what, I'll have to sleep on it.
Yeah, I think in Ed's position right now, he does have the opportunity to sleep on it. So really, he has just enough time to make that decision. And I think what Ed was really saying, previous, and just for anyone that's just joining us, is that his the Zancho 77 and the Zancho 87 cars are in first and second place in that order. The 87 car of Zancho has the opportunity to win the entire championship over Singularity if it comes in first place. So what would be required is that the 77 car does finish in second, which currently it's holding a 17-second lead over the 87 car of Olivier Fortin, and his brother Felix is in the 77 car, which is currently in first. So currently Ed is on a stint of having the opportunity to sleep. He's been up. He's the team principal. And at a certain point, if they want to win this championship, the car that's in second place needs to overtake the 77. But at the same time, it's a little too soon to make that order just based on the gap. And as we say that, Singularity also wants to find a way to get ahead of the 87 car that is in second place, so they can win the championship. So I think
they're not that far behind. I mean, 30 seconds to some people, that might be seem like a large gap, but no. I mean, we've seen how one small incident can lose you a ton of time in this race already.
Yeah, and I think currently, like, we're looking at the timer. We have 9 hours and 25 minutes, and while you were speaking, it was at 30 seconds. So I think the gap between 30 seconds when you finish speaking and about 10 seconds from now will be the gap that, like, the amount of time. But if you compare that to 9 hours and 25 minutes until the end of the race, a 30-second gap really isn't anything, right? Like, that is an easy gap to make up. If we've seen a few mistakes with some of the faster drivers in the series. Like with Mike Epps, he made a small mistake where he caught a little bit too much of the curb and he ended up spinning out and losing a wheel. That can still happen. I mean, the thing that's really interesting about 24-hour racing is it is 24 hours of racing, right? You can have a 5-second mistake or a 2-second mistake that completely ruins all the progress over that 24 hours. And it happens a lot, right? You see it a lot in these sort of races. Eventually when you get, to a point where you've been exhausted, you've gone through all of your driver changes, there's still the opportunity, there's still the chance for a mistake to happen. So for these guys, they really have to show their endurance. They have to show how consistent they can be, because a small mistake with a 30-second gap can ultimately put you in a position where your 23 hours and 59 minutes of work was completely pointless.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you'd imagine getting stuck at the Porsche curve, going into the Porsche curves. You only have that happen. You get into traffic there twice, in two laps, and there's your 30 seconds right there.
Right. Exactly. Or the car behind, you make a tiny mistake, and then the car behind ultimately on the back straightaway, he gets a draft, right? Like maybe he catches up to a lap car, and then all of a sudden he's in the contention where he catches up, 4 seconds over a few laps. And then you're really in the money, and the more, as this race goes on, we're going to see more and more traffic. Towards the end of the Mulsanne Straight, we have 4 cars that are in GTE, and then the 14 car in LMHC, which is our fastest category, which is going to be the Speedy Might Racing number 17 of Jeremy Talbot. You ultimately have this huge gap of GTE cars, and then you have an LMHC car in the middle of it. So I think within the next 20 minutes, I'm going to say there's going to be a huge traffic jam that's going to start happening, as you can see a lot of the back straightaway being free right now.
Yeah, look at the sun. It really is coming up now. We're getting that sort of strange kind of hue, almost brownish kind of color to the whole day as it starts to lighten up. This is where I think it really is challenging for the drivers, because your eyes are adjusting, and you've still got headlights on, but your eyes are adjusting to what is an overpowering light coming through bit by bit.
Right. And you've been driving on the track the exact same corner for the past few hours, and then all of a sudden you're starting to see some new stuff, right? You're starting to see how tall the trees are. You're starting to notice more details. You might see more, in the real world, you might see more corner marshals showing up in their orange vests because they're they're replacing each other, and there's more of them on the corners. But I think that, for me, I think that obviously I've raced at night and had the ability to really drive in the tunnel focus time, which is like late at night when you don't have the sun up. But I've never experienced where the sun comes up. I've done plenty of overnighters working on projects and stuff like that, and I can tell you that it's really easy to focus on what you're doing when the sun is down, but the second that the sun comes up, you immediately start to feel that fatigue. I don't know what it is, but as soon as your eyes notice it, you really feel that fatigue.
Spectator is pretty funny this time in the morning at Le Mans, because you've got a combination of people. You've got people who've been up all night and drunk and can't stand up. You've got people who've been hard at work and are just barely putting matchsticks in their eyes to stay awake. You've got mechanics who are flat out asleep, and then you've got a bunch of really hardcore fans who are sitting in their tents, listening on their Radio Le Mans, doing all of the stuff that the good and the careful do when they're following one particular car. So it's a real combination of people out there, and meanwhile the drivers are still going flat out.
Yeah, no kidding. I think that just dealing with that it's like going on the strip in Las Vegas early in the morning. If you get up early, right, you're gonna see people that have been up all night. You're gonna see people that have been that have just our early morning risers. So it's a bit of a weird scenario. But yeah, I think for a lot of these drivers too, the guys that are just waking up about now to be able to do this last 9-hour run on this Le Mans 24-hour race, those guys are also facing that with the other drivers, right? These guys are already in their groove. They've been driving for a long time. The car's hot, the seat's hot, the steering wheel's hot. They're stepping into a position where they're just waking up, maybe having their first cup of coffee, and now they have to go up against guys that have been just driving consistently for the past 6 hours. So that is also another challenge that is worth mentioning.
Is this a good time to say good morning, gentlemen?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Now,
Good morning, David.
You wouldn't believe what happened. I was just in the bathroom before I walked in, and who would I bump into? Jackie X.
No.
No way.
Jonathan knows what I'm talking about. That was one of the highlights from hour 4, I think it was. Yeah. Jonathan Green's chat about bumping into Jackie X, but we'll let the viewers scroll back to that and hear that on hour 4.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll get away with it again.
But good morning, guys. I'm one of those people who's just got up after about an hour and a half of sleep, so things feel a bit weird.
I can imagine.
Had a cup of lukewarm coffee, and just coming to grips with it. And the first thing I've noticed is, wow, Christian Michel and Singularity have had a good couple of hours while I've been asleep.
Yeah, no question about it. One thing you did miss, which was very interesting, we managed to get Mike Epps talking to us while driving. We could actually hear him going through the gears.
Ah, cool.
And also pausing while he braked. But then he spun out, and we're trying not to be blamed for that.
Oh, no.
Well, I think what we can say is that he didn't spin out while he was talking to us. It was actually after he got off the phone with us, or off of the voice call with us. So it might be said that the caster curse is actually the opposite, and he's better when he's talking to us.
Yeah, he should have continued talking.
A bit reminiscent of when Justin, is it that golfer Justin Poulter, Ian Poulter, they tended to interview him during the race in another series, and he would tend to lose concentration and crash, but it never stopped them going back to talk to him again. It's certainly not something I can handle very well.
No.
Trying to drive on the limit and speak.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Find that quite tricky, but some people are quite happy chatting. It's an interesting thing when you do a bit of engineering, or when you've got somebody engineering for you. The first thing I say when I get in the car is, guys, just don't talk to me unless it's urgent information for at least 10 laps until I settle into the groove.
Yep.
And then when things start to happen with just your background concentration and muscle memory, and you start to relax, you then got a bit more thinking space available to converse. But I find the first few laps, it takes all my concentration to get into the groove.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anybody talking to me in those first opening laps, Dan.
Pleased to see that car 97, the Zancho car, is still connected and still on track,
and has 4 wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
just
spent
before,
about 5 minutes in the pits, didn't he? And we weren't sure whether he'd come back out, but he did.
Oh, good on him, because you're probably well aware that the guys probably briefed you as to the misfortune that they experienced before I went to bed.
Yeah,
just
the screen freeze and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, just before you woke up too, once Mike actually took the car over, he ended up just collecting a little too much of the curb and drove himself off into the wall, and he had to 3-wheel drive it back to pit. So that was a bit of an experience that you were sleeping through. But that is what it is with the Le Mans. You see a lot, but you can't see it all, because eventually you've gotta get some rest.
I did actually just catch that as I was kind of getting all geared up, ready to come back into the commentary booth. I just caught him exiting the Porsche curves, looking a little bit crab-like.
I think he lost it going into the Porsche curves, though. So he did do it at a good part of the circuit, at least.
Yeah, exactly. Better than doing it at Tetra Rouge.
Exactly.
So the drivers are probably smelling now the croissant and the baguettes in the ovens at this time of the morning.
Oh, don't stop me.
Yeah, that's painful for me too. I'm feeling that.
Yeah,
French bread now. Oh.
The smells would be pretty good in the virtual smells on the virtual circuit at the moment.
I'm working on Dr. Pepper and some, Fritos or something like that. I could use some proper food.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy to sort of look after your body while you're commentating on a 24-hour race.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking on that, this is probably, I think I'm signing off. I think this is the time for me to go. We got Jonathan in here, so I think it's time for me to sign off. It's about 9 p.m. My time, so the race will be over at what? It's 4:30 a.m. I believe my time. So I'll have to get up a bit early to catch that. But I think at that point Lewis will be back awake from his beauty sleep. And so will Ed, to make the decision whether or not he's going to tell his drivers to swap place in GTE. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure casting alongside you. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity, and good luck with the rest of the cast.
Thank you, Elliot.
Cheers, Elliot. Well done.
Thanks, Elliot.
Yep, take it easy, guys.
Much appreciated.
So
I'll tell you one thing I've noticed, guys. Just looking at the LMHC class, just looking at the lap times, 121 compared to a best of 120.3.
Yeah. Pretty big times, actually. Pretty big gaps we're seeing.
Yeah, I think we saw a 319 from Arne Schoenvliet early in the night. Well, in the night time, probably about
Yeah,
11
that
or
didn't
12
get
p.m.
Yeah, that never did get beaten.
He jumped in the car and went ballistic for that 319. And I'm just looking at the weather. It's 6 degrees currently in Le Mans, and I'm sure all the broadcasters are aware, but some of the people who are watching the stream or might watch the stream in the near future may not be aware, but we are plugged into a real live weather station near Le Mans. And when the temperature changes there, it changes in the sim. And that can have an effect on things like brake cooling, tyre cooling, engine cooling. And in fact, at this time of the morning, at these temperatures, the cars will be running a little bit less radiator cooling, which will give them a bit more top speed by virtue of a 6 degrees ambient. They'll adjust that to the pit stop when things warm up. So it's all part of that great immersion that we love so much with this fabulous simulation of rFactor 2.
Well, here's a question for you, David. How about the brakes? I mean, as it cools down, do the brakes actually kind of cool down at the same time with the temperature going down? In terms of they don't get as hot as they would during the day.
Yes, it's not as dramatic as engine cooling, the radiator, the water and the oil, but it is noticeable on a hot day. You get a little bit less brake cooling. And I think all of these cars are running carbon brakes. The GTEs, we normally try to avoid getting them over about 700, 750 degrees because they start to lose a bit of efficiency. But yeah, you do notice that the brake cooling gets a bit of help from a lower atmospheric temperature along with the engine. But you can't adjust the brake ducting, so you've got to make a call on that before the race, and try and get that in the right window. And you don't want them running too cool any more than you want them running too hot, because after, for example, Mulsanne Straight, which is a long straight, and I remember Johnny Herbert talking about it when they won the year in the Mazda. They had to start preheating the discs before Mulsanne corner so they didn't crack with a big stop from cold. But yeah, you get them too cold and they're outside their most efficient window as well. So you've got to think, four different brake duct settings in most of these cars. So it all adds to the immersion, all adds to the fun when you've got to try to engineer the car to get the optimum from it. And funnily enough, it's part of that journey, of the endurance racing journey of setup. When you've got 3 or 4 guys driving the car, there's no one perfect setup for everybody, because everyone drives the car in a slightly different way. And a couple of weeks ago, we ran this same race in another smaller league, and one of the drivers was consistently getting higher brake temperatures than the rest of us, and we don't really know why. So you make these little compromises, even on things as simple that you might think would be a simple mathematical issue like brake cooling. That can change a bit from driver to driver.
Style,
Ultimately,
just how much he hits it.
Yeah, people are going to have to adjust, essentially. There's going to have to be a degree of adjustment, maybe more or less for some.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very interesting journey, because you've got the guys who like a bit more oversteer your car, and guys that want a bit more understeer your car, and people who manage their tyres a bit better tend to wear one end more than the other. So, but you end up putting a setup to bed, and you reach a point where you go, guys, that's it. It's carved in stone. Anything you want to do now, you got to do in the pit menu, and away you go, and you all practice with it, because you don't want to be tweaking setup on the night before the race. You want to have a good few days with the final version, so that you can all get some long stint runs in.
And what are you changing from driver to driver in the pit stops? What can be changed?
You've got a few subtle things that all make a difference. Rear wing is an obvious one. You might have a guy who's just comfortable having a bit more oversteery car, so he might have one click less of rear wing. And even with the guys running the same wing setting, one guy might have a bit less traction control turned on, because there's a multiple numbers of traction control available.
Of course.
So the blokes who want the car a bit more pointy will run a bit less traction control. I'm one of those people, because I find if the traction control is on a really high number, the car just gets a bit numb. It doesn't seem to want to rotate, because you can't get that slip at the rear end. So the car tends to be a bit prone to understeer, and then and you just don't have that finer control on throttle of getting the car rotated. And then there's even brake bias. So by tasking one end of the car or the other with more braking, you provide less steering availability out of that contact patch. So moving the brake bias forward will make a neutral car a bit more understeery, and vice versa. So there are a lot of subtle things. And then, of course, the last one, only a small one, is tyre pressure changes. You might have a guy that just puts a couple more PSI in the front tyres because he wants to have a little bit less understeer than the stock setup. So when you're about to take the car over, the incoming driver will say, okay, can I please have three clicks more front tyre pressure? Can I please have 1 click more rear wing than you? Thanks very much, Fred. And then you'll look after the brake bias and traction control when you get in the car. So all good bits, all good engineering fun.
Yeah,
it requires good teamwork.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, we have here in Austin, we had WEC here for many years, and I remember talking to Brendan Hartley about this, which was, after everything you just said there, David, which is absolutely right. The bottom line is, if you've got 4 drivers, it's going to be a compromise. It's never going to be what you want. And Hartley said he took quite a lot of time working that out, having spent so much time in simulators and single-seaters that where he's totally used to his own setup, that basically you just have to compromise to the 4 of you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the big challenges, and one of the big satisfactions, I think, of endurance racing is arriving at that compromise. And you might instinctively say, okay, well, we want the setup to suit the fastest guy. But actually, in the end, you might say, well, the fastest guy's got the most talent. He's the guy most able to compromise. And do we actually need more to nurse the least talented guy and give him a car that suits him, and the rest of us can drive around it? So it's a very interesting set of compromises, which I quite love working on.
Because it's about the average. It's about the average lap time of all the drivers.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're exactly right. You may end up finding more time by helping someone who's maybe struggling with the car a little bit versus helping the star, as it were. Yeah.
100%, making that weakest link just that little bit stronger, and being able to get consistent performance, which brings me to another fabulous bit of trivia. If I'm not drawing us away from a really good on-track fight, I must be waking up now.
Unfortunately, not just yet. Ireland's still a little bit a ways.
Okay. Well, does anybody know what the common thread is between V8 supercar racing and this beautiful Porsche 911 GTE, RSR GTE that we see on screen at the moment? And it's pretty obscure, so I'll just come out and say there's a chap called Jeremy Moore, an Australian race engineer who used to work for the Red Bull Holden V8 supercar team, and got picked up by Porsche for their LMP1 program, and did such a good job that he ended up being the lead engineer on the 992 RSR GTE program. So he helped produce and coordinated the design process for the 911 that we're watching on screen.
Oh.
And the reason I bring that up is because we were talking about getting consistent performance across the team and getting consistent performance off the stint. And he gave a really good interview where he said, well, their design philosophy was that the car's going to get a BOP. Once we make it and we create this beautiful car, it's going to get a BOP. So its ultimate pace is going to be limited. So what we can work on most is the variables that will make it a more consistent car for all the drivers. So their whole philosophy of design, including everything such as the drivetrain, the aero, the suspension settings, as Oliver Fortin in the Sancho 87 has a bit of a moment coming through the S's. Their design philosophy was to create a car that was incredibly consistent across a stint. And that was what they went for. So it's one of the seductive subtleties of endurance racing is hearing these stories and working out where these teams have come from to achieve these performances within the limitations of stuff like BOP, which I'm sure Jonathan's had a lot of conversations with about over the years that he's been covering Le Mans. BOP, I'm sure it's come up a lot.
Absolutely, and the thing is, especially when you get a big field like Le Mans, where you do have certain gentleman drivers, although these days I don't even know what counts as a gentleman driver, they're so good. But you're absolutely right, and what you find is that it goes back to what you were saying earlier. They'll set the car up for the gentleman driver so that he is comfortable, because the professional may not like the setup, and it may not to his, may not be to his liking, but he can drive through it. Whereas they don't want to put any extra pressure on a guy who's still probably learning his way, and they just want to get him to the finish without making any mistakes. So the easier they can make it for him, the more chance the team's got of actually getting to the finish.
Yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic, all that stuff. And one of the things that happens here at this level, and I'm sure at this time of the morning, the people that are watching are probably associated with various teams, but viewers that might watch later on might be interested to know that this is the elite group of endurance sim racing in the world, because the VEC as an official rFactor league has been running for 10 years or so. And this is the creme de la creme. There's several divisions, and even if you look in Division 2, there's some household names in Division 2. And here we are in Division 1. These are the absolute top guys. And what normally happens in a lesser league is you'll get a top driver, and then you'll have the number one guys will have their battle in the opening hour, and then you'll have the number two guys will battle it out. And there's big shifts in performance between the number one, number two, and number three driver. Here in Division 1 in VEC, they're very subtle differences, aren't they? When you see the lap times that these guys are pumping out, they're all number one drivers, these guys.
They're all dream teams, essentially. It's really impressive, which is why I keep coming back to VEC. I mean, this is my third year doing Le Mans. It's the only endurance series that I do commentary for, and it's because it really is just another level. I always enjoy doing a commentary for VEC, and I always enjoy watching these guys because it really is something special, and it's a lot of fun watching them tackle, especially a challenge like Le Mans.
Yeah, I had a call from my mate Murray Taylor. Murray Taylor Racing used to do F3, but he called me up from New Zealand and said, I can't watch this e-racing. He said, they all barrel roll and shunt into each other. And I said, well, the truth is, I said, it depends what you're watching, because as I said, the racing I'm covering right now, Le Mans, there is absolutely none of that. These guys are so precise, it's unbelievable. And you're right, the level has stunned me. This is my first virtual Le Mans race, and honestly, the standard is actually better than, in terms of overall through the whole field, is better right through the field than it is in the real world, I would have said. In
Tighter.
Terms of actually keeping the car on the track and not making mistakes.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point you make there, Jonathan. You look out at the grid, and you look out at the performances, and there's nobody out there who you sort of think, well, somebody's written a big check to get on the grid. These guys are all quick in their own right. Has it surprised you, Jonathan, how many things cross over from, if most things that can happen in real life can happen in this sim? It's quite incredible, like the little chat we had before about brake temps and engine temps and setup preferences. And
it's absolutely, it's fascinating. I also did a Trans Am race today, and what's interesting is that I've been involved in Trans Am here in the States for the last few years, and so I know everybody. And in fact, we'd never done an e-championship, so we teamed up with Talk Motorsports and with Ed and everybody, and it's been really fascinating because they're all professional Trans Am drivers, and maybe a couple of them have got sim experience, whether they're teachers or they do use sims in their teaching and coaching. But what's amazing was chatting to them about all the sort of key factors. They're just different. In other words, okay, you're not moving as much, but it's dialing yourself in as a driver to pick up, marking points and so on and so forth. And the crossover, as you say, is incredible, especially with the settings.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think it's in real life, something like a brake marker. It's so much easier to spot different brake markers in real life than it is in the sim, because you're staring hard to try to find an exact spot in the sim, whereas in real life it's really pretty easy to see. You might pick up anything. It could be a hamburger stand, or it could be a coloured bit of paint somewhere on a wall.
The asphalt is a different hue.
Yeah, exactly. Or there's a tiny little bump, and whereas in sim racing, I think that's one of the things that makes it a bit more of a challenge for a driver, is you just haven't got that 4K 360 degree 400 frames per second naked eyeball view of the world. I'm just seeing Arnie Schoenfleet looks like he's coming into pit. Oh wow, what a wild pit entry from
He
the
almost
lead
landed in the
car.
pit then.
That was quick but so tidy. I mean, we've seen some people spin there coming to enter the pits, which is not the way to arrive and please your teammates.
I like the way they've got the social distancing in the pit lane. I like that.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
I don't know. Is he due for a driver change?
I don't know.
I see Callie Curry's on the server.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on him. Very professional too. The way you can see there, the way he drove up very close to the pit garages and then turned left to be parking at a bit of an angle to ensure A, a quick exit, and B, if somebody stops in the next pit box, he's not going to be blocked. So it's this. To win these races, these guys think of everything.
Yep.
Oftentimes, a lot more time can be found in a single pit stop than can be over several laps of hitting apexes.
Well, that's so true, isn't it, Justin? You can fight like mad to grab 3/10 a lap.
Yep.
And then you can find yourself 3 seconds by being slick in the pits, by doing a nice hot entry, not spinning, good exit. One of the things I touched on before I went to bed was if you're keeping your old tyres, you get a big loss of performance in a pit stop because you lose a lot of tyre pressure, and it's unnerving how much earlier you've got to brake for the first chicane because the tyre pressure's gone, the contact patch isn't there, the rubber temperature isn't there, and the tyres have got to be nursed around that first lap, even if it's a pair that you haven't taken off the car. It can really catch you out. So it was a 90-second stop, that one. And Callie Curry, as you predicted, has taken the car. So we've had a driver change now for a Jura Racing car.
Yep, a fresh tank of fuel, fresh set of tires, and a fresh driver as well.
Full house.
Maybe a virtual tear-off off the windscreen. Jonathan, how are you feeling about the whole Le Mans hypercar concept? Do you think it's going to be a runner?
I tell you, had we not had this pandemic, I would have said yes, and I was looking forward to it. And as you know, VEC came here, and so I was talking to Andrew Craig about it and a few others, and it all looked like go, go, go. But I now wonder, with this hold-up that we've had and this strange year we're going to have, especially for endurance racing, given that we're going to do Le Mans in September, I don't know. I don't know, and especially it depends how deep the pockets are, and I just don't know what the future holds for all of the ideas that they had, and they may have to recalibrate or at least hold off for a bit, because I'm just a bit worried that this has put us right back.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of sense in that. It's kind of, even in a stable rule set, it's the sort of global environment where you'd think a lot of teams would be thinking, okay, how can we halve our budget? Because I've had a phone call from our sponsor, and to introduce a new type flight category and the commitment that requires. I mean, we touched on it overnight where Aston Martin is at the moment, and it's a fantastic brand, and I really hope them well. And under Lance Stroll and his majority stake that he's taken, and Toto Wolff has bought some shares as well, apparently. But
he's also bought 5% of Williams, I think.
Wow. Okay. Well, he's not a guy who makes bad investments.
This is true.
So I think Aston Martin, when they did their share float, their IPO, they were £18 a share, and when Lance Stroll bought in, they were 35p a share. And I think Lance Stroll went in and said, guys, we've got bigger things to work on than making a hypercar and going racing. So, yeah, to an extent, a lot of the companies will be feeling that little bit of a pinch, but they've got other options up their sleeve. If the hypercar thing doesn't get up, they've got some other little cheap and easy options, like making the LMP2 car, some of the LMP2 cars, a little bit quicker with a few more relaxed restrictions, and things could be worse than having the LMP2 as the premier category for a season, really. I think they're beautiful cars anyway, it's just that they're all pretty much the same.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think both the class of field and the caliber of driver in LMP2 could hold the fort, as they say. I mean, the other thing that we've got to think about, we think in motorsport terms and pure sponsorship and what the racing programs want to do. But the truth is, when you look at Renault, when you look at Mercedes, when you look at McLaren, you know, these are car manufacturers too, and this pandemic has stopped the manufacture of just road cars and exotic sports cars. And so I think, you know, it's going to be dictated also by the bigger OEMs as to what they can spend on something like Formula E and obviously WEC and Le Mans and so on and so forth. So all of that's going to play into a factor, but I think we've got to start with the you know, auto manufacturers first and foremost, because that's really going to dictate what the race programs can do.
Well, exactly. And as we look at that beautiful
that is
sunrise
gorgeous
shot under the Dunlop Bridge,
Classic.
It's a beautiful moment. If I was at BBC, I'd chime in with a conversation about the sun rising on a new era of auto manufacturing.
Oh,
Nice.
go on! Don't hold back. Go for it.
But absolutely, yeah, absolutely right, isn't it? I mean, the auto manufacturers have had a big hit on their cash flow, and their customers, the mums and dads who are sort of coming out of lockdown, I don't think let's go and buy a new car is going to be their first thought.
No.
It's going to be, right, I'm going to ring up work and see if how many hours I've got next week. And I think a lot of people are going to find that they're going to take a little bit of while to get a head of steam back up again. And you know, all sorts of companies that manufacture things, not just car companies, they're going to be dealing with a little bit of a moderate cash flow for a little while as everything gets a head of steam back up again.
Yeah, no question.
Well, Dennis Lind has a very aggressive stance in the pit lane, pitting from the lead of LMP2, talking about how people were angling themselves in the pit lane. That is something else.
That must mean he's changing tyres, because he couldn't have got that angle without using the handbrake, I don't think.
Yeah, I would think so. That is something else, showing how it's done.
Actually, that was one of the fun things that happened a couple of weeks ago. I did this same event, but in a smaller league, and one of the drivers was ruining the fact that he did a dramatic entry into pit lane, locked it up just before the speed limiter line, and left blue smoke everywhere, hit the limiter and thought, oh no, I'm keeping these tyres on. And he put a small flat spot on his tyres just doing the heroic arrival into pit lane.
So the sun's definitely coming up here at Le Mans. Beautiful day. And if there is going to be rain, it's going to be quite a few hours away, because it looks like a bright and sunny day is about to envelop the Le Sarthe track.
I'm just going to slide the forecaster across and see. Yeah, okay, if it does happen, I think it's going to be happening after the race finishes. It's forecast to be more like 5-6 p.m. CET. So
yeah, it sounds like it keeps getting later and later, this potential rain.
I don't think I wonder if any of the drivers, do you think any of the teams are praying for rain? Probably if you're coming fourth, it's the sort of thing you might pray for.
Yeah, I don't know if Ed's going to be praying for rain, for example, because he's in an all right position right now, with that minute 14 seconds down to the singularity number 60 in the GTE class. So certainly he's going to be one that's going to be hoping that it stays nice and dry.
I'm just looking how many laps they are down. The 97 car is on 221 and the lead is on 228. So yeah. 7 laps down.
I want to say that was 4 laps before it turned into a tricycle.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess, do they take the philosophy that they're lucky that all the bad things happen to one car? Is that a good way of being lucky?
I was saying earlier to look on the bright side, and I was mocked for it, but you're on the same page. You gotta. Well, it could have been worse.
Indeed, I was looking at it thinking, okay, well, it didn't happen to the car that's leading the class, and
True.
It didn't happen to the car that's leading the championship. and all the bad stuff's happened to one car. Although I don't think Mike Epps would find that a good sentiment.
Right.
Probably not.
No. Oh, the yellow's out in Sector 2. Let's look at the map. Looks like a GTE car is stationary, the 98. That's the Team RGPL. In 30th overall. It looks like he is moving again, though. Let's see if I can rewind this and try to catch what happened.
Zednek Smarter.
That's correct.
You were braver than me then, Jonathan.
I just had to go for it.
Yeah. We did an interesting stat before. I think Jonathan was on air. I think Justin was on air with me before when we did an interesting stat. We worked out that, I worked out prior to the coming on air that the Hypercar class has about a 7-second lap time advantage on the LMP2s. Whoop, we've got there he is. There's the big spin on the second chicane.
That's the replay from Smarta.
Or if I want to be impressive, the deuxième ralentissement on the ligne droite Hunandière.
C'est vrai.
Yeah, that's an Australian taking the cultural high ground. Bet you've never seen that before.
That's a new one for me. I must admit.
But the stat we worked out was that with that 7-second lap time advantage over the P2s, that the hypercars lap the P2s every 31 laps.
Wow.
Have a punt how often they lap. Have a guess at how often they lap a GTE. It's every 7 laps, Jonathan.
Whoa, you kidding me?
No, every 7 laps they've got a 30-second lap time advantage. That's a lot of traffic if you're in a hypercar, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is a lot of traffic, but you know what? I've talked to GT drivers, and they say that's one of the hardest things is when you're in a GT car, you're so busy looking in your mirrors to keep out of the way of the LMP1 cars and the LMP2 cars that it's almost harder to be in a smaller, lower class GTA AM or whatever. And that must be so frightening that all you're trying to do is stay out of the way.
Yep. And you've got a bunch of hypercars barreling past you every second lap. Every second lap, someone's coming past you.
The lights in the mirrors too would really get to me as well. The moving across. I imagine they get dazzled in the cockpit.
Yeah, I had a relative who drove at Le Mans, probably 25 years ago, in a Porsche 911 GT2, and the gentleman driver, the guy who owned the car, saw a P1 car arriving in his mirrors, and leapt off the racing line to be, in inverted commas, helpful, but he put his car on the marbles, and that was it. Race over. So my relative didn't even get to take the wheel in anger. He got to do qualifying, but he didn't get to drive the car in the race because the bloke who owned it wrote it off.
And clearly you're so ashamed you can't say his name. So, I mean, he's obviously out the family too.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, his name was Ray Lintott, and he was a pretty good GT racer. He came second in the Targa Tasmania twice. He drove for Dodge in the Daytona 24 Hours twice, and campaigned a Ford Sierra Cosworth in Australian touring cars. So he had a lot of fun racing in the 90s.
90s Dodge? Was he driving a Viper?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Oh, that's a dream car of mine.
Yeah. He imported a Viper into Australia, and he was racing that in Australian saloon car racing. It was the only one at the time. I remember watching it go around. We had a little racetrack in Sydney called Amaroo Park, which like a lot of them, it's a housing development now. But he was campaigning that car at Amaroo Park, and when the car went back on the trailer, the front alloys were a different colour, and it was because that lump of an engine, that 8-litre V10, was so heavy that the front brakes had to work so hard that they were heating the front alloys so much that they changed colour.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah. not good. It didn't have the balance of a 911 like we're seeing here on screen at the moment, which is one of the famous aspects of the Porsche 911, especially the rear engine ones, is that amazing brake balance that serves them so well. Although, of course, the GTR, the RSR GTE, beg your pardon, is mid-engine, unlike the GT3.
Right.
Which, amongst other things, lets them put a bigger diffuser behind it. Because, of course, with a rear-engine flat six, there ain't a lot of room for diffuser vanes underneath the back of the car. One of the subtle advantages, one of the more subtle advantages of having it mid-engine.
We do have a bit of a duel going on in LMP2 at the moment for 7th in class, 15th overall, with Augusto Arias having recently been overtaken, but sticking right to the back, actually, of that number 27 Team RGPL. So I thought that was just kind of like an overtake and then, drive off into the distance, but they are still rather close together.
I'm looking at the driver name of that Team RGPL, and I think that might be one that Jonathan wants to get his mouth around.
Marian.
Oh, well done. You're proving to be quite.
I'm not going to try it again, though.
You're proving.
Yeah,
You're proving to be quite the cunning linguist today, Jonathan.
Thank you so much. I often get my words mixed up.
It's always great that cars have numbers, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
You can't mispronounce a number.
Well, it's nice to see a good old close fight occurring as the light improves. We're getting close to proper daytime lighting levels now.
Yep, early morning.
Still, just about the lights are still having an effect. You can see on the road, just ever so slightly.
Yeah. It's a beautiful moment behind the wheel when you just start to get this beautiful sort of high definition, well lit surroundings and not have to rely on really obscure brake markers. Although I think all the brake marking signs all illuminate very brightly.
Brake marker missed.
Yeah, Arias has had to go the zigzaggy way through the first chicane.
I think that may have robbed us of that battle.
Yes, indeed. That's given Lamazan a nice breathing space. Is it a good moment for a bit of curious LMP2 trivia?
It's always a good time for that.
So the thing I found fascinating, and the more I get to know these LMP2s, the more I like them. The thing that I found interesting was that they all run the engine supply. There's one engine supplier, which I think is Gibson, and the engine architecture is basically two F3 cylinder banks working on the same crank. So it's a common architecture engine. I think they call it the standard race engine architecture. So they're bolted two Formula 3 engines onto the one crank to make a V8 of 4.2 litres, but the engineering tolerances have to be such that it's got to provide a 50-hour engine life, and it's got to be able to be serviced economically and run at the cost of about 1,300 euros an hour. So they're the lovely rules that the ACO can make when they want to make a prototype class affordable, and I think it's fantastic that these cars can be so damn fast and look so good, but sort of cost about 1/20th of an LMP1 to run for a season.
Yeah, it's a good point. How do they work that out? I mean, that's a tricky number to hit, isn't it?
Well, I imagine if the ACO would say to Gibson Engineering, say, guys, you've got to be there and you've got to be available to service these engines over a 50-hour life cycle, and this is what you're allowed to charge for a rebuild. I think that's got to be the way they do it. Amazing. Makes me think back to the days of the famous Cosworth DFV. That those engines cost $4,000 to buy, and a rebuild was $1,000. back in the 60s, in the heyday of Formula One, when everybody ran the same engine.
It was simpler times.
But I guess a house probably cost $2,000 in those days.
Yeah.
So it sounds cheap now, but if it's twice what your house cost, is it much different? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the most expensive car in the world was right around $4,000 or so.
Yeah. No, exactly. So our is on screen still sitting at about 5 seconds to the rear of the 27 car. Sorry, Justin, you going to say something?
I think we missed our hourly update as far as the top 5. We were supposed to do that at the top of the hour. I don't know if Jimmy is around to bring that graphic up. Oh yes, wonderful. Christian Michel leading the way for Singularity in the LMHC category. Risto Capit for AAA Esports running in second position. Ajira Racing with Callie Curry behind the wheel. Also on the lead lap, the number 12 Edge Esports in 4th position, and the Wanako number 3 in 5th position, all on the lead lap as well. So those are the top 5 in LMHC. In the LMP2 category, it is Singularity leading the way over there as well, actually. Rory McDuff for Hydra Racing in 2nd position. Lorenzo Arisi for Waveframe Esports in the number 26 in 3rd position, also on the lead lap. The number 33 VRC1 in 4th position. That's been going back and forth with Waveframe a little bit, but now with a bit of a gap starting to form. And then in 5th position, it is Butler Pal Motorsports, the number 29, a couple of laps back from the VRC1. So that is how it's looking for those guys. And in the GTE class, it is the Zanchos at the front with the Fortan brothers, Felix and Olivier, leading the way with Singularity in 3rd position. So not quite Singularity leading in all 3 categories, but in podium positions anyway, with Deuces in 4th and Team Virtual Racing with Zbigniew Ziara in 5th position, and the Corvette, the only Corvette in the top 5. So that is how it's looking across the field.
And as it stands, the 60 would still win the championship from 3rd place, right?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah,
because
the Zanchos would have to swap.
They have an 11-point lead in the championship, so the only way they can be beaten is if the 2 Zanchos swap, because there's 14 more points for 1st than there is for 2nd. So that would overtake them if the Zancho
So do you
car
think if we
swap.
commentate quietly, Ed won't wake up?
There's a good idea. It's a very interesting moral dilemma, isn't it? When you've got these guys that have raced so hard.
I think Lewis would wake him up. I think Lewis coming on would probably wake him up.
So 5 points, yeah, there you see it. Current standing, Singularity would win by 5 points over the 2 Zanchos.
And so it's very, very close. And Ed's going to have, or the team's going to have to collectively make that call. And the 2 Zancho cars, 77 and 87, the ones that would have to be swapped, it's 2 brothers at the wheel.
Yeah.
So there could be some uncomfortable glares over the Christmas table if team orders are invoked.
I'm actually not sure which is the older brother. This is another one of those pieces of information that I am certain I have been told and have since lost.
So there'd be a lot of rubber down now after 16 odd hours of racing.
Of dry racing, no less.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things. I mean, I mentioned before, we've got a lot of expert viewers, I'm sure, online, but some of the viewers who might be watching or might be watching in the future, it's interesting to be aware of the way the real road system works in rFactor 2, is that rubber only gets deposited on the track where cars drive. So you have a rubbered line which gradually builds up, and that's a pretty big file for a computer to transfer. So when you come in to take over a car, you want to jump in that car and click race with at least a lap and a half before the other guy pits. Oh, big lose into the first chicane.
Nice catch, though.
Yeah, that was beautifully caught. I think be a little bit of vibration through the wheel after that, because those tires were not turning when it came to a halt.
Good point.
Because it takes fully up to 3.5, 4 minutes for that file to be transferred when you first take over the car, and there's now a little dialogue in the box saying, "Real road downloading, please wait." And that's for all the...
Sorry, the Fortan brothers are identical twins, and I do remember being told this now.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Now Ed was talking about that, or Lewis was talking about that last night. I think one of them's 2 hours older. The big brother.
That's right. He's running at the same speed as the other brother 2 hours ago.
Nice one. Very subtle.
It makes a big difference.
That's
actually,
a philosophical one, that.
Right.
Yeah.
It makes a difference in the 24 hours of Le Mans.
As Descartes would have asked, if a car raced down the Mulsanne Straight and there was nobody there to listen, would it make a noise?
Or would the windows in the cafe on the Mulsanne Straight still shake?
That was a fantastically atmospheric story when you were telling that back in hour 4. But,
yeah, it's true.
It's amazing how it just gives you that immersion.
I experienced the Le Mans Series category cars for the first time at COTA this year, actually, when I was there covering or tweeting for Le Mans Esports, and that was my first time actually experiencing essentially endurance racing in person, and it really was something. The thing that I will remember the most, though, is the sound of those 911 RSRs. The absolute scream from those things was just incredible.
Yeah, they're a beautiful sound. Even hearing them on TV, they just sound beautiful. I know somebody was saying last night they prefer the sound of the V8s, but I just love that raw turbocharged sound of the...
It's visceral.
Of the flat six, yeah.
At Circuit of the Americas, there's a bridge coming out of turn 15, I think it is, and standing on that bridge, especially if a couple of them come by simultaneously, it's an incredible feeling.
Yeah, my dad sits just by that bridge in Grandstand 15 for Formula One, and it's a really good spot.
Yeah, I was there in 2015 for Formula One, actually, and yeah, it's a great spot. You can see them coming to the end of the straight and going through the whole section, going into the reverse turkey right-hander. You know, it's a fantastic area, actually.
Yeah, we did the rallycross there as well, on the other side,
That's
on the
right,
inside.
yeah.
And is the atmosphere and the culture in Austin, Texas, as nice as you read? A real music culture and lots of restaurants and loving dining out. And
oh yeah, the city's great. The city's fantastic. I even went down there one year when F1 was going on, and I didn't even have tickets or anything, and I just went to see some people and get some drinks and have some food and all that kind of stuff, because it's fantastic. I live in Houston, so it's a few hours drive for me. It's 3 hours for me, but that's not too bad for a night out. Every once in a while, I wouldn't want to do it every week, but yeah, for every once in a while, yeah, it's a fun place.
Yeah, it is. It's almost too fun. You have to bide your time.
Rein yourself in and pace yourself, eh?
A little bit. It's not dissimilar, actually, to Melbourne. I always think when I think about my time in Melbourne in Formula One, the atmosphere in the town is similar, but of course the Aussies have more knowledge of Formula One. But it has that carnival feel to it, and it also has that sort of, everywhere you go, everybody's talking about it and getting into it and watching it in the bars and so on. Yeah. And so, it's got a real feel of Melbourne about it.
I went to Melbourne's the only one I've been to. I went to Melbourne, I think it was in 2001, and that was a lot of fun. It was the year. I think Eddie Irvine was driving for Jaguar that year.
Not dull. Eddie Irvine. And Michael Schumacher's quite quick.
That's a good impression. Yeah.
I used to know his sister Sonia really well. She used to be his masseuse at Ferrari.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, Sonia, and now she runs all the big parties for the Formula One after party.
Clever girl.
Tony Jukic, by the way, in LMP2 has been slowly catching up to Augusto Arias for 16th overall. Not quite within striking distance, not worth shouting about just yet, but
yeah,
could be something
2.7
on the
seconds.
horizon.
Yeah, that's that gap's heading in the right direction. Yeah, very much so. There's a very famous cafe and bar on the beach that a lot of the Formula One teams used to go to in Melbourne, called the Stoke House. That was where they'd all go for lunch. And I read Jenson Button's autobiography a couple of years ago, and he talked about a lunch there. They were having lunch there when he was driving for Virgin, and he talked about some funny things that occurred when Richard Branson arrived for lunch at the Stoke House. All these things that you've experienced hand, Jonathan, I have to experience through reading books.
I went to the first ever Melbourne race.
Oh wow! Okay.
And the guy running it.
That was the first Albert Park race. That was actually in, I think, 1965.
Ah, all right. Okay.
No,
you got me there.
No, I'm being deliberately obtuse there. I knew what you meant on the modern circuit.
Oh, it's Westercott. Is it Westcott or that runs the event?
Rings a bell.
Yeah, he's been doing that since day one. He's been there for 20 years running the Melbourne Grand Prix.
Wow.
Andrew Westercott, that's him.
Yeah, that does ring a bell. Well, I remember I was surfing through some YouTube videos one day, and I came across a very early 60s race. And they were racing at Albert Park. They were racing the other way around. They were racing anti-clockwise. So it took a while to get your bearings where everything was. But Sterling Moss was there, Jack Brabham, Alan Jones'
no
dad.
environmentalists to stop them.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Stan Jones was racing, Alan Jones' father, the 1980 world champion. So yeah, incredible days.
Well, I've commentated on a race with Christian Jones at Melbourne. He did a Formula 3 race there once.
Okay, yeah, he also raced in A1 GP, I think, when Alan was running the team. So I'm just noticing Felix Antoine Fortin on screen here is entering the pits, one of the lead Zancho cars. So that's the leader of the GTE category.
So if they're identical twins, how do we know they've actually changed? Oh no, they're in different cars. Okay, good.
Yeah. Well, one of the rules for this series, in some series you'll have a team of guys go around to someone's house and all drive on the same PC. So driver changes involve one guy getting out of the chair and the other guy physically sitting in the chair. But that's forbidden under VEC rules. You can't share a computer. I don't know the backstory to that, but there must be a backstory. So the 87 Zancho's in the pits as well?
Yeah, I think driver swaps are coming because I see James Johnson or Jimmy Johnson, as we were referring to him earlier, on the server at the moment. So I think they're preparing for at least one driver swap over there at Zanshow.
It sounds better you saying Jimmy Johnson than when I say it, Justin.
I'm surprised me. Jimmy's tried everything in the last few weeks.
He's all over the place.
You've got the right accent. I tried that joke last year and it kind of fell a bit flat. But I think it works. It works when you do it.
I've only just kind of learned about Jimmy Johnson, actually, if I'm honest. I hadn't really followed NASCAR recently until my recent change of profession to working over on the NASCAR Heat video games now, working with them. So it's something I just started getting back into after quite a long gap. But I did the same thing with Formula One. I was big into Formula One right around the time Michael was winning everything, and then I got quite bored with it, as I'm sure others did. It took about a 10-year break from it, and finally came back to it in 2012. My break with NASCAR ended up being a little bit longer, more closer to 20 years, but yeah, I'm finally back into it now, and I didn't get to see much this year, but I've seen all of the races that we have gotten so far this year anyway. So yeah, I'm quite spread out with what I'm going to see endurance races. I'm missing Formula One. I'm keeping up with NASCAR, IndyCar. Yeah, a lot more variety for me this year versus previous years.
Yeah, it sounds it. By the way, that pit stop sequence has inserted Matteo Caruso in the Singularity racing car into second place. So he split the two Zancho cars, and those guys have been pushing hard and racing very consistently all day and all night to put themselves into a championship winning as well as podium winning position. So their pit stop cycle is not the same as the Zancho cars, because as we discovered, they're able to run a lap longer. So it's completely offset now this far into the race. I can't hazard a guess as to when his next stop is, but they're certainly offset from the Zancho cars by virtue of being able to stretch the Porsche to another lap.
And it's Cito Vire who took over in the other Zancho in the number 87. Cito's Vire, or Vire, excuse me.
Okay.
Is there anything tactically, if you're trying to do a catch-up at this point, that you can do? Because you kind of there's not a lot of you could. I mean, you're all going flat out. You're all on top pace, but is there anything tactically you can try to change the status quo? Oh,
whoa, big spin. That was an LMHC car into Mulsanne corner, wasn't it?
Yep.
He's just coming back on screen now.
Is it the 18?
Just rejoining.
What, Speedy Mind Racing 18?
I can't see from the picture I've got here. I'm not in game, I'm afraid. I guess we'll see some changes in the gaps.
Moment.
Yeah, I think we might get to see a replay, because that was a big lose into Mulsanne. I find that.
No, I think it might have been the 12 actually. The 12 I saw just got overtaken by an LMP2.
Okay.
So that would be the Edgy Sports number 12. Dennis Jordan actually.
Right. Well, those guys have been pushing while I've been asleep, because I think they're a little bit closer to the lead than they were when I went to sleep. So they must be pushing hard. Well, he's just exited Arnage, so the timing would work. And it looks to me, the way he's soaring away at the wheel, that he might be trying to smooth off a flat spot, which you can do actually if you get a small flat spot on a tire, just like real life. It kind of can wear away and come back to normal if it's not too bad. But if it's a really bad one, they're the moments where you don't want one of these high-powered direct drive wheels, because if you're hanging onto the shaft of a 20 Newton meter direct drive wheel and you've got a nasty flat spot, it hurts your hands. The vibration is so huge it hurts your hands.
So I've gone back and I've done a little bit of an investigation here, and it looks like there is a bump right in the braking zone. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so there's a bump you're going to see here right in the braking zone. He's coming up behind this 911. He hits that bump and just loses it, and you're going to see him hit the barrier, and unfortunately that's given him a little bit of damage. It doesn't seem horrible. He's got all four wheels, for example.
Yeah.
And he's made it back to the pits, thankfully. But yeah, it looks like just that bump in that braking zone, the traffic ahead as well could have played a role in that. Just got caught out.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to say. It looked to me he was close enough to the GTE car to get into a bit of an aero wash situation there and lose a bit of downforce. And these HC cars are so damn fast and have so much downforce that if they're losing the air off the car, that the car would have lost its ability to deal as effectively with the bump as he used to.
Well, that is definitely unfortunate for the number 12 of Edge Esports, who again came into this race in the lead of the championship of LMHC, having won 2 races, 3 second places, 1 third place, and then a 4th. So it's been quite a good season for them, but with only a 6-point gap between them and AAA Esports coming into this race, and only a further 15 points down to Ajira, and double points on offer, of course. That's unfortunately the worst time of the year, essentially, for them to have this little dip in performance in what has otherwise been a fantastic season for them.
No, 100%. It's some people have come here with the intention of winning this race, haven't they? And really, really prepared to the nth degree.
Borja Milan.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
He's a driver that's been well known around the place for a long, long time. Very, very skilled driver.
Driving the taco.
Yeah, the taco. There's some good nicknames. Like I liked Devon Braun. Somebody was calling him Derek Brown, I think. Now Cameron Roger, who runs the Formula Sim Racing league at the moment, he's the director of Formula Sim Racing, and he's racing here this weekend. He was talking once last year and had this curious philosophical question that he asked: is that when we're going down a straight, we call it slipstream or draft, but when we're in a corner, we call it dirty air. But it's the same thing. We've just got different names for when we like it and when we don't like it.
It's very true.
Oh, well, I think actually I'm just picking up on this. We did actually miss Tony Jukic overtaking Augusto Arias for 16th overall.
Oh,
yeah,
no. You highlighted that might happen, and then, of course,
I missed it myself.
Terrible. Apologies to that team.
Yep, Jukic did get 16th overall, though. That was for 8th in the LMP2 class. 10 cars still running over there. If I'm not mistaken, actually, no, that has changed. So up until recently, we had three missing from each. No, actually, we do still have that. So yeah, we have 3 LMHCs missing, 3 LMP2s, and 3 GTEs. 3 cars from each class have DNF'd in this race so far.
That's great attrition rate when you think about it. I mean,
it really is.
Absolutely.
I think I want to say this is the most cars that I've seen, because I've tended to do the same stint each year that I've done this being my 3rd year. And I think it's actually, this is the year with the most cars as I'm getting towards the end of my stint.
Yeah, well, I was doing my homework and watched some of last year's race, and I remember seeing a very Spartan grid at the end. I'm just looking back through some results, by the way, and Kristen Michelle, who's leading the race at the moment in the Singularity Racing number 10 LMHC car. If he wins this race, it will be his 3rd win and his 4th podium in the Le Mans 24 Hours in VEC.
Wow.
He
That's
podiumed
really
in
impressive.
Series 7, he won in Series 9, and he won in Series 10. That's a pretty good CV to have, isn't it?
Yeah, that's impressive.
But we've got 8 hours of racing to go. But they've come up from 3rd place to 1st place. I think they're certainly heading in the right direction, the way the statistics look.
Yeah, you only start to realise the mammoothness, if that's even a word, when you start saying you've got 8 hours to go. Most WEC races are 6 hours, if that.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? If it was the Bathurst 1000, it wouldn't be starting yet for another 2 hours. But Christian Michel is also he's a fabulous driver on the Nordschleife. I've been in a Nordschleife 24 Hours that he was in, and those guys dropped the lap due to a steering wheel failed on the opening lap. He dropped the lap on the Nordschleife, and that is a long lap. That's like 25 kilometers, and from a lap down, they came back and came 2nd.
Oh,
so
that's insane.
Yeah. Seriously quick guy. Yeah, Christian Michel and Simon Chrisman often team up in high-level endurance leagues.
So Borja Milan coming in from 4th.
You just wanted to say that name again, didn't you, Jonathan?
There used to be a motorcycle racer called Juan Borja, and I used to love saying his name.
Oh, I read an awesome story about Juan Manuel Fangio a couple of weeks ago. Actually, it was an interview. It was an interview when during the Second World War, where he was in Italy, down the south. There's a lot of guys had trucks for sale that they couldn't afford to run anywhere. But in the north, there's an incredible shortage of truck tires. So he went down to the south, bought a whole lot of trucks for beans, just to take the tires off and sell the tires. And after the war, he took the trucks back and sold them back the trucks.
Now that's smart.
That's amazing entrepreneurship, isn't it?
Why couldn't I have thought of that?
Yeah, exactly. No wonder he became a multiple Formula One champion. So it seems that even back then you had to be a wheeler dealer. A bit of an Eddie Irvine.
Yeah, no kidding.
Love those old stories. So atmospheric.
Cito Vire, by the way, is catching up to Matteo Caruso for second in GTE class. Also, I noticed Matthias Machado was running pretty close to one of the Zanchos, but that's actually calmed down. Matthias Machado being a lap down, so I think he was trying to unlap himself, but has since dropped back from that Zancho. So a little bit of action going on in GTE at the moment.
Machado, let's just call the whole thing off.
Very good. Well, of course, Matteo Caruso in the Singularity Racing Porsche only jumped that Zancho 87 by virtue of the 87 car being in the pits for that driver swap, and I'm presuming fresh tyres as well. So he's probably come out with a fresh driver and fresh rubber all around, and pretty motivated to get back in front of Matteo Caruso again. I'm sure he'll be having dreams where a Zancho BMW approaches him and catches him, because he's had to put up with being overtaken on track a few times tonight and today. And he's fought like mad, but the BMW has just got a little bit of top end speed that's hard to resist, but their consistency has just kept them in the fight.
Yeah, the Zancho versus Porsches is a battle I've slowly become familiar with. Oh, we've got the yellows out in Sector 3. Let me consult my map and see if I can find anybody moving slowly. No, it looks like it's gone already. Whatever it was, it must have been a minor issue. Everybody is still moving in the correct direction, clockwise around the circuit.
And we can see, how do I say Cedo's second name?
Vire.
Okay, so we can see Cedo Vire on track now as he's heading down towards the second chicane and pushing hard to try to catch Matteo Caruso in the Porsche.
It's coming down. He's taking chunks out.
6.5 he is. So he's not taken long to get in the groove then. He's obviously woken up well, drank some good strong coffee, because taking over a car that's in a podium spot after 16 hours of racing, some people find that a bit of a high pressure situation. I certainly would. So, but he seems to be taking it in his stride.
That's part of the responsibility, of course, given how much of a team sport this is, when you do have a mistake, you have a lot more sad faces that you have to return to.
Well, exactly. What's that thing they say in Formula One? We win as a team and we lose as a team.
Yep.
It's a brutal race, isn't it?
It sure is. It sure is. But I think as Justin was observing, and as you're observing as well, Jonathan, the attrition rate, it's been pretty good, because we've had a few technical issues. I mean, a really unfortunate one for the 97 Zancho car, which was I believe a long screen freeze. But a lot of people have had a pretty clear run, which is fantastic, and hope it stays that way. Now, Tony Ukich in the undercover sim racing LMP2 looks like he's in a big fight for P7 at the moment, and ahead of him the gap's only 1 second as well. So there's 3 guys within a second and a half fighting for P6 in LMP2.
Well, they're all.
Oh, that's wakey, Dave. Oh,
nice one. Nice try that one, Dave.
I thought to myself,
you weren't lying. You were sucking us into that one, weren't you?
Exactly. Yeah,
you weren't lying.
They must all be in the same camera shot. They're so close together.
They were all 1 second apart. You weren't wrong about that. So.
Okay, my bad.
You didn't actually make any mistakes there.
Exactly. Which is why I wasn't jumping in and correcting you immediately. You were right about that. But I do like that the LMP2s have been doing that for us. They've been parking up in formation in the pit lane. They look like they're doing a photo op or something.
Yeah. Nice one. Hey, in 5 years he'll remember I did that.
Did you hear how I met Jackie Hicks?
I did. That was back in the days before social distancing, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Jackie Hicks has won this event 6 times, hasn't he?
Yep.
Well, I think he was the first international big name that came to Australia to do the Bathurst, the Bathurst 1000, or in those days it was the Bathurst 500. The race was counted in miles because the Canadian driver Alan Moffat hired Jackie Hicks to come and co-drive with him in the Falcon GTHO, and he won on debut. So Jackie Hicks has also got a Bathurst 1000 victory to his credit.
Wow, tough track.
Yeah, indeed. Tell you what's tough at Bathurst, running a lap on foot.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I've run a lap on foot twice. I did it when I was 17. I participated in a schoolboy cross-country race around that track, and which I won. And then 40 years later, I was back in Australia 2.5 years ago at the age of 57. I thought, I wonder if I can still run a lap. So sure enough, I parked the car, told the family to amuse themselves, and I ran a lap again 2.5 years ago. I was quite a bit slower.
I can imagine.
I think I was about 20 minutes slower. But man, you run up that thing and you realize it's a mountain.
It's the same with Turn 1 at Circuit of the Americas. I've done it 4 different years now, and it never every time it's a surprise all over again. Oh right, this is quite the hike.
133 feet.
I think it's got to be more than that. It's got to be 133 meters, I think, Jonathan.
And you don't see it on the TV. It doesn't look that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking Kota.
Oh yeah, right. I think Bathurst, it's triple the elevation change of Spa.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I was going to say the middle bit seems like, so the beginning and end of that track walk would probably be a little bit boring, but that whole middle bit would be pretty exciting.
Well, the top of the mountain is incredible. It's the views from what they call skyline, and the name of which, by the way, it's deceptive. It was named because there was a drive-in cinema run by a company called Skyline, which you can still see. You can, if you look to the left, if you're looking up the big Conrod Strait, and you look to the left, you can see the remains of the old Skyline drive-in cinema. It was something that people used to do before the days of incredible technology like videotapes.
I have been to a drive-in before, but that was a while ago. And also, I'm what many on the internet would consider old too. So
I'll tell you what. With Triple A just coming into the pits, Calais Curry is putting down some mean laps. He just did a 3:21.6, and I was just watching him on screen. And he's now taken the lead of the race because Capet has come in. But he is tearing away. Here he is.
And the track's warmed up a little bit, hasn't David? Can you see what the temp is now?
I will look at the real world weather and tell you exactly what the temperature is. It's 7 degrees.
Okay, so it was 1 degree.
Yeah, it was 6 degrees a while back. So you're ready for the elevation change at Bathurst? 571 feet.
Wow.
Holy cow. And that's what makes a great circuit, though, is elevation change, if you ask me.
Yeah,
he is pushing.
Big time. That's what Difflock was created for. Descending those suckers. Now, before I call out any more gaps, I'm going to make sure they're not in the pits.
Well, here is your race leader, and he's got traffic in front of him.
quite a bit of traffic. In fact, some of that traffic ahead of him is more LMHC cars.
Yeah, interesting.
So that's the hardest of them all, of course, to get by. But should actually be giving the best slipstream as well. So, as with any other traffic, though, it is all going to come down to where you catch them. Surprisingly, I've gone my entire stint so far this evening, and I am coming to the end to it now. Less than 10 minutes to go, but I am going to use that incredibly overused term, which is the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh away. I had to sneak one in there right at the end, just before I go.
Is that from Plato, that one?
Yeah, I think so.
Play-Doh?
Jason, the inventor of the pit maneuver that's now used by the American police forces. No, a lovely man and a fantastic driver.
Yep.
He drove at Mount Panorama in the Bathurst 1000, then he took out Peter Brock in Peter Brock's last appearance there.
I thought that was against the law in Australia.
Yeah, it would have been at the time. I think he had to be. They had to issue him with a disguise to get him out of the circuit after the race.
Yeah, you won't get through customs after taking Brocky out.
No, exactly. What an icon that man was. I shed a tear when I got the news that he'd passed away.
Oh, the battle for 5th in GTE looks like it's starting to hot up with Machado actually catching up to Ulrich.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds indeed. And they're not in the pits, so just confirming that.
Not to be confused with Tim Ulrich in 31st overall.
Okay.
That's not confusing at all to have Martin Ulrich and Tim Ulrich on track at the same time.
They're dang confusing, these European names.
That was impressive. I think your Texan accent might be better than mine.
Now tell me, is Texas a big place, Justin?
It's quite large.
Nothing bigger than Texas, my boy.
Which is funny because I've only explored such a small part of it. Really, it's sort of Houston, Austin, San Antonio, the kind of triangle to the southeast. That's about all I've seen. I have other than some layovers in Dallas. I have not experienced anything else.
Well, there's one of the most fantastic stories I've ever heard. There was an Australia's richest man, a billionaire called Kerry Packer.
Oh, yeah.
Who was an inveterate gambler, and he would travel the world and he would go to casinos and he'd have weekends where he would win or lose 20 or 30 million Australian dollars. That was the weekend's gambling for him, and he was playing blackjack in a casino in some private room, and there was a Texan guy there who was talking a lot, just sort of bigging himself up a bit and making a whole lot of noise.
What are you saying?
Like Carol Shelby?
Yeah, it might have been Carol Shelby. And so Kerry Packer was trying to play blackjack, and this guy just kept making a whole lot of noise, and in this sort of high rollers part of the casino. And so Kerry Packer's turned to this bloke and said, "Mate, will you just stop talking?" Well, they weren't the exact words he used. I think it was somewhat more colourful than that. And the Texan guy looked up, mortally wounded, and said, "You talking to me? I'm worth $40 million. And Kerry Packer said, "I'll toss you for it."
That's a good one.
Wow. That's
we are, just as a quick warning to our viewers, and to you guys as well, but we are going to be switching over to part 3 of our stream. Is going to be switching over, I believe, in about 3 minutes time here. So that's due to YouTube limitations, so we apologize to the viewers. Of course, people who switched over from the last part will already know how this works, or not unfamiliar with that. So, but to everybody else who is maybe just tuning in for the first time so far this year, we are going to be switching over to part 3 very soon here.
I think I'm going to do part 3 in Chinese.
Now, because we're at the top of the hour, will we have time to do the run through of standings, do you think, or will we wait till the new one opens up?
Yeah, let's do the standings when the new one opens up. I think that makes sense. That way, if people
Cool.
are just switching over, it'll be right there at the start for them.
Cool. Oh yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Now, officially, my stint in commentary will be coming to a close shortly, but I'll hang around until my replacement turns up, in case there's any sleepy
Same as well.
heads.
Yeah, mine's wrapping up in just a couple of minutes here, but yeah, I'm not looking to abandon anybody. Actually, do we know who's coming in next?
Well, am I correct? Oh, here we are. We're looking for Ewan O'Leary. That'd confuse the viewers if there's an O'Reilly and an O'Leary. But Ewan O'Leary is due to arrive. Jonathan's going to be staying on board.